morning, everyone. Good morning. Had your breakfast? How was the sleep? How was the sleep? Not good, good, not good. Very good. So, overall, not good. Very sorry. Overall, very good. Keep it up. Let us start second day with Telugu song. So, I invite Telugu people to the dais to sing a Telugu song. Who is there? రండి తెలుగు పాట పాడండి. Tamil also. Tamil, our lot of Tamil people out there, more than 40 people. So we request even Tamil people also to come over here and sing a Tamil song. Please come. Who are their singers? Madam? Rendi? Kannada. No, Kannada is the last.
ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ಗಜವದನ ಮೂಷಕ ವಾಹನ ಗಜಾನನ ಮೋದಕ ಹಸ್ತ ಗಜವದನ ಮೂಷಕ ವಾಹನ ಗಜಾನನ ಮೋದಕ ಹಸ್ತ ಗಜವದನ ವಿಘ್ನ ನಿವಾರಕ ಗಜಾನನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಗಜವದನ ವಿಘ್ನ ನಿವಾರಕ ಗಜಾನನ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪ್ರದಾಯಕ ಗಜವದನ ಗಜಾನನ 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 ಹೇ ಗಜವದನ ಹೇ ಗಿರಿಜಾಸುತ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ಶಿವತನಯ ಗಜವದನ ಗಜಾನನ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ಗಜವದನ ಗಜಾನನ ಹೇ ಗಜವದನ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಧಾರವಾಡ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಗಿರಿಜಾ ಅವರಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡು. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಸರ್ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುರುವೇ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ, ದೇವಾ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ. ಅಂಗವು ನೀನಾದೆ ಲಿಂಗವು ನೀನಾದೆ, ಅಂಗವು ನೀನಾದೆ ಲಿಂಗವು ನೀನಾದೆ, ಅಂಗಲಿಂಗರ ನಡುವೆ ಆತ್ಮವು ನೀನಾದೆ. ಗುರುವೇ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ, ದೇವಾ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ. ತಂದೆಯು ನೀನಾದೆ ತಾಯಿಯು ನೀನಾದೆ, ತಂದೆಯು ನೀನಾದೆ ತಂದೆಯು ನೀನಾದೆ ತಾಯಿಯು ನೀನಾದೆ, ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯವರ ನಡುವೆ ಕಂದನು ನೀನಾದೆ. ಗುರುವೇ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ, ದೇವಾ ನಿನ್ನರಿಯದೆ ನಾನು ಮರವಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ. ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ನೀನಾದೆ ಪರಶಿವ ನೀನಾದೆ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ನೀನಾದೆ ಪರಶಿವ ನೀನಾದೆ, ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ಪರಶಿವರ ನಡುವೆ ಗಣಪತಿ ನೀನಾದೆ. ಗುರುವೇ
ಲಿರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಜೊತೆಗಿರ್ರಿ ಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಆತ್ಮೀಯ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಎರಡನೇ ದಿನದ ಈ ಒಂದು CSR CSO ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಲಿರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೇಡ, ನನಗೆ ಬೇಕು, ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬೇಕು. ಬ್ಯಾನರ್ ಬೇಡ. ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಲಿರಿಕ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ಇದೆ. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೇಲುಗಿಲುಗಳು ತೇಲುತ್ತಲಿರುವುದು. ನೆಲ ಮುಗಿಲುಗಳು ತೇಲುತ್ತಲಿರುವುದು. ಆರವಿ ಚಂದ್ರನ ಬೆಳಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಜೀವನ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯ ಯಾತ್ರಿಕರೆಲ್ಲರೂ, ಜೀವನ ಯಾತ್ರೆಯ ಯಾತ್ರಿಕರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಗುರಿ ತಿಳಿಯದೆ ತೊಳಲಾಡುವರು. ಹುಟ್ಟುವುದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಸಾಯುವುದೆಲ್ಲೋ, ಹುಟ್ಟುವುದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಸಾಯುವುದೆಲ್ಲೋ ಅದನರಿಯದೆ ತೊಳಲಾಡುವರು. ವಿಶ್ವದ ಮಾಯಾ ಮಂದಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಾಳಿನ ತೊಟ್ಟಿಲು ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತಿದೆ. ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೇಲುತ್ತ ತೂಗುತ್ತಿದೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬರೀ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಸರ್ ಬರೀ ಒಂದು ಫೋಟೋ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಫೋಟೋ ಬೇಕು.
ಎಸ್ ಎಸ್ ಸರ್, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಸರ್.
ನಿನ್ನೆ ದಿನ ಯಾಲಕ್ಕಿ ಕಂಪನಿಯ ಹಾವೇರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯ ಹಾವೇರಿಯ ಬಂಡಾಯ ಸಾಹಿತಿ ಸತೀಶ್ ಕುಲಕರ್ಣಿ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡು ಕಟ್ಟತೇವ ನಾವು ಕಟ್ಟತೇವ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರು. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅದರ ಬದಲಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾವೇರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಹುಟ್ಟಿರೋದಂಥದ್ದು ನಾನು ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
ತಮಿಳ್ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೂ ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ದಯಮಾಡಿ.
ಏನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ, ಅದರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮುದಾಯ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮಗಳ ಜವಾಬ್ದಾರಿ ಏನು, ಯಾವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವುಗಳು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಹೊಸ ಸಮಾಜವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕುರಿತು ಒಂದು ಜಾಗೃತಿಯನ್ನು ಮೂಡಿಸುವಂಥ ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸಲು ನಾನು ಇಚ್ಛಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಸಂಪತ್ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮೈಸೂರು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಮೊಹಲ್ಲಾಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಗಡಿಗಳ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಳೆತನವ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸುತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಮೊಹಲ್ಲಾಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಗಡಿಗಳ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಳೆತನವ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ಸ್ಪರ್ಶತೆ ಬೇಲಿಗಳ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಗೋಡೆಗಳು, ಸ್ಪರ್ಶತೆ ಗೋಡೆಗಳು, ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮದ ಗೋಡೆಗಳು, ಎಲ್ಲವ ಮೀರಿ ಎತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾರೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ಅಪ್ಪನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಅಮ್ಮನ ಮಮತೆಗೆ ಶರಣೆಂದು, ಅವ್ವನ ಪ್ರೀತಿಗೆ ಕೈ ಮುಗಿದು ಅಪ್ಪನ ಮಮತೆಗೆ ಶರಣೆಂದು, ಹೊಸಿಲ ದಾಟಿ ಬಾ ಹೊಸ ಸಂಬಂಧ ಕಟ್ಟೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ನನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಒಪ್ಪದಿರಬಹುದು ಸಮಾಜ, ನನ್ನ ನಿನ್ನ ಈ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಒಪ್ಪದಿರಬಹುದು ಸಮಾಜ. ತಪ್ಪೆಂದಾದರೆ ಆಗಲಿ ತಪ್ಪು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಗಾಳಿ ಬೀಸುತ್ತಿದೆ ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಮೊಹಲ್ಲಾಗಳ ನಡುವೆ, ಗಡಿಗಳ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಳೆತನವ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ನಿನ್ನೆಯ ತಪ್ಪು ಇಂದು ಸರಿ, ಇಂದಿನ ತಪ್ಪು ನಾಳೆ ಸರಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆಯ ತಪ್ಪು ಇಂದು ಸರಿ, ಇಂದಿನ ತಪ್ಪು ನಾಳೆ ಸರಿ. ಕಾಲ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಬದಲಾಗುವುದು ತಪ್ಪು ಸರಿ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಗಾಳಿ ಸೇರಿಸಿ, ನೀವು ಸ್ವರ ಸೇರಿಸಿ. ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಮೊಹಲ್ಲಾಗಳ ನಡುವೆ ಗಡಿಗಳ ಮೀರಿ ಗೆಳೆತನವ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಬಾ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ, ಓ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಗಾತಿಯೇ. ವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವು ಇದೆ, ಮೌಲ್ಯಗಳ ಸಂಘರ್ಷವಿದೆ,
ಬದಲಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋವು ಇದೆ,
ಹಲೋ ಆತ್ಮೀರೆ,
ಹಲೋ.
ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೋನ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ಗೆ ಹಾಕೋಬಿಡಿ. ಒಂದು ಪದೇ ಪದೇ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಓಡಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ಯಾಕಂತಂದರೆ ಬರುವಂಥ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಆಭಾಸ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ NGO ಪ್ರಮುಖರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಮುಖ್ಯಸ್ಥರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಆಭಾಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇದನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಲೋ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಹಲೋ ಹೇಳಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಏನು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ನಾವು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಗಳನ್ನ ಸೈಲೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಫಸ್ಟು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಎದ್ದು ಓಡಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
ಹಲೋ, ಹಾಯ್, ಹಲೋ. ಏಹೇ ಬಾಜು ಲಾಲ ಟಕ ಟಕಟ, ಲಾಲ ಟಕ ಟಟ, ಲಾಲ ಟಕ ಟಕಟ. ಹೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲ್ಲುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ರೇ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಕಾಸಿಲಿ ಸ್ನಾನ ಮಾಡು, ಕಾಶ್ಮೀರ ಸುತ್ತಿ ನೋಡು, ಜೋಗಾದ ಗುಂಡಿ ಒಡಿಯ ನಾನೆಂದು ಕೂಗಿ ಹಾಡು. ಅಜಂತ ಎಲ್ಲೋರಾನ ಬಾಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಮ್ಮೆ ನೋಡು, ಬಾದಾಮಿ ಐವಳೆಯ ಚಂದಾನ ತೂಕ ಮಾಡು. ಕಲಿಯೋಕೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಭಾಷೆ, ಆಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದೇ ಭಾಷೆ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಕನ್ನಡ ಕಸ್ತೂರೇ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ವಿಧಿ ಗುರಿ ತೋರಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬರ್ರಿ ಸರ್. ದಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಭೂಮಿ ಇದು, ಪ್ರೇಮಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವರ್ಗ ಇದು, ಸ್ನೇಹಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಲೆ ಇದು, ಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಪೀಠ ಇದು. ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಕಲ್ಪ ಇದು, ಶಿಲ್ಪಕ್ಕೆ ಕಲ್ಪವಿದು, ನಾಟ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಡೆ ಇದು, ನಾನಾಂತರಂಗವಿದು. ಕುವೆಂಪು ಬೇಂದ್ರೆಯಿಂದ ಕಾರಂತ ಮಾಸ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಈ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಕಾಗಿನ ಕನ್ನಡ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣ ಬೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಜಟಕ ಬಂಡಿ, ವಿಧಿ ಅಲೆದಾಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡಿ.
ಹಲೋ.
ಬಾಳಿನ ಬೆನ್ನು ಹತ್ತಿ, ಬಾಳಿನ ನಮ್ಮೂರೇ ನಮಗೆ ಮೇಲು. ಕೈಲಾಸ ಕಂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಕೈಲಾಸ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು, ದಾಸರ ಕಂಡ ನಮಗೆ ವೈಕುಂಠ ಯಾಕೆ ಬೇಕು. ಮುಂದಿನ ನನ್ನ ಜನ್ಮ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಟನಂತೆ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಯೇ, ಎಂದಿಗೂ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿಯೇ. ಹುಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಲುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಮೆಟ್ಟಿದರೆ ಕನ್ನಡ ಮಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಬದುಕಿದು ಬಂಡೆ, ಇದು ವಿಧಿಯೋಡಿಸುವ ಬಂಡೆ. ಬದುಕಿದು ಬದುಕಿದು ವಿಧಿ ದಡ ಸೇರಿಸುವ ಬಂಡೆ. ಆ Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to Umapati Gowda and team. Bada young age, very young age Umapati Gowda. Josh, very joshly has been sung, dance. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay. I think many have been not yet been reported, but still we cannot wait for them. So the session will start exactly by 10 o'clock. Before that, let us have 3 persons, each one from the state. Tamil Nadu one, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh 1. So 3 persons can share what the experiences of yesterday, what we learned yesterday. So who will take first? Karnataka will give third place. We will give priority to Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. So we sharing of yesterday's learnings. Yaranga? Tamil Nadu yara? Tamil Nadu friends are there here? Anybody Tamil Nadu is there here? So we will share yesterday's learning. Each person will have 2 minutes to share. Please raise hand. So otherwise, we will go to Andhra Pradesh. You can speak in your language, no problem. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Tamil. எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். தமிழில் பேச சொன்னதுனால நாங்கள் தமிழில் பேசுகிறேன். நேற்று எஸ்டர்டே ப்ரோக்ராம் எக்ஸலண்ட். நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்லை. என்ஜிஓ வந்து CSR CSO மீட்டிங் எந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு எந்த ஒரு திங்கும் இல்லை. அந்த மாதிரி வந்தோம். பட் எல்லாமே ஒவ்வொரு விஷயங்களும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு செஷன், செகண்ட் செஷன், டிஸ்கஷன் எல்லாமே வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஒரு புதுமையாக இருந்தது. இவ்வளோ நாள் நாங்கள் வந்து என்ஜிஓ பண்ணது இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு மெத்தடில் நாங்கள் பண்ணலை அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சது. சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்களும் எந்த மாதிரி நம்ம பண்ணுறது அப்படின்னு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு உத்வேகமாக இருந்தது. எக்ஸ்ட்ரா சொன்னோன்னா நம்ம ட்ரஸ்ட்டில் ஒரு 6 years 7 years வந்து நம்ம எல்லாமே வந்து கொரோனாக்கு அப்புறம் அவ்வளோவா ஃபண்டிங் எந்த ஏஜென்சி வழியாகவும் நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டோம். அது கர்நாடகா ஸ்டேட்டில் எல்லா ஸ்டேட்காரங்களும் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஃபோரம் பண்ணது ஃபஸ்ட் டைம். ஆனால் நாங்கள் அட்டன் பண்ணது ஃபஸ்ட் டைம்.
Thank you, madam. Yesterday's were learning excellent. So,
as an NGO, so we have been learning many things related to the CSR. After COVID, so we are all almost close. Most of the organizations, even our organization was also very active. After attending this workshop, I think she got enlightenment and she has some hopes that she can able to continue the organization, and thanks for the organizers. Thank you, over to Andhra Pradesh. Over there, Telugu. Anybody Telugu? Telangana, Andhra, both the state. Anybody Telugu? And live telecast is going on. Please, you can
through the link in your mobile. It has been shared.
అందరికి నమస్కారం. నా పేరు వచ్చి గ్లోరీ విజయ్ కుమార్. చిత్తూరు జిల్లా చేస్తున్నాము. మేము బార్డర్లో ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి తెలుగు అంత బాగుండదు, దయచేసి సభించండి. నిజంగా జరిగిన ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చి చాలా మీనింగ్ఫుల్గా ఉండింది. ఎందుకంటే CSO CSR ఈ రెండు ఎక్కువ ఉంది. నిన్న జరిగిన ప్రోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా గ్యాప్ వచ్చి తగ్గింది. సో we are able to see the gap is. So we are really thankful. చాలా సంతోషపడుతున్నాం. ఎందుకంటే పనిచేస్తున్న ఫీల్డ్లో పని చేస్తున్న సంస్థలు వచ్చి సిఎస్ఆర్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్ దగ్గర పోయేదానికి వాళ్ళతో కలుసుకోవడానికి ఎలాంటి అడ్డం లేకుండా ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ వచ్చి మాకు తోడుగా ఉన్నాము. డీటెయిల్గా చెప్పినారు. ఎస్పెషలీ సిఎస్ఆర్ వాళ్ళు రిప్రజెంట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఎలాంటి అంశాల మీద మనం పని చేయవచ్చు, వాళ్ళ యొక్క కోరికలు ఏమి, వాళ్ళు ఎట్లా అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, సంస్థ వాళ్ళు సిఎస్ఆర్ వాళ్ళని ఎట్లా అర్థం చేసుకోవాలి, మనం ఎట్లా కామన్ కోరికలు పెట్టుకొని మనం పని చేయాలి అనే ఒక కలెక్టివ్ ఎఫర్ట్ వచ్చి నిన్న కనపడింది. నిజంగానే మేడం చెప్పేట్లుగా కోవిడ్ తర్వాత మళ్ళీ ఎఫ్సిఆర్ అమెండ్మెంట్ తర్వాత ఫండ్స్ తగ్గింది, చాలా ప్రోగ్రాం ఆపైంది. కానీ ఈ ప్రోగ్రాం ద్వారా సిఎస్ఓకి ఒక కాన్ఫిడెంట్ ఇస్తుంది ఏమంటే మనం ఇంకా సమాజంలో ఉండే సమస్యలు మనం గుర్తెరిగి మనం ఇంకా ఎంతూసియాస్టిక్గా పని చేయవచ్చు అనేదానికి మంచి మార్గం కల్పించినారు. అన్నీ బాగా జరిగిన ప్రతి ఒక్క ప్రెజెంటేషన్, ప్రతి ఒక్క అనుభవం షేరింగ్ వచ్చి బాగుండింది, నేర్చుకున్నాము. అది కాకుండా అన్ని లాజిస్టిక్ అరేంజ్మెంట్స్ ఎక్సలెంట్ అన్నమాట. ఎవ్రీబడి వాజ్ ఏబుల్ టు పార్టిసిపేట్ and it was very friendly arrangements. Everything was excellent. Hats off to the organizers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
And we look forward for such innovative way of holding this kind of program in each state so that the language will not be a barrier. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Now over to Karnataka. So there will be 2 persons will get a chance, one male and one female.
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ್ ಬಿರಾದಾರ್, ಬಿಜಾಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಶ್ರೀ ಸದ್ಗುರು ಭೀಮಾಶಂಕರ್ ವಿದ್ಯಾವರ್ಧಕ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ. ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಬರೀರಿ, ವಿಮಾನ ಪ್ರವಾಸ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರೈಟ್ ದ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್, ಫ್ಲೈ ಇನ್ ದ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್, ಫ್ರೀ ಆಫ್ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ 2012. ಇದರ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಓದುವ ಅಭಿರುಚಿ ಮತ್ತು IAS ಮತ್ತು KS ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಮನೋಭಾವನೆ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಉದ್ದೇಶವನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಈ ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ ನಡೆಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣಕರ್ತರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಈ ಪೇವಾರ್ಡ್ ಏನು ಸೆಷನ್ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸುಮಾರು 15 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದರ ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಪರಿಚಯ ಮಾಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಬಾಬು ಸಜ್ಜನ್ ಸರ್, ಅವರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದವನ್ನು ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಯಾಕಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನಂತೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ, ಆಂಧ್ರ ಆಗಲಿ, ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಾಗಲಿ ತುಂಬ ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದವರು. ಬಟ್ ವಿಷಯ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗದೇ ಇರೋಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಮಗಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮತ್ತು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ವಿಷಯನ ಹೇಳಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಪೇವಾರ್ಡನ್ ಆನ್ ಆಲ್ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಸ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು, ವೆರಿ ವೆರಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you, ma. ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ನೀವು ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಜೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇಪ್ಪಡಿದೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ.
ಓಕೆ, ಎನಿವೆ
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ, ಮಡಿಲು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಮತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮೈಸೂರಿಂದ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್, ಹಳೇ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ಗಿಂತ ಈ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟರ್ಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಹೃದಯಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂತಹ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಿಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕಾರಿ ಸಮಿತಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ ಥರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಟು ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿಯನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಅನ್ನೋ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಕಾರ್ಯನಿರ್ವಹಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಾನು ಕೂಡ CSR ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸು ಮೈಸೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರೀ 4 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯಿತು. 2 CSR ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ, ನಿರಂತರವಾಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ CSR ಮತ್ತು ಧ್ವನಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಿನ್ನೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ರೋಚ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಫಂಡ್ ರೈಸಿಂಗ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಯಾರನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದೇ ರೀತಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಸರ್, ಗುರು ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳನ್ನು ಒಗ್ಗೂಡಿಸುವಂತಹ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾಲಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ, ಸೊ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ವಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್.
Thank you, sir.
ಹಲೋ, ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮೇರಿ ಫಿಲೋಮಿನಾ ಅಂತ. ನಾನು ರಾಮನಗರ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಹೆಸರು ಸೇಕ್ರೆಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಅನಿಮೇಷನ್ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ಫಾರ್ ರೂರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ಸೊ ನಾನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ಕೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂತಂದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ಮತ್ತು CSRಗೂ ನಮಗೂ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜನ್ನ ಏರ್ಪಡಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂತಹ ಈ ಒಂದು ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ಕೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್, ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟರಿ ಅಂತ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಾನು ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಇತ್ತೀಚಿನ ಕಾಲಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋಂಗೆ FCR ಅಮೆಂಡಮ್ ಆದ ನಂತರ NGOಸ್ಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಕಂಗಾಲಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಏನಿದೆಯೋ, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ NGOಸ್ಗೆ ವಿರುದ್ಧವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಸೊ ತುಂಬ ಗ್ರಾಸ್ ರೂಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂಥ NGOಸ್ಗಳು ತುಂಬಾ ಕಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ಗಳಿಗೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, NGOಸ್ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟು ಬಹಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನೆನ್ನೆ ಇವರು ಸಹ ಕಾದರ್ಲಾಲಿ ಸಹ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು, ನಿಮ್ಗೊಂದು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ನಾನು ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಚೇಂಬರ್ಗೆ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಸೇರಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಯೋಜನೆ ರೂಪಿಸೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು. ನಿಜವೂ ತುಂಬ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ, ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿರೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ CSRಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ, ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಂದಂಥ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿಗಳು ಫ್ಯಾಂಟಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್. ಅವರು ಮಾತನಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಸಹ ನಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ತಲುಪಿಸಿದ್ರು. ಬಸವರಾಜ್ ಅನ್ನೋರು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೇನೆ, ಅವರು ತುಂಬ ಶರ್ಮಾ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ CSR ಒಂದು SDG ಗೋಲನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅವ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ವಿಷಯನ ತಿಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದರು. ಬಂದಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಫ್ಯಾಕಲ್ಟಿಗಳು ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನನಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತೇನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅರೇಂಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಹ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಅಡೆತಡೆಗಳು ನಮಗಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದು, ನಾನು ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ಕೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನು ದೊಡ್ಡಸ್ತಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಸಹಭಾಗಿತ್ವದಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರೋದು ತುಂಬ ದೊಡ್ಡ ವಿಷಯ. ಹೋದ ಸಲ ಇದೇ ಥರ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದರು, ಅದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ನಾವು ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ವಿ. ಈ ಸಲ ಈ ಥರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸಲ ಒಂದು ಸೌತ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಹೊರ ಹೊಮ್ಮಬೇಕಂತ ನನ್ನ ಆಸೆ. ಸೌತ್ ಲೆವೆಲಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಧ್ರ, ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡು, ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ, ಕೇರಳ, ಈ ಥರ 4 ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಗಳ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಒಂದು ಒಕ್ಕೂಟ ಹೊರಹೊಮ್ಮಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿಯಾಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಬೇಕಂತ ನನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಆಶಿಸ್ತಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ತುಂಬ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇಡಮ್. So due to time constraint, so we need to start our first session by 10 o'clock. So thank you everyone for sharing of yesterday's experiences. I know many want to share yesterday's experience, but in the meantime until evening, so you can share with our friends. So I hand it over to MC.
Good morning all. Namaskara Mandiriki, Vanakkam. So thank you so much for your feedback. I think this is good feedback, in fact, so that we can able to connect more events. Now, so that we will be starting the day 2 first session. It's on CSR and CSO's joint action to achieve SDCs. It's now time for the first session of the day, the CSR and CSO's joint action to achieve SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. This session will explore how corporate social responsibility and civil society organization can come together to drive the meaningful impact. I would like to welcome our moderator for this session is Mr. Anjaney Reddy sir, ex-president and board of director for Fevourdk. Sir, thank you. Welcome. Along with him, so that we have an esteemed panelist, experts, Sheila Benjamin. So welcome you, madam. Please join. And we have one more panelist, Andre, co-guide company. And along with Ms. Bhavya. Please come. And we have Mr. Vinay K. ICT Academy. Yeah. Welcome all. So the topic of the discussion, the first session, is on CSR and CSO's joint action to achieve sustainable development goals. So welcome all, and I will hand it over to our moderator Anjaney Reddy sir to lead this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Harish Babu. So, dear NGO friends, we all know that since yesterday, talking about CSO, CSR, as a social sector, we represent fifth estate of the nation, or a fifth pillar of the nation. We are all engaged in nation building with our own commitment, with our own passion. We all know that we are very much needed at the grassroots level to educate, to aware various community, and to guide government and various developmental actors. The NGOs or CSOs playing a vital role in addressing various issues related to remote communities or remote areas. It may be women empowerment, agriculture, environment, disability, child protection, whatever. We are master of all and jack of none. So, as an NGO, we will be doing everything. And few NGOs are focusing on one theme. So, after 2013, we all know that Companies Act has come into force, where the companies make profit and they were not giving back to the community. So based on the studies, in 2013, Government of India have framed Companies Act 2013 CSR. As per that, whatever they earn out of 5, if it is more than 500 crores profit, 2% they have to contribute to back to the community. This 2%, as yesterday we understood of Dasra's presentation, that it is reaching almost 50,000 crores every year. It's a huge money and a huge resource to address our vision, mission, and dreams. But still, with all these opportunities, the CSOs and CSR need to understand various areas which need to focus as per the law. So today, we have very respectful dignitaries, panelists, to discuss CSR-CSO joint action to achieve our 2030 goals, SDG goals. So I welcome to present Sheila Benjamin, represent Tamil Nadu Forum. She has a huge experience in CSO. Madam, kindly present your things related to CSR, CSO joint action in achieving SDGs. So you are welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, co-workers in our journey. it gives me great pleasure to be invited to make a presentation on the CSO-CSR joint ventures to achieve the SDGs. I would like to explain to you, my presentation would be in 3 parts. Generally, of course, we've heard a lot about the CSR initiatives. There was a lot of learning, I think, to most of us over here yesterday about what exactly is meant by CSR, what are the different types of CSR groups, categories there are for accessing CSR funds. So in fact, it has been a very enriching experience yesterday, learning a lot. And I too, maybe with my vast years of experience, I also am still learning, and I've learned a lot yesterday. So now I would just like to make my presentation would be based on 3 aspects. One is a general, since it's a joint venture of CSR and CSOs, I think as CSOs, if you're trying to access CSR funds, there are certain norms and criteria which we as CSOs have to maintain, have to follow, have to understand to be eligible enough to partner with a corporate. That is very important because in today's scenario, of course, as per the Niti Aayog and the Government of India statistics, there are so many thousands of NGOs state-wise, big NGOs, small NGOs, faith-based organizations, and things like that. But I'm not going to talk about the big-sized NGOs because I think they know enough and they have enough sufficient access to CSR funds. But my concern here today, not only today, has always been the small and the medium-sized NGOs, the CSOs, who need a lot of information, basically please apologize, accept me if I am a little harsh at times because I'm talking from an NGO perspective. And I have also interacted with a number of NGOs, and I know that basically there are some inherent difficulties in NGOs in accessing CSR money or even doing a good program. Because, so my one aspect of presentation would be about the role of CSOs in accessing CSR money, and also with my experience with some of the corporates with whom we are working, their expectations, because their expectations are also a lot. I don't know when we access CSR money funds, we as NGOs, CSOs accept CSR funds, whether we are aware of that. But in any society, any group of people, because we are a group, we are a fraternity of NGOs, and they are a fraternity of corporates. So there are certain norms and conditions which we have to, I think, follow if you want to be recognized as good CSOs and to be able to access CSR funds. So today, these are the 2 ways that aspects that I'm going to talk about, one after the other. And following that, I would also like to briefly mention how we as a network have been able to access some CSR, not a very big, we do not have very big CSR connections, but we do have some. And as a network, how we have been able to access those. So basically, before that, I think I don't know what's up over here. Okay, so that's the basic introduction about me. So basically today, all of us know that also, and as CSR has emerged as a very powerful driver of sustainable development, complementing government's efforts to achieve the SDGs through joint ventures with CSOs. So this is a tripartite arrangement to develop, to promote the well-being of communities for a just and sustainable planet. So we are all working together, government on one side, CSOs on one side, corporates on one side, for a well-balanced, healthy, sustainable planet. And in that planet, there are communities like you and me, people who are better off than us, people who are less better off than us, who need to be treated equally, irrespective of caste, color, gender, and creed. So that is my basic understanding of how we as a tripartite group, we need to work. Of course, I don't think I'm going to, I don't think there's any need for me to focus on the government's initiatives. There's a lot, as it had been explained to us yesterday, government has got a lot of money. The biggest corporate is the government. But how, to what extent that money is being properly utilized for development activities is a question to, I'm sure, a question to both of us. So I don't think we need to delve into that part. And the other, so therefore, let us not talk about the government, but instead, I would like to talk about us as a fraternity of CSOs. And today, India has mapped its CSR activities according to the SDG agenda. And of course, as was explained to us yesterday, there are 17 SDGs with 169 targets to be achieved by 2030. So each SDG has 2 to 3 targets, pan-world, to be achieved. And every year is attempting to achieve this is being considered. And let me tell you, with all due apologies, India is also lagging far behind. And whether we could, in the by 2030, achieve the SDGs completely, the targets that have been given to us, is a big question mark. Because we are a vast country, a vast population, a pluralistic society. So for every society, every culture, there's a difference, the way we approach the situation. So in spite of that, so therefore, we as CSOs have a very crucial role in the implementing of these SDGs and contributing to the well-being of the communities. So therefore, Indian companies and corporates, when we work with them and align with them, we can address pressing issues like environmental issues. Today, besides health, education, livelihood, skill development, the environmental issues is a very, very major concern. Unless environmental issues are addressed today, we cannot talk about health, we cannot talk about education, we cannot talk about livelihoods. Because along with environmental education, environmental issues, the whole issue of climate change, climate action is a very pressing issue worldwide. And for no reason of us, unless we have a correct, accurate understanding of what climate change is about and take immediate action to address it, as I said earlier, whether we are involved in health programs, economic development, social development, I think nothing is going to help, because very soon, in the next few years, next few decades, there's a big question mark whether our generation will succeed, will be alive, because the way the planet is warming up today, the way we are having different disasters like flooding, drought, extreme heat strokes. This summer is also going to be very hot. So unless we address that, definitely we will not be there, or our generation will not be there to live in a healthy and sustainable environment. So therefore, environmental issues are also very important. Having said this, as CSOs, what are our responsibilities? As CSOs, I think it's very important that we need to be well educated, well informed CSOs. Because it's easy to start an NGO. It is very easy to start an NGO. But unless we are prepared in a systematic manner in terms of governance, legal compliances, good robust program and fund management systems in place, data management systems in place, we cannot function as a good NGO, as a sound NGO, and be able to access CSR money today. So therefore, as had been explained yesterday, in a very nice manner, how should an NGO be? How should a I'm so used to the word NGO, so forgive me for using that word. How sound should a CSO be? Of course, they have to be very strict in their compliance management. That is very, very important. When I'm saying compliance management, I mean as an NGO, whether we are registered as a society or registered as a trust, there are certain compliances with the government of India that we have to maintain. In terms of you're a society, you're registered as a society, your NGO has to renew its registration every year. Those documents have to be kept clear. For income tax, your 12A, ATG, 12AA, all those things, pakka, it has to be pakka, every year annually fined. If you are receiving foreign funds, your FCRA submissions have to be in time, and then uploading it on the website. So there are a lot of compliances. So unless we, and then if you are accessing CSR funds, of course, all of you all will know that CSR form 1, that has to be there, because most companies ask for that. Do you have that first? That is the first requirement, legal requirement. Do you have you registered with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs? So these are the legal compliances that I'm talking about. Every year your audit statements have to be audited. Every year your annual report has to be prepared and presented. So these are some of the legal compliances that an NGO should comply with in order to be understood to be a good NGO. And then, of course, we need to be transparent. See, unfortunately, what is happening, I don't know if it's happening in Karnataka, but in many other states, what's happening is there is a lot of competition between CSOs in terms of program stealing, in terms of territory stealing, in terms of staff stealing. I'll give you better salary, you come over. So that kind of a thing is happening in CSOs, which is not a healthy trend for CSOs. So therefore, it is very important, and I think Fevourdk is really trying to, by bringing all the CSOs together, is also acting in a very transparent way. So as an individual CSO, it's very important that I am transparent. Transparent in my program implementation, transparent in my fund management. I should be ready to share my audited statement with the concerned authorities. I'm not saying with everybody and anybody. That can lead to trouble. But I'm saying with the concerned authorities as per the CA rules. So that is very important. And then, of course, yesterday a lot of information was shared on managing data. We need to have a good database, because based on that, our activities can be planned. But along with managing data, I think what is very important is also interpreting that data. Interpretation of the data to understand your context. That is very, very important, because most of us are not equipped to do that. So therefore, we need to take help from someone who's good in data management, in data interpretation, analysis of the data that you have received. So that is also very important. And then, of course, we need to have a vibrant field where we work. We need to empower our beneficiaries. The word beneficiary is also wrong. Our clients. We need to empower them to be able to speak for them. Okay. That is as far as an NGO. But as far as CSR's activities are concerned, what is very important is the corporates also need to understand us. That is very, very important. Their expectations of us are very high. They need to be able to understand the context in which we work in. They need to be supportive of us, because we are talking of collaboration and partnership. So I personally feel corporates should treat CSOs as equals, a give and take. Because for both ways there is a give and take. For every rupee that a corporate invests, they expect a return. Because that is the rupee that they're investing is from their profits. So therefore they expect a return. And we as CSOs cannot return that money that they give us. But how can we show the returns? By our outcomes, by our achievements, and by the impact we make through our programs. So that is very important. So our outcomes, impacts, achievements should be measurable. We should not go in for very high impacts. There are as NGOs, we know the SMART principle. The SMART principle: measurable, reliable, accurate. All our achievements, outcomes should be like that. So that is where we can build the trust that the corporates will have a trust on us. And so therefore, finally, I would also like to say, as CSOs, this is my personal opinion, as CSOs, I think we need to look at integrated rural or tribal development, where we integrate, because just as the SDGs are all interconnected, one leads to the other. If you go on asking the question, so what, one leads to the other. And so therefore, our activities also have to be more than one specific activity for integrated rural and tribal development. That is very important. So therefore, I feel we need to have a long-term development plan and work with corporates in a phased manner. The first 3 years I will do this, the second 3 years I will do this. So when it is integrated, you look at health, you look at education, you look at climate change, you look at livelihoods, you look at wash, you look at health and sanitation. So everything that is, and so the whole area or the village can be developed. And so another advantage with this is that when you work in an integrated manner, there are a lot of possibilities and potential for accessing corporate money. Because you're not working in one particular field. You're working in different aspects of integrated development. So maybe one corporate could give you a CSR money, a project for health, while the same thing can be complemented for environmental education by another corporate in the same area. So in that way, we, instead of doing piecemeal work here and there, we can do the entire program in a limited area, in a dedicated area to contribute to integrated rural development. So these are some of the things that I would like to say. Of course, we need to have a presence on social media. We need to have our brochures, annual reports, which was explained yesterday. And there are companies which are willing to help us with that, NGOs which are CSOs willing to help us with that. Because we need to have a social presence, whether it is on through annual reports, audited statements, websites, brochures, case studies, and it's documentation. See, we as CSOs are very good in field work. I've been telling many of my friends this. We're very good at field work because we concentrate so much on that in completing programs, achieving targets, looking at outcomes and all. But what happens in the process is our documentation is poor. We do not have time because documentation is a specialized technique. You need someone to know the language to write the report for you, to write the annual report for you. So documentation is very poor. But if you want to have a good presence in the CSR fraternity, in the corporate fraternity, documentation is also very important. Good photographs, GPS photographs. Because the corporates, it's easy to get funds from international agencies. You write a proposal, it's a long distance thing. They'll ask you some questions, clarifications. You answer that, you get the money. But corporates are not like that. That's my experience. They are very particular about every aspect. How your objectives are aligned with your activities are aligned with your objectives. How are your objectives aligned with the SDGs? Because every corporate has a particular a soft corner for a particular SDG. 1 or 2. So how are those aligned? So we have to be very careful. Therefore, as CSOs, we need to be well informed on various aspects. So, and also have a good trained staff to help us with this. So these are some of the things I thought that and therefore, if there is good compliance by the CSO, good compliance by the corporate, joint ventures are easy to carry out. That is very important. So as a network, we have been accessing some corporate funds. We have got that. But we are also careful based on because the corporates have specific areas where they would like to implement activities. They don't do it where we want. It is their areas where they feel they would like to do it. So when we are accessing a thing as a network, we give certain priorities, criteria for our field offices, for our areas to access these. And coordination, monitoring coordination is very, very important. So, and constant communication with the corporate is also very important because they are also very particular, their visits. So international space, funding space is decreasing, but corporate internal funding space is available, but it also depends on how we as an CSO are prepared to absorb the money that they are willing to give us and show meaningful impacts and outcomes. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila Benjamin. So you have given a lot of insights with your huge experience. Now I invite Mr. Vinay to make his presentation.
Thank you. Good morning. Namaskara. Everybody is good? Okay, great. So I'm Vinay. I did my education here. Nandella education ille Bangalore, Mysore. Then had the opportunity to do masters in US. Alladmele about 10 years plus, I worked for various corporates in US. ಅದಾದಮೇಲೆ in the last almost 8 years, I've been in training and education, doing various both in the private sector and also in the NGO. So private sector ಮತ್ತು NGOನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗಲ್ಲಿ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಓಕೆ ಗ್ರೇಟ್. ಸೊ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಎಜುಕೇಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಾ? Schools, education, oh great, skills, employability, okay, fantastic, great. So I'll just, I think technical matte hege CSO, CSR, adella tumba, I think yes, from yesterday a lot of it has been covered. So I think Sheila ma'am also covered it very beautifully in summary. So I'll focus on the alignment. Hege CSO and CSR can align adondu, and technology and education, and a little bit I'll cover how these play a role with CSR and CSO. Okay. So first thing is alignment. ನಾನು ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಕ್ಷಯ ಪಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲೇಬೇಕಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಸೋ ಸಿಂಪಲ್. ದರ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಏನದ್ರ ಮೇನ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟು? ಮಿಡ್ ಡೇ ಮೀಲ್ಸ್. ಐಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಬಟ್ ಐಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಮೇನ್ ಎಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್. So the main essence is the midday meals, alva? It is so simple. Ella maklu bande bartare, right? If especially those that are in the in the rural areas, especially those that are impoverished, midday meals antakshna, right? They will be so tempted to come to the school and college. Yes, too simple nodi, but it is so powerful. So that I think as NGOs and as CSOs, we have to focus on that. Right? Something that is so simple and so powerful and can be mass implemented. Alva? So, and you can see that's why the alignment, Akshay Patra is funded by Infosys Trust. Alva? So the alignment has happened there, right? Usually CSR funds. So CSRs, they always look for scalability and then ease of implementation. Alva? So that is the true power of alignment. And same in education, right? I think Bharatiya Yuva Shakti kelirbodalva. So Bharatiya Yuva Shakti and Tata Trust, right? So Tata has and clear CSR objectives in education. So and then we all know that SDG ella align agide alva in the quality education. So the Yuva Shakti is focusing on clearly on certain employability sector. Right? That simple, maybe 2 focus areas in the employability sector and mass impact. Right? So these you can see that there are good alignments. When we have that clear alignment between what the CSR organizations want and what the CSOs want to do, and you can show that simplicity, that reachability, that impact, naturally they'll be interested. Right? So I think these two, I think, udaharanegulu, I think correctagi alignment is that, that's what we should, as CSOs, we should focus on. So coming to education, right? Today, there is technology, I think, has come a long way, right? In impacting education. Namge, I think, ellargu ChatGPT indre gotte gottalla. In the last 1 year, ellargu gottane? ChatGPT anta kelidira? Oh, I think a little bit lesser than what I had. So sumar janakke gottilla. Okay. So in the last 2 years, just to give briefly, generative AI in general, artificial intelligence, AI technologies anta ide. Adu tumba varshagalinda ide, almost more than a decade. But specifically generative AI anta, which has been very worldwide popular in the last 2 years. So adu ಏನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಜನರೇಟಿವ್ AI ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಕಾನ್ವರ್ಸೇಷನ್ ಆನ್ ಎನಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಚಾಟ್. ನೀವು ವಾಟ್ಸ್ಆ್ಯಪ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಅದೇ ಥರ, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಫೀಲ್ಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯೂಮನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಸಿಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಅದರ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಚಾಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಯು. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಪಯನಿಯರ್ಡ್. ಸೊ ಒಂದು ಜನರಲ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಬಾಟ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ, ಲೈಕ್ ಹೇಗೆ ನೀವು ಗೂಗಲ್ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಲ್ಲ ಆ ಥರ ಚಾಟ್ ಬಾಟ್ಗಳಿದೆ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಅ ಜನರಲ್ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್. ನೀವು ಯಾವ ಜನರಲ್ ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ there are specialized chatbots that we can build and we are also doing that work, where it can be essentially a tutor. It may not be as good as a teacher as of now, but technologies are always changing. But as good as a tutor. ಈಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಕಾಲೇಜಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಅಂತ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡಿ. ಸೊ ಹೀ ಈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಟು ಗೋ ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಟೀಚರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಮುಂಚೆ. ಸೊ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ದ ಜಾಬ್ ಆಫ್ ಎ ಟ್ಯೂಟರ್ ಆನ್ಸರಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ನೀವು ಆ ಥರ ಒಂದು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಿಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿ ದ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಅಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೀಚ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಲ್ ಇಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಡಿವೈಸ್. ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಯುವರ್ ಫೋನ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ಆರ್ ಈವನ್ ಅ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಫೋನ್ ಇಸ್ ಓಕೆ, ರೈಟ್? ಸೊ ವಿತ್ ದ ಬೇಸಿಕ್ ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ ಫೋನ್ we can give quality education and also employability skills as the first level, right? Because you can now, I think ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ಕೋರ್ಸಸ್ ಥರನೇ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗಿವ್ ಸಮ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋಸ್, ಸಮ್ ಕ್ವಿಸಸ್ ಟು ಟೇಕ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಬಾಟ್. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಇರಬೇಕು when they are learning ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ದೆಮ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ದ impoverished segment, if you leave them by themselves, very difficult. So this can be the first step. The second step can be, of course, expert. Nimmalli yaridare expert, they should interact. So this can become a good platform for great reach. So ಖಂಡಿತ I think ನಾವು Fevourdk ಜೊತೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, see how we can collaborate. I think this could be interesting alwa. Lot can be done through such information. So the second point, quickly I want to, ಇದೇ ಥರ ಬಹಳ ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. So I think I've made my point with one example. So then the second is, I think Sheila ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, climate change. I think that definitely is a very big SDG goal, as you might all know. And definitely India is behind. So climate, why should somebody care about climate? ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇನ್ ದ ರೂರಲ್ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜಿಂದ ಏನು ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಒಂದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ, ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ರೈಟ್? ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಾಟ್ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ದಟ್ ಈಚ್ ಪರ್ಸನ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಟು ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್, ಅದರ ಮಾಹಿತಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಕಂಬೈನಿಂಗ್ ಎಜುಕೇಷನ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕ್ಲೈಮೇಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್ ಕುಡ್ ಬಿ ಆಫ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್, ರೈಟ್? ಸಿ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಮೇಕ್ ಅ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ right, it can have a small, essentially it's a maybe a set of, it's a course antaralla, online course, I mean essentially taken on the mobile, plus with the chatbot, for example. ಆ ಒಂದು ಅದನ್ನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಇನ್ ವೇರ್ ಎವರ್ ದ ಸೆಗ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ಯುವರ್ regions and districts, if we can start with that also can be a tremendous impact, right? Because what each person can do towards climate change, I think is adinu sariyagi mahiti yargu illa, right? So I think climate change is, who is working on climate change? Yaar ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ? I think a little less, but we definitely, I think, need to increase that. I think we'll see how we can work with Fevourdk to do this. So on the last part, I think coming to again a little bit of the technology, I know CSOs and NGOs technologies ನಿಮಗೆ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಷನ್ ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇರಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಸೇ ಇಸ್ ದಸ್, ಇವಾಗ ಸುಮಾರು ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ಗಳು ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸಿ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಎಮ್ ಐ ಎಸ್ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಪ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ, ರೈಟ್? ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದ್ಯಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಯು ಶುಡ್ start to, because as everybody has been saying yesterday, right, you have to show data of your impact. So like this MIS ಆಗಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ ಕಂಪ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್, ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೈನ್ಸ್ ಆಗಲಿ, ಏನಿದ್ರು anything you take in subscription and you can get your job done. I thought it's an important thing for you to mention. And on the final, I think to conclude, the alignment between
CSRs and CSOs, that is, should be the guiding factor. The guiding for
your approach, and through that, more when you have that such alignment, extended period of work can happen possibly, right, between the CSOs and the CSR organization. Always keep them involved, keep their, especially reporting dashboards, right? Reporting dashboards in the MIS, or there are also other reporting software that you can use on a subscription basis. So when you keep them involved, Then the alignment happens. And same way, you can also involve them in some co-creation of the programs. Then they will be long-term interested. Alva? Our jotenu, what interests they have, because a lot of these software companies and their CSR groups, they also have a lot of ideas. So some co-creation involvement with them, plus finally, jointly you can then also make some policy changes with the government. So because they have the, in one sense, maybe connects and also the muscle power. So in policy changes beku government kadeinda. That also should be one of the agendas when you work with the CSR and CSO. So with that, I'll conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay. So giving your insights on CSR and CSO action.
Now I invite Madam Andrea, representing COGAI.
Hi all, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so I think we have met few of you yesterday. We had conversation with few of you where we have introduced our organization and product to you. So first let me thank the organization for giving COGAID an opportunity, to represent the organization here in this conclave. Special thanks to Bedri sir and Guru sir. Along with that, I am standing on behalf of COGAID, so I should thank the CEO and CTO of COGAID. So I will just give a brief introduction about my organization and the product and service system that we have, which will be helpful to most of the NGOs, right? So it's my privilege to introduce both to you. Yeah. To tell it's basically a story, right? So I have to take 2 minutes of my time to narrate the story how COGAID was initiated. So our CEO is a medical doctor by profession. So he did his master's from PGI Chandigarh, and then later on completed his family medicine and community medicine from University of Oxford and Vellore, right? Vellore, CMC Vellore. So this is what he was. And he was in academics. He practiced for some years. Later on, he headed the monitoring and evaluation team of international organization. So that's where the journey of COGAID started. And then there he understood one thing. So I'll take the information provided by the other speakers who from the morning session what they were trying to say. So basically, there are a lot of stories that each NGOs want to tell, right? You have too many stories. You are passionately working with people for many years. Now when compliance bodies or corporates, they come to you, they ask how well you are telling your story, right? It can be told in different way. It can be told just by numbers. And yesterday we had interaction with few NGOs where they said, when I asked them about their impact, they were saying we reached 5,000 beneficiaries. So that is the impact, right? So many a times we use numbers to say that those are the impact figures. So now corporates say, no, that's not so. It's just your output, right? The number of beneficiaries that you are trying to reach, it's just output. Not just corporate, but any donor agency, or they're becoming very particular, right? And then now, like, they ask, okay, you have this much output, you have conducted this many training program, this many beneficiaries. Now, what is the outcome that you are trying to achieve? So to achieve outcome, then you have to have a baseline assessment and endline assessment. I'm sure that most of the NGOs will be knowing what is a baseline and endline assessment. So, but let me try to, yeah. Good, thank you so much. So before the program, we have to conduct a baseline survey, and after the program, we have to conduct an endline survey. So why are we doing so? What are the reasons for us to do so? Thank you so much. So ma'am is saying that baseline is to assess the knowledge or attitude or perception or practice before the intervention, right? Before the program is getting implemented. Whereas endline is after you complete the program. So now they ask for that. What is your baseline data, and how can you prove that the program was effective? How effective is your intervention module, right? So these questions they ask. Now, those stages, now we know output are just numbers. Outcome means you have to prove, right, that the program is effective. And now come the final thing, and it's like, it's everywhere now. It's a hot cake. Everybody speaks about impact. So what is impact basically, and how long does it take to create some impact in the community? Any guesses? Thank you so much, ma'am. So, ma'am says that impact is long term. We cannot, maybe we have to wait 2 to 3 years to document our impact. So now comes the role of proper documentation, right? Proper management of data. Do you agree with me? Because all these are with data that you have, either quantitative data or qualitative data. Quantitative data are basically numbers. So you have a monitoring platform, maybe you will be able to tell me, this is the training, these are the number of trainings we conducted, this many beneficiaries we reached. All this, most of the NGOs will be able to say, at least the approximate number, maybe not the actual number, because you are reaching 25,000. Many NGOs here, they were telling me yesterday, they have reached 25,000 plus beneficiaries. So accurate numbers may be difficult, but at least approximately will be able to say. Now when I ask the second question, what about your outcome? So very few NGOs are trying to document their outcome, right? There is no baseline. Since we are working in this space for last 1 year, and we have worked with a couple of NGOs across the country now, so one common experience that we see is that many NGOs, they are struggling because baseline assessment was not done properly. Now corporate ask you, or any donor, they ask you at the time of end line, so prove your outcome. So without a baseline data, you won't be able to prove the end line result, right? And impact, definitely. So most of our NGOs have reached from output to outcome level, and long way to go to the impact measurement, right? So this is what I wanted to say. So here CoGuide comes into picture, where we have a product service ecosystem. It takes a lot of time to introduce the product to you. We have detailed features that support your meal. So that's not my idea today. I want to just tell you there's a product called REAP from CoGuide, which can support you with your quantitative data from monitoring to till your impact assessment. So one solution that can be customized. So many NGOs, they come to us and ask. Ours is an environment. We work on sustainability issue. Other set of NGOs, they say that we work on education. Other set of NGOs on skill development. So they ask, do you have different products for us? Or are you going to create different platforms for us? No. It's the same open canvas that we have. We call it as an open canvas, which can be customized based on each NGO's requirement. Whether you work on climate change, whether you work on skill development, we have one solution that support you through the entire journey. So now there will be few questions, right? So when I ask the data management practices usually of the NGOs, some NGOs say we rely on paper pencil now, right? Even now, because they're passionately working with people, and we also know the resource crunch. Right? Most of the time we have crunch, either financial resource crunch or manpower resource crunch. It can be any. So they say that based on requirement, we use paper pencil to collect the data. Other set of NGOs, they say that no, we are digitally enabled to that level. We started using Microsoft Excel. And third set of NGOs says we use Google Form. So these are the usual practices, and some privileged NGOs, as ma'am said, there are large scale NGOs who are quite privileged, who might have developed their own system, spending a hefty amount maybe, right? Because they are developing it for their own NGOs. So now, to track a person, right, to track a client, as soon as they are getting registered, measuring them, you need to monitor them. For example, let me take you this example. Many NGOs are working in the education sector. When Mr. Vinayak asked, so I got to know that many NGOs are working in this space. So maybe one example that I can give you. So maybe you are running an after-school program, just a hypothetical situation, right? Scenario where you are running an after-school program. So a beneficiary comes and registers first, right? So now how this product is different is when a beneficiary is getting registered or a client is getting registered, a unique ID is getting created. So yeah, so this helps you to continuously monitoring. This is one of the USP that we have in the product. So you can track that person from day one till the impact measurement, right? Till that space, you will be able to continuously monitor your client. So that's one. Then ma'am was also saying about the importance of analyzing your data, right? You have to analyze your data. So what happens, what is the usual practices in NGOs now? So how do you analyze the data? Excel? SPSS? SPSS and Stata. These are the few things that people say. So if it is qualitative data, few people might be using Atlas, NYVO, and other softwares that is available in the market. Now, to use those kind of platforms, you need to know programming. You need to know a bit of coding, right? To write the languages. The system won't take our language. We have to programmatically tell them this is what we want. Then you get the result. Now, REAP has the data analysis feature where you can do both descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. Again, descriptive analysis, some of you might be saying Google form also it's possible, right? We get basic descriptives using Google form. But in Google form, again, if you see, like maybe the unique ID generation, it's yet to come. And then even the inferential analysis at times, we have to go to Stata or SPSS to do inferential analysis. But it is integrated. Based on the data that you are collecting, you can do a real-time data analysis. Both descriptive and inferential analysis is possible. Now, other requirements of NGOs are basically, like you want a project planner, Gantt chart, right? Most of the donors will be asking you to prepare a Gantt chart. So we have a project planner. So your data gets entered there and then it helps you in planning, right? And finally, we have customizable dashboards. Many a times it's not just report, but as many leaders are here, NGO leaders are here. So you will be also knowing that every week or every day you want to see certain variables or certain metrics, right? So this dashboard, customizable dashboard feature is there. You can set any variable, right? Any variable from any form can be set up as your dashboard indicator. Along with that, we have a now you have collected the data, you have analyzed the data using REAP. So what next? You have to download the report, right? To submit the social impact report or donor-specific report, you have to download the data. We have a document editor feature as well, which can be downloaded, right? And can be submitted to your respective funding organization, whoever it is. So this is about REAP, and I will just take 1 or 2 minutes. If you have some questions, I'll be happy to answer. Anything about the product or monitoring and evaluation in general, you can ask me if you have something. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. So we are available, we have put up a stall there. So in case if you are interested, you can reach out to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. You touched more about data management, MSI system, how it can be integrated with the CSO's activities. Please have your pen. Thank you very much, all the 3 panelists. So given the light on giant venture of CSOs and CSR to achieve the SDGs. So I hope this session has been helpful to understand how we can together achieve the SDGs by 2030. Thank you very much, sir, all the panelists, and thanks for listening patiently. So there is an announcement, and we need to honor our respectful panelists, please. Claps, please. Oh, Vinay, sir. Andrew, please. I will honor. Thank you. Andrea, okay. Andrea, thank you. So, thank you all the panelists. So, there is a small announcement. You please. those who have not been vacated rooms, please immediately hand over the key. Otherwise, you have to bear the cost of the rooms. Room number 102, who is there here? 102. 306. 309. 310. These 4 rooms need to vacate immediately. Otherwise, those who are enjoying that rooms, they have to pay the cost of the 2 days, not 1 day. Okay. Hand it over to VN Murthy, Harish. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ಅವ್ರ ಕೈ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ಅಥವಾ ಇದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸೆಪ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
Thank you so much, sir. Anjaney Reddy, sir, and esteemed panelists. It was a very good discussion had with CSR and CSO's joint action to achieve SDGs. Can we move on to the next session now? So, sir? Okay, the next session is on partnership and collaboration, emerging trends and challenges. It's well connected, the present CSR and CSO's issues. Partnerships and collaboration are the backbone of the sustainable development. So we have to have our esteemed panelist, and it has been moderated by Dr. Babu Sajjan, the Board of Director Fevourdk. So I am requesting Babu Sajjan to moderate this session along with him. So the esteemed distinguished panelist, I would like to request Ms. Arati, Satwa Head, IPN, and Mr. Manohar Shrikant, Partner and CTO Satwa. Sir, kindly join. Ms. Arati Madam, kindly join. Mr. Shivshankar Nayak, Managing Director, KSBD, and Mr. Deepak Chomla, GIZ Advisor, NRM and Agro. Good morning. So now I will hand it over to Babu Sajjan to facilitate this session. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we're all here. Okay. Respected dignitaries, friends from CSO sector, friends from CSR sector, and officers from government. So, this session on partnership and collaboration, emerging trends and challenges in the social sector. So before going to the panel discussion, I'd like to brief about the panel discussion, the topic which we are going to discuss. As you all know, we're all trying to reach the unreached people in the society by making various efforts. I also request Mr. Lohit sir, Deputy Conservator of Forest from KSBDB on the dais, please. Partnership is in a transition stage now in the social sector. We know partnership in social sector is basically a collaboration between the organizations, communities, CSR, companies, research organizations to address the various social issues to reach the unreached people in the society. And this has been demonstrated very well in India and Karnataka. The basic benefits out of this partnership, we can see in terms of innovation, improved services, fairer workplaces, accountability. These are the benefits which you can see by the partnership in the social sector. How we can do all this partnership with various partners, information, evaluate the work done which has been completed on the ground with the community, and we can also celebrate the success. So this changing scenario needs to be discussed, shared with us and all the dignitaries available on the dais, and this will enlighten for a discussion. Before going for a discussion, I'd like to give a brief introduction of the panel members who are present on the dais. Today we have Mr. Shivshankar Naik, Managing Director, Karnataka State Bioenergy Development Board, Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Government of Karnataka. He is a 2008 batch KS officer and has worked with various capacities with the Government of Karnataka and Government of India. And he started as a Tahsildar, worked with the Law Department, DPR, CI, Education Department, Technical Education, Social Welfare Department, and including CM Office. Presently, he has been a Managing Director of Karnataka State Bioenergy Board, and he has been trying to coordinate, collaborate with various stakeholders, including CSOs, industries, CSR donors, and private consultants who have been working on the bioenergy and development. On behalf of all the friends, CSR friends and CSO friends, I request Mr. Shivshankar Naik on the dais for the discussion. Big applause to sir. We have another two delegates from Satwa, Ms. Aarti and Mr. Manohar. I'd like to brief introduction about Ms. Aarti also. Satwa is a well-known agency who has been working on the CSR sector and especially documentation and research, which has been helping us to the larger extent in India and Karnataka. Ms. Aarti is passionately believe in the power of content and knowledge to bring about the sustainable social impact in the sector. Aarti is also co-founder at Satwa, and she leads the knowledge practice publishing booklets, white papers, articles, narratives around inclusive business and CSR social impact. Hope many of us have the opportunity to see the presentations and knowledge and reports of the Satwa led by Ms. Aarti Madam. She also works on the creating platforms that brings together the social impact ecosystem leading to better decision making, investments and implementation of social impact. So I invite to this dais Ms. Aarti from Satwa wholeheartedly with a big claps. We have Mr. Manohar with Aarti Madam from Satwa to make presentation on social sector and collaborations. He's a technology leader with 20+ years of experience in the enterprise software and industry and 5+ years in the global leadership with roles and responsibilities on the technology. He has very much experience of conceiving on the new product offerings, taking them to the market, driving in the social sector, to the technology ecosystem of customers and partners and managing large-scale projects in matrix treatment. So he has wide range of experience and they have brought good presentations to make understand the CSO friends on the present scenario in the partnerships and collaboration. So I request all the panel, and I also welcome Mr. Lois sir, Deputy Conservator of Forest from Karnataka State Bioenergy Board, who has been working with the board for the bioenergy development, especially collaboration with the Forest Department and CSO partners in Karnataka, and hoping for the good results in the days to come. So once again, I welcome all the panelists from Satwa and Karnataka Bioenergy Board, and it is a mix of government partnership and private partnership. So together we can see how we can make best out of it and achieve out of it. So over to Satwa, Aarti Madam to make a presentation on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not yet. Can you full screen? It should still come. No. Namaskara, Vanakkam. Um, um, Thank you so much for having us here. A small additional element on the introduction. My name is Aarti Krishnan. There is another Aarti Mohan in our office. She's the co-founder of Sattva. I am more like a co-founder of a product that IPN, which is created under Sattva. So me, Manohar, we are part of the same team. So today, the focus, I think a lot of CSR-based discussions you have already had. I'll try and take it towards some interesting elements on the observation of data that we have captured at Sattva over the last 9 years of CSR. And how does that impact you? We'll try and perhaps discuss that. And what are the things you can look into to make this better experience in the coming decade? But before I start, a little bit of an introduction about what we do at Sattva. Some of these details I'll just quickly summarize. We are an impact consulting firm. We work on multiple areas of stakeholder connections, where it could be from the civil society to government to the large foundations, including multilateral agencies. The goal is to make societal impact at a scale level. And how this is achieved is we have different partnerships. There is a practice area which is on the family philanthropy. We have areas under foundations which is closely working with a lot of global agencies. The CSR is a very important area where we try and connect the non-profits with the CSR partners. And non-profit itself, right from strategy to program design and implementation or any kind of an impact measurement, all of that advisory support also we provide for all kinds of non-profits. And there are other areas where we work with governments, enterprises, as well as investors. So to specifically look at areas where we work with non-profits is institution building, very critical. Alongside what you see here, you will also get a demo of a product called India Partner Network that we have built to help small and medium-sized NGOs achieve institution building at scale. Program enablement overall, how do we facilitate your programs to get better? And how are you going to achieve strategic clarity in a long-term outlook, which has been already discussed in the previous panel. Elements on that are also being taken care of as part of our solutions to NGOs. Now, there are two products. One is called India Data Insights. That's basically a very well-established summary of different kinds of data points, cross-sectional and longitudinal data, and made it more available for all kinds of analysis when it comes to understanding the sector at large. And I'll share more details about this. We have put together as part of India Data Insights a study called the State of the CSR in India 2024. That's like a 9-year summary of what the CSR journey has been in the country, what are the big learnings from there. And that report also, I'll kind of give you a glimpse of that, and you can download the copy for yourself. India Partner Network, I won't speak much. My colleague Manohar will talk about it, and there's a demo as well for the product. Okay, so this one, I think I'll go fast. We already understand the CSR law. I'm sure it's already been discussed many times. But just to quickly summarize, 2014, the law came in place. Lots of amendments have happened to improve based on the awareness that is being built between the NGO and the CSR interaction. And we know that minimum 2% is what companies are required to do in terms of contribute, in terms of enabling the societal impact from the business lens. The key point here I wanted to call out is CSR is not a philanthropic activity. And this is something we do come across when we talk to many NGOs. How do they decode CSR to other philanthropy? To simply give an example, in a very lighter sense, when your child makes a mistake, you will correct the child, you'll give them an opportunity, and you'll wait for some years for the child to learn. That is your traditional philanthropy. CSR is like a relationship between husband and wife. You miss your wife's anniversary, you will be penalized. Maybe no dinner or an expensive gift. So if you understand the dynamics of this relationship, you will be able to better navigate CSR relationships. This also you are mostly aware, but I'm just going to highlight this in the interest of calling out where typically challenges come, and I'll cover this at a later point in time as well. Key focus is, if you stick around, we talked about 17 SDG goals, 169 targets, there are 232 indicators. All of these eventually, unless and until if it is not compiled within Schedule 7, your chances of getting CSR funding or continuing CSR funding is always on the question. So it's important you keep an eye on the section 135 of Schedule 7. Knowing this very well is very critical. So we prepared, like I mentioned a while back, and there's a QR code I've put for those who would like to download. We prepared this report called the State of CSR in India 2024. This is a summary from April 1st, 2014 till end of August 2024, and this report has come out on September. Now the purpose of this report was basically for organizations, all kinds of stakeholders, not necessarily only non-profits, all kinds of stakeholders to better understand CSR, and at the same time sharing the experiences of these NGOs with CSR so that there is a better awareness, and CSR, as more laws and amendments happen, can some of these reports contribute to a much more of a quality policy advocacy. Some quick summaries from the report. You can always read more in the detailed report which I shared on the QR code, but some quick summaries. So if you notice, we have generally had a growing trend. We started at 10,000 crores in 2014. We have today almost reached 30,000 crores. And this is like a 3x growth in 9 years in CSR. So clearly, CSR is wanting to be very active. CSR is wanting to find more projects and partners to work with. That growing trend has been there irrespective of COVID. Only thing, their thematic area changed during COVID because more focus was on healthcare. Now they are trying to bring in other elements as well. And particularly if you see in the last 1 year, it's a significant jump which has come to almost 13%. I also want to just, give you a sense from the last 5 years. If you see cumulatively, if you put all the last 5 years data, that's almost 2/3 of CSR funding which has come to the non-profits. What does that mean for us? First couple of years, CSR was trying to understand non-profits. Now they have a sense, they are also building their programs and readiness to work more closely with non-profits, and they are gradually increasing the fund size. At the same time, here comes the need for non-profits also to step in and understand how CSR works, which is what we'll discuss further. Key important summary from the last 9 years, if you see, 1.84 lakh crores have been already spent by CSR. And like I mentioned, we have had a 3x growth in the 9-year period. Last particular year was 13% increase, and 2/3 of what we have seen as a significant improvement in the last 5 years. Just to give a quick glimpse of sectors which have been very prominent. Education and healthcare, it has been very active and fairly stably growing in the last 9 years. What we have additionally seen is post-COVID, areas like environmental sustainability and rural development projects, they have also started to pick up. And if you see here the kind of geographies that the focus has been, mostly it has been pan-India, where definition of pan-India is the program implementation has been in more than 1 or 2 states. So that gets classified as pan-India. And Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Delhi and Andhra, these are some of the top ones. And slowly in the further slides, I'll give you a sense how we are going more regional on the funding pattern. That's an interesting observation to look at. Reliance and TCS has been the largest funder on this side. That's been a consistent pattern again. And we know that BFSI, the banking sector and the IT sector, along with oil gas, has been the top 3 contributors to funding. Sure. Let me just go back. So this is a summary of the 30,000 companies with a CIN number. They have provided this data, and it's a summary of that. This doesn't include the government data. Absolutely. But this is a summary of those 30,000 corporates, small, medium, large, who have.
No, what was my question is whether this 30,000 crores and the budgeted, what central and state government is doing the budgeting, right? So where you do have a comparative study on this in your this one report?
So if you actually go to the India Data Insights, which I mentioned, that's a compilation of government data, as well as these extracts from the government's MCA's records of the only these 30,000 companies who have so far provided their CSR information. So there are further, in fact, in a couple of slides, there are areas where we still did not get the data, and hence no reporting could be done on that front. But there are other additional government data, especially on rural development projects. There's a lot more of data available, and which is also linked to IDI.
Because a lot of funding is happening at the urban local body
That's
level.
correct.
Panchayati Raj. So
Yeah,
all
so
other departments do the same work. What was my question is whether you are able to interpret this in your report?
So the Panchayati Raj work, or for that matter, the rural development via government which is happening, that is, we have tried to separate the data because we wanted to kind of focus here from a CSR compliance standpoint. What is it that companies, when they are putting the CSR money, what is the expectation, what are the challenges that they have? We want to kind of focus this particular presentation on that. But the total of the entire money which is coming in from CSR, including the government agencies, that's a different data altogether. This is only for the 30,000 companies. Okay, here, just wanted to give you a sense of where, like I mentioned a while back, regional focus is coming in. So if you just try and see, this one is north. Just look at the larger, thicker bands, where north focus is going more towards north or pan-India. West focus is going towards west or pan-India. Same way, south focus is going towards south or pan-India. Now, this whole pattern shifting has actually happened mostly post-COVID, where during COVID, there was maximum amount of pan-India funding happening, but now companies are trying to go very regional. And we have a timeline view to give a sense of how this is really kind of shaping up. So if you see here, it's basically how the interest is shifting from just looking at a pan-India presence to can we work more closely with the community or the ecosystem that these companies are set up in. So this, if you see the pattern here, just around the period of COVID, there was a maximum spike in pan-India, but immediately it has started to drop, and the curves of various north, west, south zones have started to increase. So this is the funding pattern that we have understood, that companies are more interested today in going regional. Another interesting area of focus here is, I want to just highlight on this 100 to 500 crores and 50 to 100 crore data point. Rest of this is more of a regular increasing trending pattern. But if you see, what we have observed is while the CSR amount is increasing, the number of projects for these two categories started to decrease. But at the same time, the average ticket size, every size of the fund for that particular period, has also seen a significant increase, which basically means it's no more of I just want to complete a particular output-based work, but can we get more strategic and long-term with the CSR funding? So companies are also keen on exploring system-based or problem-based interventions rather than just a particular output-based intervention. And the other area of an interesting pattern that we saw is the amount of the money that is coming in. If we just have to get a sense of that, what we saw is one, this particular bar is the one where whatever is the company's 2% the profit that they've earned, they have to give that, they have kind of maintained steady. The thicker bar, which is kind of growing here at the bottom, it's basically more than the prescribed amount. So if a company has managed to make 100 crores for that particular, they have given way more than 100 crores. That's what the statistics is showing. So they are wanting to also go beyond the prescribed amount, wanting to work more closely with NGO as implementation partners to see how they can make a long-term outlook on these regional areas of development. And the same is an observation if you see on the zero spend. So zero spend is also on a gradual increase. What is additionally being observed through research is companies are actually systematically wanting to plow back the unspent amount into a long-term outlook with the non-profits. So all they need is a reporting from the NGOs letting them know that this is an unspent, and they want to park it for a 3 to 5 year window, which is what even the government's recent amendment is allowing them to do so. Here's a quick snapshot of what I talked about on the unspent. What we have found out is about 186 companies have managed to give out of 2,000 plus companies, where and how they are looking at unspent as a challenge. One is they have managed to transfer it to the various unspent CSR account, which is the significant percentage. The second is where they are wanting to look at a long-term outlook. And the third one is more of the challenges that these companies have faced because of which they have incurred unspent. And the lowest right now is the various government's unspent accounts. So CSR is also getting very strategically wanting to work with NGOs to build better relationships and make sure unspent can be reduced with time. Yes. Yeah. So most of these are in the cities. So yeah, most of these are in the cities.
They have to collaborate with the urban local bodies, Panchayati Raj institutions,
correct. So
and all our agencies and all our friends who are here, right?
Yeah.
So they should be provided a platform wherein these companies which are not able to spend the money, right? Because our people are doing a lot of activities.
Correct.
So how are you going to correlate it? Maybe that you have to do this one.
So
that will be better.
one is, so I would, yeah. Another observation that we had was the aspirational district. So if you see those small blue dot-like bar which is slowly growing, only in 2022-23 we have seen a spike of about 30% from the previous year. But aspirational district is still kind of not yet aggressively picking up compared to other rural development projects. And that's also somewhere attributed to the various latest updates which have come in only after 2018's, the Niti Aayog's report on the aspirational district. So we are hoping in the coming next 3 to 5 years, we should actually see some of these numbers also to improve. So just to quickly, so a lot more of these charts will be available in the report which I mentioned earlier. So you have enough to analyze and cross-sectionally look at these data points to see what fits you best. But at a very broad level, if I have to summarize the key emerging trends that we have observed is, like I mentioned earlier, they're getting very strategic. It has to have a systems objective, a problem-driven approach to defining projects. That's becoming very critical. So no more project per se, but it's more of really defining the problem that you're solving. And there's a lot of future focus is kind of as an interest emerging with the CSR, where as the society needs are changing, our NGOs programs are also evolving towards that or not. And some of this that we have seen based on the statistics is in education, these are the kind of projects that have, where there is elements of tech. Now it's not possible for everyone to have tech, but how else can you innovatively think from a more of future forward? That's the bigger question here for the nonprofits to work with the CSR. And focus on innovation research-centric projects. Now, many of the CSR are also now looking at systems-based thinking work. They are funding that. If there is any potential research, they're looking at that as well. So they are opening up in these directions. There's a lot of CSR to CSR collaboration. CSRs are coming together. They are trying to pull in their resources, knowledge, funds, networks, all kinds of support systems. So wherever there is an SDG overlap or any kind of a SDG intersection, they are trying to bring their forces together to see how they can work with more NGOs. And it's moving fast from being a fragmented, siloed project to something becoming more like a portfolio-based structure and a long-term outlook on that. So larger point being, it's very critical to align with the corporate strategy. The challenge which is so far still seen, and we are hoping in the times to come there'll be slightly better outreach on that front, is the focus is still more on the areas where the company is operating. The priority is still there, and that's perhaps is also because it's much more easy to maintain the governances and the various checks and balances of the project. Now, given all of this data, I'll just take a couple more minutes. Most of these have been discussed, but I'll just try and summarize from the data that we have observed so far. A lot of money is going towards NGOs which are far more streamlined, have a national presence. It's far more easier. Number of funds and the kind of competition to get those funds is mostly increasing for the small and the mid-sized organizations. And how do you really can do better? And these are some of our learnings from partners that we have worked with. Very standard challenges where we have seen right from either compliances or the broad misalignment of understanding the Schedule 7. What kind of challenges are there in the way your project got designed? Elements on overall poor documentation and reporting. So how a CSR is wanting to have, these are very important discussions to build with your CSR partner and then go down to actual program reporting, rather than just getting started directly and then making the whole engagement work from a long-term front. The other big challenge is this mismanagement of the unspent CSR funds. So CSR does understand many organizations find it difficult, but they need constant update and an awareness of what is the status of these utilizations, how much is the unspent likely to be, so that reporting can be better managed and you can avoid penalties. So this is another area which we have seen many NGOs do struggle with. And we have regional priorities, but we need to showcase more of it because it's an important element to get some kind of an awareness and an attention for CSR to take regional priority in interest. So regionally, whatever projects you are doing, how do we bring that to a highlight alongside the work so that they can try and consider funding that in your renewal? And last is broadly keeping in touch with your donor all the time, just addressing all their questions, whatever they need, whenever they need. A very friendly, continuous relationship maintained with them. So mostly some of these things are discussed. I don't want to spend too much time except for the fact that aligning with the company's business interest is the most critical thing which we have picked up in the last 5 years. It's important for NGOs, like I said, it's about knowing your wife well or husband well. It's the same logic here. Know your CSR partner really well. Understand their annual reports, understand their business objectives. What are they thinking? Where are they working? What are their expectations? That should be able to actually contribute to having a better project design and come across as a very strong implementation partners with strong systems, processes, your network clarity, what are the areas you can focus and help them bridge the gaps. Talking about it is very important. And the last but not the least, investing in your own capacity building. Where I mean investing, I don't necessarily mean by money, but it's more of making time for your team, you, as well as all the people in your community and networks to understand how CSR reporting works, what are the various compliances, and how you can provide better impact reports to them. That capacity building is super critical. Yeah, so largely, I kind of summarized it in the previous slide as well. It's about strengthening your governance, knowing first about what are your strengths and weaknesses, and my colleague Manohar will talk more about it, how you can build it via India Partner Network. But understanding the priorities, knowing your strengths and weaknesses, and aligning strategically with all the partners and building governances. These are the most critical observations that we have seen where NGOs struggle, and CSR don't find answers when working with NGOs. And our next presentation will perhaps address some of these gaps additionally for you. I'll pause here. Any questions so far?
Arti madam, thank you very much for your wonderful presentation, which compiles various data and the present trends ongoing in the country. I request, I think most of you have a question. In spite of the trend of 10,000 to 30,000, why you have not been able to reach the CSR donors? And you have mentioned some of the points also. But quickly, I request 3 points. What are the key reasons why you have not been able to reach the donors? Because in this hall, 90% of us have not been able to reach the CSR donors, and Karnataka is the second highest state which has been utilizing the CSR funds in the country. So quick 3 reasons why you have not been able to reach the CSR donors.
The first one is understanding CSR compliances and you as a non-profit, various elements of compliances. It's not just the registration documents, but it's about how you maintain those documents, how you update it. How does the CSR interpret it? Do you address their questions or not? This is one of the most important element of CSR areas of where challenges really show up to build a long-term relationship. Second is broadly on the overall program design, implementation, and the end impact measurement. Every CSR has their SDG. We have already discussed about it. They have their SDG priorities. They have their approaches to understanding the baseline, end line. It's a dialogue that is established once well with the CSR partner. When you start talking to them and understanding what their program expectations are, how they want impact measurements to be reported, what formats is it best to be presented to them in a report, in a PPT. Each of these, if you have complete clarity, it will help you have slightly more long-term one outlook. Second is they can ask you more relevant questions which will eventually help you have a better program design. The third is largely on your internal systems and processes. Your teams need that kind of an additional hand-holding to understand how CSR works. So you as NGO leaders, you may be very strong at it, but your team is on the ground collecting all this data for you. Do they understand this gap? Do they really see this well? Those elements also have to be addressed. I hope this kind of broadly answers the question. There are a few more details coming up in the upcoming presentation and the demo. You will understand this more from how we are talking from a CSR readiness. What are the things you have to further address?
Any specific questions from the audience? I think I have asked a question on behalf of you. Thank you very much, madam. Big applause to Aarti madam for the good presentation. And these reports are available on the mail website, and we'll also share the details of the Satwa team in the group. And now we are going to the IPN, India Partnership Network. Satwa has been coordinating and network, India Partnership Network, and I request Mr. Manohar to make a presentation on that, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Yellarigu namaskara. My name is Manohar. I'm the Chief Technology Officer of Satwa. Big thanks to Fevourdk for this opportunity. In fact, what I'm going to talk about is probably building on the question which was asked. So it's very nice to see that 30,000 crore of CSR money is going out to different players in the country. But why aren't grassroots NGOs receiving it, right? What are the gap there? So let's look at one aspect of it, which is related to capacity building. So my presentation is titled, Making Capacity Building Accessible to All. So when you say capacity building, what do we mean? By the way, how many of you have been part of Nirantara program from Dhwani Foundation? There are quite a few, right? Yes. So what Dhwani Foundation is doing with Nirantara program is actually capacity building, right? So how do you make your organization strong and resilient? So if you look at this, typically the funders give money for the programs. They don't give money for capacity building. So in fact, one of the previous panelists was also talking about how every rupee the corporate invests, they want a return. And if you're investing in some technology or if you're investing in something for building your organization resistance, they will wonder why, right? So it's always that question. But it's also not only about the money, it's also about how do you build capacity, right? Now, if you look at the situation, this is a report which Satwa also produced. In fact, in 2021, we found that the top 200 NGOs were able to get about 8,000 crores out of the 23,000 crores of CSR money, right? The top 200. Now, if you double that amount also, so the entire ecosystem is getting far less than what is available. And the growth of philanthropic capital is a lot more than the growth at which the NGO ecosystem is able to absorb that capital, right? So where is all this money going? Money is going to these corporate foundations, and not the grassroots NGOs. It's going to, for example, large universities and so on. So now there is a gap here, right? So how can we also look at enabling nonprofits to grow? And if you look at the nonprofit side itself, that's another study. They are struggling. They are struggling to also, of course, raising funds, but also resource constraints. How do you do the right kind of project management? How do you manage your finances correctly and so on? So there's a gap on that side too. Now, Dhwani Foundation, and there are a few other players who are offering these kind of Nirantara-like programs, high-touch capacity building programs, right? So they are assisted, either they're subsidized or sometimes you have to pay. It's largely for a closed cohort of people. And such programs are actually able to reach a few hundred nonprofits every year, right? What about the rest? That's a question we're asking. There are tens of thousands of nonprofits who also need capacity building support and ways to improve themselves, but not everybody can join a program like Nirantara, right? So they need self-paced self-learning. In fact, Nirantara also has Drishti now, and we'll talk about that. Open access, free content, so that you can go and improve your capabilities, vernacular offerings, and so on. And also access to all users, because what happens in a high-touch program is some people from your organization can go and join such a program. What about the rest? If the others want to improve their capacity, how do they do that, right? So that's where, so we've thought about a kind of a digital platform which enables a network, right? So that's where the whole theme also was collaboration and network and so on. So it's a platform which enables a network of ecosystem players. NGOs need support, and there are organizations which offer support, right? And the focus is really institutional capacity building, which means not areas like, climate or education and so on, but more organization development areas. And targeting, really, our focus is not the big ones. It's not the Akshay Patras of the world, right? It's really focused on, we are saying a budget of 10 crores or less or 15 crores or less, but if you look at the statistics, most of the NGOs on this network are, less than 2 crores. And it's a public good, which means registration is free. You get access to all these resources and the network for free, right? So that's in a nutshell. I'll give you a demo also of the platform. But the main thing is, see, there are many marketplaces there. This is not a marketplace. This is not a place where you say, oh, there are some funding opportunities, I go and so on. Yes, there are, in some cases, when Satwa works with corporate donors, you get access to donors, but that's not the main focus. The main focus is, institutional capacity building. Our target is NGOs. Only NGOs have a login. Corporates and others don't have. It's not for them, right? It's really targeting NGOs. And we connect these NGOs also to other capacity building partner. Dhwani Foundation is one of them. There could be other capacity building partner. I was just talking to a gentleman at the back there who's offering, again, services in the area of, proposal writing and others, right? So you might want some such support. So how do you find out whom to connect to? That's also happens via the platform, right? So the platform offers many ways, and I think I'll give you a demo, you'll get a better feeling for this. But the main point is that you can build capacity in different way. You can go and learn from a webinar, or you can download a document, or you can watch a YouTube video. You can take an assessment and so on. So we are not prescriptive. We believe that there are many ways to build capacity. You start your journey here, and then you will have to consult an expert externally as well, right? And that's where the network aspect comes in. So that's also about the collaboration point. So now, if I have about 10 minutes, I just want to take you through a journey. Excuse me, I'm not able to get the laptop here because of the connectivity, but very quickly, we'll run you through the platform. So, yeah, if you actually shift. Okay, so we're taking so let's take an example of an NGO, and the co-founder is Divya, right? And they're a 4-year-old NGO. Let's say they are in Karnataka. They are working on, some livelihood opportunities. So their current budget is 1 crore, okay? And they are working in one district. They want to scale to some more districts, right? Now, first 3 years, you cannot get CSR funding. You know that, right? So they have relied on a HNI for this. But now they are keen on CSR funding. So how to go about this? That's the challenge. So how to improve CSR readiness is a challenge. But then Divya doesn't have the time to attend a long program. So she wants to focus on actually what they're doing, the mission itself, right? So she learns about IPN, and then registers an IPN, right? So now, if you, let's just switch. Okay, so one of the things Divya learns over here is that, maybe Aarti, you can just scroll. So you can create a detailed profile of the organization. In fact, in the previous session, Dr. Sheila was talking about all the certifications, compliance, and so on. So this profile asks you, this has been built based on Satwa's 10 plus years experience of working with CSR. So we understand what the CSR organizations look for from an organization. So you build your detailed profile and you become, in that way, compliant to what the CSR organization needs, right? In fact, a lot of corporates also hesitate working with certain grassroots NGOs because they're not sure how compliant they are and how on top of this compliance they are. We've had a situation where CSR has given money to a nonprofit. 6 months later, when the project is still running, their ATG certificate expired, right? That's a very risky situation for a corporate because you're giving money to a non-compliant NGO. So they want to be sure that the nonprofits they're supporting are compliant. So the platform also helps in that. So if you maintain your profile, and if your certificate is expiring, you get a notification 6 months before saying, hey, this certificate is expiring, please do something about it, right? So this is just one way. Next, what Divya does, actually move to the other tab. It's okay, let's move to the other tab. The second tab, yes. So the platform also has a lot of resources, right? So this is a resource which is about becoming CSR ready. And we won't go to the details, but again, understanding the state of CSR, being ready for a CSR donor, what are the best practices, and also a checklist which you can download, right? So
seeds such as neem, pongemia, simruba, amura, mahua, and there are 12 NGOs who are associated with us for this activity, who look after 12 districts. There were two things for which we have come here. One is we want to have an interaction with the NGOs who are working in this field where they are also searching for CSR funds. And also we want to introduce ourselves that lot of activity in the field of green fuels, minimizing our carbon footprint, making our fuels more greener, and having a proper impact on the society. You may be knowing that Karnataka was the first state to bring the biofuel policy in the country in 2009. And later it was followed by the national policy on biofuel. And the latest amendments are also coming now, the green fuel policy, green hydrogen, and, yes, biofuel policy, green hydrogen. So we thought that just by becoming a board to encourage the green fuels, it is necessary to have a micro level connectivity, that is the rural connect, where I am very happy Sri Sajanji and other NGOs from Kalburgi, they have done a lot of work where this lean season, what we call Besge, the summer season where the Kharif and Rabi crop is over, the agricultural laborers collect tree-based oil seeds, honge bija, bevin bija, the seeds. They have a local collection point, and we have 34 centers. We have 34 biofuel research, information and demonstration centers throughout the state. These seeds are purchased at the local rates. Then these seeds are converted, that is, we have oil extracted from it. The oil is used to produce biodiesel. And we have in-house consumption, such as the GKVK in Bangalore, the tractors and the biodiesel vehicle, the biodiesel biofuel unit there uses the biodiesel for its in-house consumption. We want to scale it up. We want to have every kg of tree-based oil seeds generated with the help of forest department and also the board. We had two schemes earlier. We had one called the Hasiru Honnu and the another one was Bardu Bangara, where Hasiru Honnu helped farmers to have these plants planted on their farm bunds. We used to give 1 rupee per day for 3 years. Then the scheme unfortunately has stopped, and we have requested government to revive this scheme. But there are some organizations like this NGO. There is one organization called Nisarga which approached us. We are mentoring them. This NGO has gone one step ahead, where they are looking for companies, CSR funds, where they plant the trees with an RFID tag. They will take care of the tree, and you have AI assisted monitoring where I plant a tree. Because see, these all the people who have come here, you have come with some responsibility towards the society. So we have planted trees, but how many of us know that whether that saplings which we had planted earlier, has it survived? Is it in a good condition? No, we don't know. During my college days, when I was in NCC, NSS, we have planted hundreds of trees. But I don't know whether it has survived or not. Where this company, Nisarga, they have incorporated an RFID tag within the plant, so that if you scan it, the tree will tell, this is the owner, this is the species of tree, it was planted on this date. So they have done something good. And also, you will have a facility to see your trees growth every 3 months that what is the growth of your tree for 5 years. And also you can have a live look at the plantation, so that whether there is proper watering done or not, all these things they have incorporated. So we are trying to do these things along with the NGOs also. And biofuels will be a major part of fuels in the future. Already there is 20% blending of ethanol, which is a plant-derived product. There is mandate of 5% of biodiesel blending in diesel, compressed biogas, and ethanol from biomass, that is the waste. What the major part of ethanol what we are getting is from the byproduct of sugarcane industries. But now we have technologies which are far superior, which can convert any plant mass, leaf, twigs, trunks, barks, into ethanol. So these things, along with the help of the universities such as GKVK, IISc, we are trying to have an impact. I request the organizations, because already you are doing a very good service to the society. See that your vehicle uses some portion of green fuel or a major portion of green fuel. See, you may be replacing your vehicle. If you replace it with a CNG vehicle, it is compatible with the bio-CNG. And fortunately, two-wheelers, which form the major chunk of Indian transport, now two companies, that is Bajaj and TVS, have come up with CNG models. One is Bajaj Freedom and another one is TVS Jupiter, I think, if I remember rightly. There is a lot of thing which can be done by NGOs, especially in Karnataka. Because I have to learn more things from the adjacent states. As I am a state department officer, I am not knowing much about the adjacent states. But we have plans where the biomass, the waste after the crop, maize, once the grains are harvested, the cob becomes a waste. Now we have a very good company, Prespel, which is run by the ex-armed forces people. They are taking the entire cobs, they are blending with the groundnut shells and producing very good quality bio briquettes, which they are using for boilers, which earlier used to have coal. So these things, and specifically the Karnataka State Biofuel Board wants to have a policy which will be shortly launched in the month of April, where we want to have the entire chain linked. The farmer who, after harvesting his quality produce, the leftover is aggregated through biomass aggregators. The biomass aggregator will channelize it to either bio briquette factory or a bio pellet factory or a bio coal factory. The tree waste oil seeds, which already we have a chain link system which we have already developed, we want to procure every kg of the tree based oil seeds. We want to have every liter of tree based oil seeds generated to be converted into biodiesel. And there is a paradox where some quality trees such as neem and pongemia have a lot of medicinal values. The cost of 1 liter of neem oil is, as of now, it is more than 200 rupees. So sometimes it becomes difficult to convert that product into a diesel at 89 rupees. But we are happy because farmer is getting the benefit, the nature is getting the benefit, nature has a tree added to it, a farmer has an additional small income to him during this lean period of 3 months. And a step ahead, we are going for compressed biogas standalone models, where our Honorable Minister is about to launch a project where the panchayats will generate electricity for their own use, their street lights, their bore wells, their RO unit, and also their office, which will have a hybrid of solar, biodiesel generators, solar and CBG generators. And this we are in work on shortly, that is within this year, that is 25-26. Karnataka will have one significant development in the field of bioenergy. And I thank Babu Sajjanji for inviting us. We are already rising 20,000 seedlings with the help of NGOs, with the help of GKVK. And we want NGOs to have their nurseries in the next year. They have given a proposal to us. Why I was mentioning all these things is because other NGOs may be doing such kind of activity, because I saw out of the top 5 activities, rural development and sustainability are 2 important things where a lot of work has been done. A lot of NGOs are doing, they are getting funds. This field of bioenergy has to be seen in the context of a rural person with the objective of increasing his economic earnings. I am very thankful to give me such an opportunity. I thought it was an interaction, but it is a one-sided thing. Thank you. I am ready to receive questions from your side. 900 890 3078. Shiv Shankar. I will give my DFO sir's number also. 900 890 3078.
Shiv Shankar ji.
Please take my number 7892 7892 88 1386.
Yes, I am ready to take questions. Sir, ಆರಾಮ್ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತೀನಿ.
ಸರ್, ಇವಾಗ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ್
ಲೋಹಿತ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರ ಭಾಳ ಇಡಿಸ್ತು, ನಮಗೆ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ. ಆದರೆ ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ. ಹೊಂಗೆ ಬೀಜ ಇದೆ, ಬೇವಿನ ಬೀಜ ಇದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗೆ ಬಂದು ಇನ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ CO ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಪಂಚಾಯತಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ರೆಕಮೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಹ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಂಪರ್ಕದಿಂದ ಕೊರತೆಯಿಂದ ಅದು ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟು. ಏನು ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮುಖ್ಯ, ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳ ಸಹಕಾರ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ NGOಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಸಮಯ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈಲ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗಲಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾವ ಕೆಲಸನೂ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬಿದ್ದೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾವೆ. ನನ್ನ 30 ವರ್ಷದ ಅನುಭವದ ಪ್ರಕಾರ CO ಆಗಲಿ, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳಾಗಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ NGOಗಳು ಹೋದಾಗ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದೋಗಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಪ್ರಾಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳು ಬಿದ್ದೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾವೆ. ಮಾರ್ಚ್ ಎಂಡಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ನಾಳೆ ಮಾಡು ನಾಡ್ದು ಮಾಡು ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಸುಳ್ಳು ಲೆಕ್ಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ ಆ ಥರ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ NGOಗಳಿಗೆ. ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಬಂದಿರೋ NGOಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಇವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆಣಸಿನಕಾಯಿ ಭಾಳ ಬೆಳಿತಾರೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಮೆಣಸಿನಕಾಯಿ ಕಟಾವಾದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಗಿಡಗಳು ಸುಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಾನು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ತಿಂಡಿ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಊಟ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ಟಿಫನ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಇವು CSR ಫಂಡ್ನಾಗ ಈಗ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿಗೂ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಬಿಸಿಲು ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ, ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾಗ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟನ್ನು ಸಹ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ NGOಗಳು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ, ಅರೆ ಯಾರೋ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರೋ ಇಟ್ಟೇ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀರಿಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಒಂದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನಮಗೇನು ಅದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ದುಡ್ಡಿನ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ NGOಗಳಿಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಜನಜಾಗೃತಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಿರ್ತೀವಿ. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಮಟ್ಟದಾಗ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅನಿಸಿಕೆ.
ತಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಭಾಳ ಸೂಕ್ತವಾಗಿದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲೇನು ಅಂದರೆ, ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಅಂದಾಗ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಸಭೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಆಯಿತಾ? ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ನಡಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದರದೇ ಆದ ಒಂದು ಕಾನೂನು ಚೌಕಟ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಚೌಕಟ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ಪ್ರಿಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ಹಾಫ್ ಫುಲ್ ಹಾಫ್ ಎಂಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ತುಂಬಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಗಾಜಿನ ಲೋಟದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನೀರನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನೀವು ಅರ್ಧ ಖಾಲಿ ಐತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀರಿ, ನಾವು ಅರ್ಧ ತುಂಬೈತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಮುಗಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲರಿ ಇದು. ಆದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡೋದಾದರೆ, ನಾವು ಈಗ ಬಾಬು ಸಜ್ಜನ್ ಸರ್ ಜೊತೆ ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲಬುರ್ಗಿ NGO ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಮಸ್ತಾನ್ ಸರು, ನಾವು ಈ ಸರ್ತಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಐತೆ ಬೀಜವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಮತ್ತು ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ನಾವು ಮಾರಾಟ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ ತಕ್ಷಣ 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತಾ, ಟೆಂಡರ್ ಕರೆದ್ರ, L1 ಯಾರು ಅವ ಬರಬೇಕು, ಅವ ಬರೋ ಅಟ್ಟತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಿರ್ತದೆ, ಇವ್ರು ಸಿಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ 108 ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು, ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟಿಕಲ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳು ಫೀಲ್ಡ್ನಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವು. ಈಗ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲವು ಟೈಮು ಏನು ಈಗ ನಾವು MSP ಪ್ರೊಕ್ಯೂರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಐತೆ, ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಸರ್ತಿ ದಾಡಿಸಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಸಿ ಕಾಳನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಬಂದು ಇಟ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳೊಳಗೆ ಹೊರಗೆ ತೆಗಿಲಾರದಿದ್ದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟಕ್ಕಷ್ಟು ಗೋಡನಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಳು ಹಾಳಾಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎರಡೂ ಸೈಡ್ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ತಾವು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಈಗ ಕೆಲವು ಸಮಯ ರೆಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಯಾಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಇರದೇ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಅಡ್ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನಿಂದ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಾನು ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಮಾತಾಡಿಸಿದ್ರೆ ಇವರು ಯಾಕೆ ಸರ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೊಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ, ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ನಾವೇನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿವ, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ಆದರೆ ನನ್ನ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ವಾಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಡನ್, ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ದಟ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ 100 ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಇಫ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಡೂ ಓನ್ಲಿ one thing, let us finish off one and then think of the rest 99. ಮೈಕ್ ತಾವು.
ಸೊ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಲೈಕ್ ಹೌ ಟು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಕೋಲ್ಡ್ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವೇರ್ನೆಸ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ದ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ CSR ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ CSR.
ಈಗ ತಮಗೆ ನಾವು ಟ್ರೀ ಬೇಸ್ಡ್ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಸೀಡ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾನು ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ, ಹೊಂಗೆ, ಬೇವು, ಹಿಪ್ಪೆ, ಸಿಮರುಬ, ಅಮೂರದ್ದು ಬೀಜಗಳನ್ನು ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಸ್ಟೋರೇಜ್ಗೆ ನಾವು KSBDBಯಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ತಿರದ ಬೇರ್ ಹೌಸ್ ಯಾವುದಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಕೆನ್ಸಿ ಇದೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಏನು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ ಚಾರ್ಜಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ, ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನಿಮಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ನಾವು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಇಫ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೆಟ್ ಸಮಥಿಂಗ್
ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ಡ್ ಸರ್, ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ
yes
ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್.
that will be done, and you can contact Babu Sajjan sir, who will be leading, and Mastan sir also. I think why I am not able to see him. Okay, right madam, thank you sir. ತಾವೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರಿ. ಓಕೆ,
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, ಈಗ
ಹೇಳಿ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ನರ್ಸರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ಸರ್,
ಹಾಂ,
ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೀಟೇಲ್ಸ್
I
ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ
couldn't hear you madam.
ಹಲೋ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಆಡಿಬಲ್. ಈಗ ನರ್ಸರಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು, ಅದನ್ನ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ನಾವು ಅಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನ
ಮೇಡಮ್ ನಾನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್, ಹೀ ಈಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಟೀಮ್ ನಿಸರ್ಗ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ರವಿಶಂಕರ್, ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪ್ರಕೃತಿ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಪ್ರವೀಣ್. ಸೊ ಇವರು IT ಹೆಡ್ಡು, ಉಳಿದ 3 ಜನ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಫಂಡ್ಸಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಡೆಲ್ಲಿನಲ್ಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಈ ರೀತಿ 1 ವರ್ಷ ಬೆಳೆಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಸಿಯ ಬಾರ್ಕನ್ನು, ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮತ್ತು GKVK ಅಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಅದರೊಳಗೇ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇನ್ಸರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಗಿಡ ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೇ ಅದರೊಳಗೆ ಅದ್ರ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತದೆ. ತದನಂತರ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೊಂದು QR ಕೋಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಯಾವ GPS ಲೊಕೇಶನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಸಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎವ್ರಿ 3 months ಗ್ರೋತಿಂದು ಅವರೇ ಫೋಟೋ ಮತ್ತು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸಿ ಈಗ ಅವಾಗಲೇ ನರ್ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸುಮಾರು 20,000 ಸಸಿಗಳನ್ನ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸುಮಾರು ರಾಜ್ಯದ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ 1 ನಿಯರ್ ಕೊಪ್ಪಳ, ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗ, ರಾಯಚೂರು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ, ಕಲಬುರಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಬೀದರ್, ಇಷ್ಟು ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ 10 ಹೆಕ್ಟೇರ್ ಅಂದರೆ 25 ಎಕರೆಯಷ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ, ಅಂದರೆ ರೈತರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾವ ಪೋರ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸೋ ಫರ್ಟೈಲ್, ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಗಿವಿಂಗ್ ಈಲ್ಡ್, ಈ ರೀತಿ ಯಾಕೆ ದೇ ಆರ್ ಕೊಲಾಬರೇಟಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್. ಸೊ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ ಇಸ್ ಗೆಟಿಂಗ್ ಇನ್ಕಮ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಗುಡ್ ಥಿಂಗ್. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕ್ಯೂರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ DCF ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೀ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ನೀವು ರೈತರು ಸೇರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್, ಸ್ಕ್ರಬ್ಸ್, ನಾಟ್ ಫರ್ಟೈಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಇರಿಗೇಷನ್, ಬಟ್ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ಸ್ ವೇರ್ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಏನು ಬೆಳೀತಿಲ್ಲ, ಕುರ್ಚಲು ಕಾಡು ಟೈಪು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂಥ ಭೂಮಿಗಳನ್ನು ಇವ್ರು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ 10 ಹೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅಂದರೆ 25 ಎಕರೆಯಷ್ಟು ಭೂಮಿಯನ್ನು ತಗೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಟ್ರೀ ಪಾರ್ಕ್ ಥರ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಈಗ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ಸ್, ಇವರೆಷ್ಟು ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾರಂದರೆ, ಈಗ ನನಗೆ ಸರ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಬರ್ಡೇ ದಿನ ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೀ ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ಅಂತ, ಆ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಟು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇಟ್ ವಾಸ್ ಪ್ಲಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ್ ಆನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಸೊ ಬಹಳ ವಿಶಿಷ್ಟವಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ 5 ವರ್ಷದ ತನಕ ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಗಿಡ ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ನಾನು ಹಚ್ಚಿದ ಬದುಕೈತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದೊಂದು ಖುಷಿ, ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗು ಅದು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅದು ಭಾಳ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಚ್ಚಿದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಸಿಗಳು ಬದುಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು. ದೇರ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬೇಸಿಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ 10-15% ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಯಾಲಿಟಿ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಓನರಿಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಹಚ್ಚಿದ್ದು ಇಂಥ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಒಣಗೋಗಿದೆ ಅಥವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಜೀವ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಪ್ಲೇಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅಂದರೆ ಈ ಯುವ ಜನತೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಿಸರ್ಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಸಸ್ಟೈನಬಿಲಿಟಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕಾಳಜಿ ವಹಿಸಿ ಈ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ 1 tree ಸ್ಯಾಪ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟೆಲ್ ನನ್ನ ಏನು ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, 5 ಜನರ ಹೆಸರಿಗೂ 5 ಸಸಿಗಳನ್ನ ಹಚ್ಚಿರಿ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ರು 5 ಸಸಿಗಳು ಹಚ್ತಾರೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಆ 5 ಸಸಿಗಳ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ 5 ವರ್ಷ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಕೂಡ ಏನು NGOs, ಫಾರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್, GKVK ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಗ್ರೂಮ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ವಿ ವಾಂಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಟು ಗ್ರೋ. ಇಫ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ ಫಾರ್ಚುನೇಟ್ಲಿ ಎ CSR ಕಂಪನಿ ವಾಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೇ ನಾವು 1 ಎಕರೆ ನಾವೇ ಹಚ್ತೀವಿ ರೀ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಂಪ್ನಿ ಹೆಸ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂದರೂ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ತಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್.
I request Aarti madam and Manohar sir to on the dais, please. KSBD ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳೋದಾದರೆ ಕಳೆದ 14 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಸಂಘ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿವರಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗುಂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಚ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರುವಂಥ ಮಂಡಳಿ ಇರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಹಿತ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ಶಿಪ್ಪಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ MD ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬಂದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಂಡ್ರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆ ಈ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸಮರೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸತ್ವ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ನರ್ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಅವಕಾಶಗಳಿದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸತ್ವ ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಒಂದು CSR ರಿಪೋರ್ಟನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಗ್ರೋವಿಂಗ್ CSRಗೆ ಫೀಲ್ಡಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸಹಿತ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರೋದನ್ನು ಸತ್ವ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಎ ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್. ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಮನೋಹರ್ ಮತ್ತು ಆರ್ತಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳೋಣ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ MD ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಜೊತೆಗೆ DCF ಸಾಹೇಬರು ಬಂದು ಬಯೋ ಎನರ್ಜಿಗೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂಥ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಹಿತ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ನಮ್ಮ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ MD ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ MD ಸಾಹೇಬರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೋಕನನ್ನು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಸ್. ಸೊ ಆನ್ ಬೇಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್, ಮೊಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಟೋಕನ್ ಈಸ್ ಬೀಂಗ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡೆಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಟು ದಿ MD ಸರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ DCF ಸರ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ Mr. Dr. Suresh ಕೆಳಗಡೆ. I also request Vaishali madam to make a token of moment to Aarti madam. ಒಂದು ಜೋರಾದ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. And a moment of token to Mr. Manohar also. Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Satwa team and KSBDB team to be here with us, and we'll continue to work with them in the days to come. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you so much. So it was an excellent information. So thank you so much for all the panelists and the moderator Babu Sajjan sir. So thank you. It was an excellent session went through. This is what in fact so that we were required. So a big clap for the session and the panelist and the moderator. Thank you all. So now so that we will have a tea break for 10 minutes because we are running out of the time. Please be stick on to the timing. Otherwise so that it will be getting delay in the evening. So we will be punctual. So 10 minutes for the tea break so that you can have a tea and you can have a network with the friends. Thank you.
ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರೋರನ್ನ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕಳಿಸಿ. ಈಗ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದವ್ರನ್ನ ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಶುರು ಮಾಡೋಣ, ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓವರ್ ಆಲ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಕಮ್ ಇನ್, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಷನ್.
ಹಲೋ, ವಿಕಸನ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಹತ್ರ ಬರಬೇಕು. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಾಫಿ ಟೀ ಮುಗ್ದಿರೋರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಇರೋರು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಮುಂದಿನ ಸೆಷನ್ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತಿರೋ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕೆ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಹಲೋ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪೀಠದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಬೇಕು. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಕಾಡಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯ ಧ್ವನಿಯೇ ಮಿಗಿಲೆಂದಾಡುವರು ಕಾಡಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ಕೋಗಿಲೆಯ ಧ್ವನಿಯೇ ಮಿಗಿಲೆಂದಾಡುವರು ಕೆಸರಲಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ ತಾವರೆಯ ದೇವರ ಮುಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಡಿಸುವರು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಎಣ್ಣ ಮಡಿ ಮೈಲಿಗೆಯು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಮೂಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಎಣ್ಣ ಮಡಿ ಮೈಲಿಗೆಯು ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಮೂಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಮಡಿ ಮೈಲಿಗೆಯು ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಜಾತಿ ಧರ್ಮ ಮಡಿ ಮೈಲಿಗೆಯ ಭೇದ ಭಾವ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಡವ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ದಲಿತನೆಂಬ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಡವ ಬಲ್ಲಿದ ದಲಿತನೆಂಬ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶ ಸ್ಪೃಶ್ಯತೆ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರೇ ಬಿತ್ತಿದರೂ ಫಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವ ಪಾವನವಾದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಯಾರೇ ಬಿತ್ತಿದರೂ ಫಲವನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವ ಪಾವನವಾದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಮೂರು ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ ಹೆಣ್ಣನು ಪೂಜಿಸ ಜನರಿವರು ಅವಳ ನೋವನ್ನು
ನೋವನ್ನು ನೋಡಲು ಮರೆಯುವರು. ಹೆಣ್ಣನು ಪೂಜಿಸ ಜನರಿವರು, ಅವಳ ನೋವನ್ನು ಕೇಳಲು ಮರೆಯುವರು. ಕವನ ಬರೆಯುವ ಕವಿಯವನು, ಕಾಮದ ಕಣ್ಣಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡುವನು. ಹೆಣ್ಣೆ ಇರಲಿ ಗಂಡೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಸಮಾನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ. ಹೆಣ್ಣೆ ಇರಲಿ ಗಂಡೇ ಇರಲಿ, ಸಮಾನ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ. 3 ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ. 3 ದಿನದ ಸಂತೆಯ ಮುಗಿಸಿ ಸೇರುವರೆಲ್ಲ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ. ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಯ ಚಲನ ಜೀವನ ಮರಣ, ಜೀವ ಜೀವದಾಯಿ ಮಣ್ಣ. ಜೀವ ಜೀವದಾಯಿ ಮಣ್ಣ, ಜೀವ ಜೀವದ ಈ ಮಣ್ಣ.
ಶಿಶುನಾಳ ಶರೀಫ್ ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಗೀತೆಯನ್ನ ಬರೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು, ಬಿದಿರು
ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತ ಹುಲ್ಲಾದೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತ ಮರವಾದೆ. ಹುಟ್ಟುತ್ತ ಹುಲ್ಲಾದೆ ಬೆಳೆಯುತ್ತ ಮರವಾದೆ. ತಾಯಂದ್ರ ತಾಯಂದಿರ ಕೈಯೊಳಗೆ ಕೇರುವ ಮರವಾದೆ. ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು, ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತಳಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅದರುತ್ತ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದೆ. ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತಳದಿದ್ದೆ ಅದರುತ್ತ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದೆ. ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ತಳಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅದರುದ್ದ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದೆ. ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮೇಶ್ವರನಿಗೆ ರಾಮೇಶ್ವರಗೆ ನಂದಿಯ ಕೋಲಾದೆ. ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು, ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಪಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿ ದಂಡ್ಗಾದೆ ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯಾದೆ. ಪಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿ ದಂಡ್ಗಾದೆ ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯಾದೆ. ಪಲ್ಲಕ್ಕಿ ದಂಡಿಗಾದೆ ಪತ್ರೆಗೆ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯಾದೆ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಠದೊಳಗೆ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಮಠದೊಳಗೆ ಕಜ್ಜಾಯ ಬುಟ್ಟಿಯಾದೆ. ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು, ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು. ಅಂಬಿಗರಿಗೋಲಾದೆ ಗಂಡಿಗೆ ಬಾಸಿಂಗವಾದೆ. ಅಂಬಿಗರಿಗೋಲಾದೆ ಗಂಡಿಗೆ ಬಾಸಿಂಗವಾದೆ. ಇಟುಳ್ಳ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟಾಡೋ ಬಡಿಗಾದೆ. ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು, ಬಿದಿರು ನಾನಾರಿಗಲ್ಲಾದವಳು.
Thank you so much. Thank you. ಹಲೋ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಒಂದು ಜೋರು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೋತ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ರದ್ದು ಟೀ ಆಯಿತು ಅಂತ ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಸೊ ಹೋಪ್ ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ದ ಟೀ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್. Now so that we will be moving towards an important session on CSR key focus area for better actions. This is what so that we are all anticipating, because how do we correlate our work with the CSR point of view. Now we move into an important discussion on the key focus areas on CSR that can be lead to impactful actions. These sessions will be highlighted the strategic priorities and innovative approaches on enhanced CSR re-effectiveness. Moderating this session will be Dr. Shilvai, and ex-country director, ex-India Social Development Advisor. Sir, welcome you, sir. Along with him, so that we have a panelist, Dr. Haridas, team leads Caritas India. Dr. Haridas, sir. And we have Mr. Surendran M. Krishna, Manager CSR and ESG. Welcome. And we have Mr. Bharati Palaniswamy, Head CSR JSW Foundation. And we have Ms. Ashwini Kumar David, Operation Head, Dalmia Bharat Group. And we have Ms. Deekshita D, Project Lead, HCL Technologies. So now over to Shilvai, sir. So thank you. Welcome all.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? That's good. I usually have stage fear for a couple of minutes. That time you can notice that I am a bit tensed. After that, you become customized for that. So there won't be much changes in me, but you will feel okay, it's okay. There is no option. Thank you. Very good observation. Friends, since yesterday morning, we were reflecting quite a few points, mostly related to our relationship with CSR. Am I right? Every point was reflecting only on that. I was trying to put down some of the important points because they said we need to really focus on focus areas related to futuristic perspective. That was the understanding that was given to me. So in that way, I have tried to put some of the points, Adivasi's concern, employment or livelihood, climate change, agriculture or rural development, documentation, digital technology, local resource mobilization, networking among ourselves with CSR, and also outreach to other states. These are the points that we were discussing yesterday until this afternoon. Keeping these points in my mind, I'm going to request our members to speak on their experiences related to all the 7 sectors. And please add as and when you feel some more points are to be added. I'm happy to introduce my closest friend. I never know that he'll be coming here, but it was always a pleasant surprise to see Dr. Haridas from Caritas India. He is the team lead, climate desk and capacity building. This person is there in Caritas for more than 27 or 26 years. Such a dynamic person, and he has visited almost 10 to 15 countries on behalf of Caritas India to share about our experiences. And he is basically from Kerala, but lots of time he spent in Delhi, and then occasionally these days he visits his house. Otherwise, most of the time he is in the field. It's my privilege to invite him to speak to us about the experience of Caritas. And there is another friend of us, Mr. Robert, who is responsible for developmental initiatives in Karnataka. He is there for more than 15 years with us. I'm sorry, with us, that's the statement that I should not say. Earlier I was with Caritas, so I should not say with us, with Caritas. And on behalf of Caritas, Dr. Haridas will speak now. We have given 15 minutes of time for them. After that, we will stop and ask for any clarifications or discussions from your side, maybe for 5 to 7 minutes. Then we'll move on to another person for discussions. If this is acceptable to you, shall I ask Dr. Haridas to join us? No objection, no? No objection, so nothing is to be ruled out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Silvey. Respected panelists, my dear participants and dignitaries on and off the dais. I really appreciate the organizers for this favor, for connecting CSOs with CSR. This favor by Fevourdk and Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, MSME and startup initiatives. So connecting CSOs and CSR is very important. It starts with my family, in fact. I am a CSO representative. My wife is working in a CSR. She is working at TCS. So it is starting from my home only. So we used to have a lot of discussions and all that. We represent Caritas India. Caritas India main office is in Delhi. And we have presence in all the states. And as Dr. Silvey said, Mr. Robert is in charge of our office in Bangalore. Dr. Silvey was with Caritas for many years. And Jeshwar was with Caritas working in disability desk for many years. And many of you are aware of Caritas India. Caritas India is the largest networked organization in India. Largest network. That is why whenever there is a disaster, you can see Caritas personnel reaching within 24 hours. You can see them coordinating things and all that. And Caritas is the second largest humanitarian organization in the world. Everywhere there is Caritas. In 168 countries there is Caritas. So, and also our FCR is renewed for 5 years. And we have that, can I show you the PowerPoint presentation? Yeah. And we got that UN ECOSAT provision recently. So we have that consultative provision of UN ECOSAT. And we have a lot of experts. Dr. Silvey was one of the experts. I am basically a hydrogeologist. My specialization is hydrogeology. And I was a scientist before joining Caritas India. I was working with Center for Water Resources Management. And I was doing research, but now we are able to do a lot of actions in the field and a lot of satisfaction. I will show some of the good models that we have been promoting for the last 25 years. No, sir. First is Red Cross. No. It is, ECOSAC consultative power is to Caritas India. Yeah. So when I talk about second largest humanitarian organization in the world, first is International Red Cross, okay? Second is Caritas. Oh, really? Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. Great. We have a lot of you. So, and as I said, we have a very sound largest humanitarian organization, I told already. And we are one of the member organizations of Caritas Internationalis. I told you 168. And when you talk about the member organization, Caritas is one of the largest among all the 168. Caritas India, Caritas Philippines, like that. So we are connected with Caritas Internationalis, that is in Rome. And I have been working in Caritas as the climate desk head of climate desk, as well as capacity building for the last 26. Shall we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So we got a lot of awards for our great work. Even for Gujarat earthquake, we got the award. At that time, our Honorable Prime Minister was the Chief Minister over there. And we got our great award for our Latur earthquake when Arogyam was the person in charge. And recently we got our award for COVID response and all this. This is few. And Cambodia President gave us award for our help to Cambodia because through Caritas Cambodia, because Cambodia has got a lot of connection. Caritas Cambodia is having close collaboration with the Cambodia government. So we were helping them because they don't have much expertise on agriculture, water management also. We provide, for that we were recognized. Next slide, please. We don't have much time, that's why I'm rushing a little bit, 15 minutes. So this is the topic given to us. So I have two subdivisions for that. CSR key focus area for better action. Two things. One is on approach. Second one is on thematics. Next slide, please. So first one, I will talk about the approach. What would be the CSR focus when we talk about the approach? Number one, so we have to allocate resources in line with the intensity and the problems that is experienced by the community. Because we have to understand the real diseases. We have to understand the real problem of the community to design an intervention in the rural sector. Second one, we should synchronize all our CSR or any, for that matter, all the projects should have a connection with the sustainable development goal. That is our commitment. That would be our basic commitment. Definitely all organizations are doing it. And the third one is corporates are innovation hubs. Definitely they have a lot of innovations. And allow that innovation to flow to the community. So they are the innovation hubs and it should flow into the community, that could go deep into the community as models, definitely. And prioritize the capacity transfer, definitely. Yesterday we heard about it. Empowerment is very important. Capacity building of the people are very important. Unless you do, without capacity building, if you do any interventions, directly going into any program implementation is always a failure, 90% failure, unless capacity, people are strengthened. Next slide, please. And we have to go from short term. I know that I am involved in many CSR projects. I am providing the technical support to many projects. Recently, our project was one of the best in Palakkad. There is a place called Puducherry Panchayat. There are a lot of industries over there. And it's a drought-affected area. And we have done a lot of innovations over there. And a lot of innovations in the sense, not simple activities, but scientifically, systematically we do a lot of, and that project is the best among of that CSR now. They have informed us and they got award also for that. So this is very important. We have to go into a long-term perspective, not just for 3 months or 4 months or 1 year. There should be something for 5 years. Long-term perspective is very important. That's my experience. So respect the sanctity of and the self-reliance of the community. So community to be taken into consideration by developing anything. Discuss with them and develop some program on that. So empowerment is very, very important. Next slide, please. Empowerment is very, very important, and we follow this one. Whenever we do something in the rural areas, we have to have a proper communication, dialogue, and success, and we call it as FIT, F-I-T. All of us are doing it. All CSRs are doing it. What is this F? F is formation of self-help groups, Mahila Mandals, small groups, community-based organizations. That is formation. Formation, information for transformation. Form the community and inform them about different schemes. A lot of schemes are there with the government, central government and state governments, but many people are not aware of it. And we have some models I will show you that is not done by giving money from Caritas India.
Now the floor is open for question and answer. Please spend maximum of 5 minutes. The same person should not ask different number of questions. Keep it to 1 or 2 questions. Now the floor is open for discussions.
Carbon neutral we promote. See, for example, we'll calculate. See, for example, I was talking about community carbon collectives. So community to be mobilized on their lifestyle change. See, for example, if you are driving a car, a diesel car which is giving 20 kilometer, a diesel car when you put 1 liter diesel, it is emitting 2.7 kilogram of carbon dioxide. I calculate my carbon footprint. Sorry, I did not put it. I will show you. Similarly, you have a tree. I told you, ek ped makina, which is very, very relevant. A plant of 15 years can absorb 21 kilogram of carbon dioxide and emit 118 to 120 kilogram of oxygen. So that much wonderful it is. Similarly, see, India is getting 1,180 millimeter rain in India. India total, that is average annual rainfall. That is enough for us, in fact, if you conserve it properly. Kerala is getting 3,000 millimeter, Karnataka is getting 2,500 millimeter, Tamil Nadu is getting 2,200 millimeter rain, which is more than enough if you conserve it well through the fracture zone. This fracture zone identification is very important with this technology. So well recharging, pond deepening, and we can solve the problem. I am telling you, no need of too much of resources. If you have community with you, we can do it. Maybe if you are interested, maybe in the northern part of Karnataka, we have promoted something. Robert will share with you later when time permits. Maybe we can visit our office also. Definitely, it is in near Banaswadi railway station. Some of you can even visit Gulbarga, Kalburgi. We are talking na Kalburgi, Balgam, all these areas. We have a lot of good models. So it can be done. Waste management is one thing. Water management, solid waste management, liquid waste management, tree plantations, solar energy. We have subsidy for 3 kilowatt. We have subsidy 78,000 rupees, which is a very good opportunity for us. We have to promote it because government is going to stop it. So whenever this opportunity is there, we have to make use of it. Thank you so much. And we can discuss more maybe later.
But the question of when, later means when. Okay. Okay. Any other points? If not, shall we move to second speaker? Shall I? Thank you. Mr. Surendra K. Krishnan is the manager CSR Environment Social Governance. He represents an organization, GI, which stands for Consultant for Government and Industries. It's basically an organization of Canada-based industry. He has with him 16 years of experience. And this organization or this industry is doing lots of work, especially related to education, skill development, in the context of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, digital inclusion, environmental sustainability, and community development. If you speak about sustainable development goals, 13, 7, 6, 11, 14, etc., or some of the activities that they take it up, and I am happy to invite him, sir. Maximum 10 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thanks to all the organizers for inviting me here. Firstly, how many of you in the audience know or heard about CGI? CGI, anyone knows? You know? Okay, good. At least one of them know from the audience. Okay, okay. Good to see a couple of hands. My name is Surendran Krishnan and I'm from CGI, which is Consultants for Government and Industries, and we are an IT company. We are a Canada-based IT company, started in Canada 45 years back, and in India, we are present in 5 locations, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, and Pune, with 20,000 employees, predominantly working in IT sector. My background, I've done my MCA, and I was in IT for 8 years, and after 8 years, I made a switch to CSR. And that has a bit of background of me volunteering. I started as a volunteer in 2011, and with journey as a volunteer, I made a switch to CSR, and that's how I've been into CSR space. I started off as managing volunteers in corporate to now managing the entire CSR for CGI India. We currently work with more than 30 NGO partners across the country on 35 plus projects. Again, predominantly on STEM education, environment, and livelihood opportunities. Now, okay, the invite or what I should be talking about CGI, but I would like to also hear, whenever I talk, I go to few places to talk, but whenever I go to places, I would wish, what do the audience need to know from me than what I randomly talk about? While I have a lot of things to talk about, I have not prepared any PPT as such, but there are a couple of points that I would like to address, and I would like to address your queries, or what do you expect from a corporate. I know I've also been from an NGO space, so the first thing everyone would look at is how can we associate with a corporate, or how does the funding works and all those things. But beyond that, if there's anything that specific that you would like to know from a corporate, I would be happy to address. But the invitation was to talk about focus areas, key focus areas on how do you, how can the NGOs look at a corporate, and how can you foresee what is coming forward. On that point, I would like to tell the climate is going to be a focus area for the next 3 to 4 years at least from a corporate angle if you are looking at. Till now, CSR has been in the space for almost 10 years now, 11 years now. The major focus was around education. But now the shift is going to happen for the next 5 years at least. You will see a shift more towards environment or climate related projects. But because corporate is asking, should you switch? I will tell no. If you are focusing on education, if you're working on livelihood, please continue to do that. It's not that corporate is asking to shift to climate, you will have to switch. Do not make that. Your focus area or wherever you are strong on, that matters. If I am trying to associate with an NGO, then what is their focus area is what I would look at. It's not that an NGO doing 10, 15 different things, they can pick up anything I want. Rather than that, if I know an NGO which focuses only on plantation drive, then my preference would be that because they are experts in that. So that way, whichever field you are working on, my point would be focus on that and try to connect that to environment. Whatever education you are doing, whatever livelihood you are doing, can that connect to SDG as well as connect to climate? In every aspect, there is climate involved. You're working with children, you're working with animals, you're working with people with disabilities or persons with disabilities. Everywhere, there is some component of climate. Try to align to that. That's one focus. The other one is, what does the corporate strategy looks like? If you could do a bit of study on that. Before approaching a corporate, if you can see their website, what are their goals, what are they trying to do already, maybe not pitch the same project, but at least try to understand which domain they are working on. Because I do get a lot of requests on, okay, we can do anything that you want. Honestly saying, if a request of that sort comes, we would also be confused on what do we associate with. Rather than if an NGO is approaching us with a specific area, a focus one, okay, I'm working on this, I need support in this. If you support this one, we can make a larger impact. That would be more relevant. And see the company's priorities. Say CGI as a company, IT company, our focus area is, can technology make an impact in the communities? So that is our focus area. So if your project has some technology component into it, that could be one place where you can pitch in for it. So these are two focus things I would like to address, but I would be happy to address your queries rather than me talking. So I'll take a pause here. Any questions from any of you? Anything that you would like to ask about CGI or what do we do? Or any questions? Yeah. Right.
Has also happened, correct? But this component of what you call philanthropy funding is there, then organization funding is there. Government do annual budgeting for doing all these activities. But when it comes to accounting and when it comes to implementation and what is the final outcome of the project? So there I think so there's a lot of gap in between wherein you should be able to monitor, because I am the same person getting all the three things. Philanthropy, I get it. NGO is coming, I get it. Government is coming, I get it. But how are you going to monitor it? So there I think so there's a lot of gap where the funding is actually happening, whether it is reaching the downtrodden. Still people are what you call looking for freebies. We are in 21st century and people should have voluntarily told, we don't want any freebies, we'll buy a ticket. That is happening in a community, it is not happening. They are just enjoying it because all other things. So that is what, okay. You just link it. That's it.
Okay.
Madam, mic, take the mic.
Okay. So collaboration between government and the NGO or corporate, right? Okay. And on the impact assessment, definitely Yeah, there are gaps. It's not pure black and white, and all of us know it. There are gaps where projects either don't reach. There are multiple projects happening at a similar lines or similar funding. There, I would really appreciate what HCL has been doing on project monitoring. Not sure if any of you have worked with HCL, but the way HCL tracks on project that they take up, each and every line item they go through, and every time they go on field to check on the project. It's not that they just write the check and give it off to an NGO and then only ask for a report. No, they track in such a way that they are there in the project and they monitor the project. They know where their funding is going. They know who is getting benefited, including the names of the beneficiaries to meeting the beneficiaries. There are corporates who are working at a level that impact can happen. So that I can assure. And on the government association, definitely the corporates are looking for association with government through NGOs. While we cannot directly work with government because we can't influence government, no matter whichever government is in power, corporate as an entity cannot influence government to work with them directly. So we do look for NGO support to work with government, but not with political parties. Whoever is in power at that point, we would be happy to work with. It could be a tri-party agreement where CGI works with Atal Innovation Mission, then we work with BBMP for Bangalore Climate Action Cell. We do a tri-party agreement with the government to work on specific projects, but we are happy to associate with government. Now the point of why are we doing similar projects that the government is doing? We are trying to avoid similar projects. While if the responsibility of government is to lay the road, we don't get into lay the road. That's not our work. We work in places where there is government set up something and they are not able to run it. Say STEM labs that we run. Government tells that I give infrastructure, I give the lab materials, but I don't have the capacity to run. Can you bring in the capacity to run it? That's where it's a joint collaboration. It's not that we are doing whatever government is supposed to do. No. Government is telling, I don't have expertise in this. I don't have people who can come teach STEM education. And our innovation coaches are MTech guys. Okay? Them getting into a government job to teach a government school is a way difficult process than we onboarding them within 2 months to teach STEM education for a government school. So that's where we do projects to support government, but not to do whatever government is supposed to do. Yeah. To do a specific project, I guess, maybe we can, yeah, in general. Yeah, in general if there's, but we can discuss separately on. Yeah, yeah.
Sir?
One more question.
Hello, sir. May I ask a question? I'm Smita. I'm from Bangalore. I work for an NGO. Through our project work, we have realized that we have to focus on cyber security for adolescents. Your company, CGI, would it be open to discussion on this project to support us?
Again, that's a specific question we can definitely discuss, but cyber security is one of the core focus area since it is technology.
Yes, thank you.
My time is done.
Maybe last one question. If there is anyone to ask? Yeah, please.
I'm from Mangalore again. I'm from Mangalore, working for one of the organization, the Share Trust. We are mainly working for with farmers for the sustainable agricultural practices. At present, we are in need of CSR actually. I'm a bit bothered, even climate heat is increasing in Mangalore especially. It was 40 degree. But I just wanted to know whether do you support for us to plan these things. We are already working on those things, and about 15 years we are working on those things. But some of the things are very nice things which have been shared. We are interested to continue with it, but we just want to know whether do you, give us the guidance how to go about these things. We don't have the clear knowledge about certain things to how to go about. Not the strategy. I'm thinking about what type of things will fit in our Dakshina Kannada situation.
Sure. So guidance is available anytime, I would say. But the only thing is, all the grassroots organization also to understand is, even the corporates can accommodate to a level only. They cannot accommodate or partner with all the NGOs as such. There is a limitation, be it CGI or be it Dalmia, be it HCL. Every corporate has a limited, one is budget and limited capacity to handle. We are a very small team in the organizations who can handle, like we are 3 people handling 30 NGOs, 30 projects. So there are limitations for corporates, do understand that, but we can give guidance on how can you associate with a corporate to see how do you fit in over there. But if you ask me, can I associate that answer, I would not be able to tell now. There are different processes. It's not one person dependent as such. It's not me who takes the call. The proposal comes to me, I send it to a board, I send it to the CSR committee, then the 30-member team takes a call on it. There are processes attached to it, but we can definitely, we are open for discussions on what sort of projects, and then we can look at how we can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. And the key learnings for me from this presentation is, one is, whatever you do, do it. Don't just jump just because CSR is interested in it. Try to build your own niche. And from there, try to see how you can get connected to the environment or to the climate. This is a wonderful observation. The second is, try to include technical or technology into it so that changes can also happen professionally and technically also. That is the second point that we have discussed. Third, humbly accepted the limitations. We often say we are limited. They too have explained how difficult it is for them to process n number of projects. Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. Next comes Mr. Ashwin Kumar David, Operational Lead, Dalmia Bharat Group. This Dalmia, the moment we think about Dalmia, something comes to our mind. What is that? Cement, excellent. I also, the moment I think about Dalmia, wherever we go, we see display Dalmia cement, Dalmia cement. In addition to that, they also do sugar and then power industries. They are also known for sugar and power industries. And the SDC goals, I was asking him, Ashwin, can you please tell me? He said 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, like that he was keep on telling. That means that much activities they are involved as on now. So we are happy to invite him, and their organization of that industry was established in 1938. 38 in another 14 years, they'll be having 100 years. We hope we will be together at least for until that time to celebrate that program. This was initiated, they founded Jai Dayal Dalmia, and his family is known for this type of activities. With this background, now I invite you.
Am I audible to all? I normally wrap it up by 7 minutes. The time span is only 7 minutes. So we as a group, we are given a wonderful introduction. We believe firmly that everybody can achieve. But the issue is creating opportunities for them and be a better to you. Mike could be better. Okay. Creating opportunities and be an enabler for them to achieve their potential. this is about the group, and he had already shared about it. Normally, when it's about CSR, everybody says that giving back to society. This is the normal terminology, and we as a professional, we joined Dalmia about 15 years before. So we thought that giving back is okay. See, normally you give back, you repay the loan if you take loan. So what is it? We are working with about 500 farmers over there, who they're cultivating bamboo. They're going to supply it to the company as an alternate fuel. There's no fixed thing that has to be supplied only to Dalmia. This is picking up everywhere. And in the process, it will also sequester carbon. And while this is what we do, and there are 3 things. You also spoke about 3 C's, which was the coincidence that there is another 3 C here. So what with the limited learning, whenever we get any proposals, yes, statutory aspect, we all know that due diligence is taken care. What 3 things which I observe when I get a proposal is it a standalone proposal, and is it only one organization that's going to implement it, or they are collaborating with the line departments also? Because we know that in Tamil they say that Oor Koodi Theru. I don't know how to translate it. So, Oor Koodi Nanda Theru Ilka Mudiyum. Whenever you have a festival, you have that, what you say, Ratha, unless the village or all the players involved, it's not an individual which can pull, it's a group who can be involved to pull it. So we looking for the first to see, that's collaborate. We're looking for how many people are collaborating in that project. And another thing you also mentioned about government does into a lot of programs. Is it a convergence a part of the project? Not necessarily that a corporate invests 50 rupees, we can go ahead and invest 100 rupees also. If the other 50 rupees is through convergence, that ensures that the line departments are also involved, and there's a complementing effort, and there's no duplication in it. Third, which I look at is everything comes in, most of the time what we miss is the communication plan. Some of the NGOs are very good, we do a lot of work, we regularly communicate with the stakeholders, but when you see the proposal that comes in, this C is missing. As to what is the plan, how are you planning to communicate with the stakeholders, what will be the frequency, how is the project that's going to be monitored, how will that be communicated, will there be a project monitoring committee? Because Dalmia Bharat Group, we fund and we also receive fund. We closely work with NABARD, we closely work with Karur Vysya Bank, we work with Siemens, we work with Schneider, we work with a lot of corporates. So these are the 3 C's that I want to mention. And finally, again, it's connected with what you said. It's about action that leads to satisfaction. This is one domain, and I'm very, very happy to see a lot of bright faces, and the country needs a lot of collaborative efforts of the government, CSO, and in a little bit, corporates can also contribute to it. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I'm sure there will be only a few questions there.
You may work with collectives or NGO federation at district level or division level, state level, because sometimes individual organizations may not such compliances and all, but they are very qualitative and they are working there in the past 5, 10, 15 years. So in such a situation, there are, in many of the places we have a district network, divisional network, state network like that. Is it any possible to work like that?
We can explore it for sure. That's what the one thing is very clear is always about collaboration, and we co-create.
Yeah, because
I alone cannot go do things. It's about marathon. We all have to go together.
Great. One chapale.
Thank you.
I start from the last sentence. Action that leads to satisfaction. A lovely statement that you have ended. That all shows how we need to be good from the very beginning until the project is implemented and the reports are submitted, until the next stage takes place. Thank you very much for this wonderful explanation. And they are not only the donors, they also receive funds. So they know very well how difficult it is for us to prepare reports, proposals, and submit on time. So that is a gentle information for them to understand how we struggle when we prepare proposals and how we struggle to submit the reports on time. So we will be the same book in these aspects. We like the observation of you try to build networks with other organizations and also try to do farmer producer companies or organizations and collaboration. This is the word that you are again and again using. We are thankful to you for this information, and when we knock at your doors, be a little more patient to understand us and walk with us. Thank you. Pardon me? Yeah. But as long as we know that the patients will have better results, we don't mind to wait. But that there should be a space, maybe 1 month, 15 days, 30 days, not 12 months, 15 months, like that. Or no reply. Excellent. Very often we get a impression. I worked with the resource mobilization team in Delhi for Caritas for 4 years. Some of the proposals that we write, we prepare and submit, are implemented in the same name in different places because they are supported by CSR organizations. No, this is just because you said that. My humble request is, let us join together and lead this journey. It's not one day's journey. It's a long journey. Let us be with us because you are also a partner like us. Thank you. The next presentation is, we are on time. So you should not say, yeah. Dikshita, she is from HCL Technologies. When I asked her, could you please tell us what are your specializations? She is skill development trainer, responsible for all the activities, the trainings in the entire South India. And we are from South India. So it's an added advantage for us to get in touch with her to know more about skill trainings. And they say skill, education and skill development, digital inclusion, environmental sustainability, community development, skill development, all these activities are taken up by HCL. Dear friends, again I asked them, could you please tell us what are your SDC goals? She said, sir, 1 to 17. 1 to simply. And she has a reason for it. This we are doing, that we are doing, poverty we are doing, education we are doing, sustainable we are doing. It's, oh my God, I said, instead of writing 1, 2, 3, 4, I'll say 1 to 17. And lots of experience she has. She has more than 15 years of experience, and she started her career as an IT engineer. And yesterday also a number of us were talking, these engineers who were working in abroad, they're exhausted, and they try to come back and do something good in our country, which is a wonderful experience that we got. And this person from IT experience, I don't know whether she was in abroad or not, but from IT experience, she is trying to do something good for the entire community, especially in South India, for the skill development. With this note, I would like to invite you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And okay, I want to understand how many of us here are from NGOs? All are NGOs. All are from Karnataka? Kannada? No, from different places. All right, from South India. Very nice, beautiful. So to give a small addition to my introduction, so beautifully explained, but I started, my full name is Dikshita Ramesh, and I handle skill development projects along with my partners who are NGOs in South India, especially Karnataka. HCL Foundation is the CSR arm of HCL Tech. We are one of the largest IT industries in India. Everyone has heard HCL name? Yes. So that is about it. And HCL Foundation basically work on health, education, livelihood, and also on environment and sports for children specifically. All these are our thematic areas. We work on rural development projects, which is called as Samudai, which is our own founder's dream or brainchild, where we have our own center in one of the largest states in India, UP, where we are working on all these thematics again. And we are also working on in Thoothukudi district, Tamil Nadu, right? So there we have our own centers, which works across these thematics. In Uday, we work on urban development. So we partner with NGOs to implement the project on urban development projects. It is again cross-lining with health, education, livelihood, and also environment. Environment, we separated it since last year because as climate action is gonna be a lot spoken about and which we have a lot of work to do. The project name is Harit, and all these projects, majority of it, we implement through our partners who are NGOs at the end. And we work with 200 plus NGOs across India. We have reached around 6.5 million lives. And we are present in 22 states, 3 union territories. And we work around 240 plus districts around India. That's about HCL Foundation. And my journey, I have started as an IT professional. I did not go abroad. I denied to go abroad. But I had been volunteering for a lot. In my career, I've been volunteering since my early ages, since my school days. That's the passion I had when I decided to move from IT to social sector. I was fortunate to be part of, and I joined HCL Tech initially. That is where I am now, HCL Foundation, but initially I joined HCL Tech. That's where my career started. Post that, I realized that I was fortunate to be part of volunteering activities across Bangalore, different volunteering activities, different NGOs I met, and I met wonderful founders who were very, very passionate, and I knew where I had to be. I had to be in that sector. So one day I went and I put down my papers. I said to my manager that I cannot be, I'm moving to social sector. One question he asked, do you know how much do you get paid there? So I said, that is not the thing for me. I need to be there to make a change. And I put on my paper, I moved to a social enterprise or an NGO with a very small team. I worked there in a very rural segment on skilling, especially skilling with people with disabilities, which is a very niche and difficult area. Came up with an enterprise where we marketed products made by people with disabilities. And then that's where my expertise came in, where I worked intensively on production units, started training them, and also building an enterprise. Then now with HCL Foundation, and I'm working and heading in Bangalore, partnering with multiple organizations. The challenges, I'm coming to one of the challenges here. I wanted to discuss these points. Basically, how many of us feel it's very difficult to partner with a corporate or to get funding from a corporate? How many of us feel being in NGO, it's very difficult to work with a corporate or get a fund from the corporate, right? Many of us feel. So from being from the social sector and now with the CSR, what does a corporate look into? Majority of the things which corporate look into is how we are all doing wonderful work, okay, on the field. All the NGOs, as NGOs, we are doing wonderful, wonderful work. But are we speaking about it? Are we using social media to amplify what we are working? Right? How many stories are we telling about the work which our NGO is doing? When the corporate looks into it, also looks into what is your secondary leadership level. Inside our organization, we have seniors who have been working like 20 years in the organization, but are we able to build youngsters come into the organizations? Are we building the secondary leadership involving youngsters today? And then we have projects. We speak about we need funding for these projects, right? But have we done a baseline assessment to understand the right need of the project? What is it needed in the project? There are so many external agencies today who does these baseline assessments. Have we involved them, and have we done a baseline assessment in the areas which we are working? NGO's difficulty is, we know we are working, there is a problem, right? We are working. But on a larger area in our districts, which we are working, are we looking into a baseline assessment? And this is the report from an external agency. And why not corporate? Corporate will be very happy to involve, right? And work with you when there is a report saying this is what the need is in this area. So that is what I think today a lot of our organizations are missing. So that's where we have to improvise on. Second one is around technology. We have been doing wonderful work, but have we captured our work? We have numbers. We speak about we have worked with 10,000 people, right? Or 20,000 people. Have we captured using a technology? Majority of our work is still in book and an Excel sheet. Do you agree? Yes, majority of us work still in Excel sheet. Excel sheet ka zamana gaya. We have applications today which captures. We are in the zamana of AI, right? We give a question, the whole proposal comes out from AI. We don't need now documentation so much, right? AI can generate a proposal and give it to you ready-made. But are we speaking about documenting, using those technologies to enhance our work or to showcase this is the work we have done so far? So that's the challenges which, as a corporate, when we come and see an NGO which we have to partner with, we critically analyze these things. We critically see if NGOs are working, have we utilized any technology in their technology integration has happened to capture and also to monitor. Sir asked the question, do you monitor? How do you monitor? We get funds from everywhere, right? And for us, it is NGOs whom we are reliable on to give us the data. Because you are working on the field. We are working on the field. We know whom are we reaching out to. To monitor also, do we have applications? For example, simple way, a child development, right? Are we tracking the child development in an application? Education, the milestones of education which a child improves. Majority of us are working on child education. So are we tracking it? Do we have assessments? Have we come up with assessments to analyze it, and is it a standard assessment, globally accepted assessments, right? And again, on skill development, coming to skill development, which is my core area, how many of us here are working on skill development? Right, good number of hands. The corporates, when they were looking into only numbers, thank you. The numbers, once upon a time, we were only looking into numbers, right? We need to train so many X number of beneficiaries, Y number of beneficiaries. I guess that is also now changing gradually. We are now looking into impact after skill development. Are they earning? Is NGO only tracking them for 3 months and then there is no tracking which is happening? After 3 months of placement, what is that beneficiary doing after a year? Is the tracking happening? So these are the very intricate monitoring which is happening currently. When we are working on SHG groups, earlier it was only creating SHG groups. We will create around 200 SHG groups in our villages, correct? But now we are speaking about what are these SHG groups doing? Have they started their own producer company? And also to such a level that what is the income of these producer groups? How much of business they are doing annually? So we are going extensively looking into, is it only that our funding is going just for the training, or is it creating a long-term impact? For example, I'll call out one partner organization who is RDC, Rural Development Council, who is working on a tribal village with Irula tribes in the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. They work extensively. I remember they're telling stories that when they started working with HCL Foundation around 6 years back, the Irula tribes, actually whom they identified, the students did not go to school. They did not have any social security schemes. They had no public transportation. They started working with the government, getting with a little bit of funding support from the HCL Foundation side, but they majorly worked, advocated with the government, got in the road, and then the students, the first batch of students who graduated last year. So, and then they also worked on skill development program as such. Now they have started this year, last year, they have started even their own company called Melagiri Products Limited, and they are collecting the non-timber forest products and then marketing it and supporting livelihood of tribal women. And the income is already 5 lakh of turnover in the company, which is happening last year. And this year proposal they have pitched for 20 lakh turnover. How can we increase? So this is what corporates are looking into from the NGOs. This is what we are looking into, saying, how are you creating that impact for a longer time? I guess next year we will exit from that project because we are not much needed. Project is already sustained. So they will, if they're pitching into next hills where again there is nothing, no social security, no roads, they might send a baseline survey with an external agency, and then we understand and then we implement, we support them implementing their projects. So yeah, I guess I covered a lot of things. If you have any questions, please do ask. Yeah. Any questions? No questions? Oh, okay. Okay.
23 highest fund donation has done by HCL Foundation. I have just viewed in the Google that.
Yes,
so we
yes.
thank to that, but most of the NGOs doesn't know. So we have to view, all those NGOs should view which companies are working with a lot of that SDGs programs. Highestly HCL has done. Even
we work with,
I think you have crossed nearly 2,000 crores above also.
We annually is around 280 crores
Yes,
is our
yes.
budget. Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Yes, yes, please. Okay, we work on health, education, skill development, and environment. These are the verticals. I head skill development in Karnataka and South region. That's where more I spoke about skill development. There are different thematic heads who work on different aspects. Yeah.
Your percentage of spend on these three verticals you said, education, skill, and environment, right?
Health, education, skilling, In cities, we work in rural, so we work across 22 states. Yes, yes, covering all the areas.
Due to paucity of time, I am asked to write them within 5 to 7 minutes. I say 10 minutes. Thank you. Dear friends, from the presentation, I could understand it's not money that matters, but the passion. The way when she put the paper, they asked, how much you will be getting it. She said it doesn't matter. That's not the money, but the passion that has brought her very close to us. When she was explaining, I was thinking as if she is a social worker who is explaining us about the projects. In fact, I'm happy to know the effort that she is making or the organization is making in relation to skill training, especially focusing women. See, if you are talking like this, it's like you, we are also hungry. But the people have come from all the way. Could you please spare 5 minutes? That's enough. Friends, what they have explained is, do we have a baseline study? We have baseline study which is functional and workable. And from there, how shall we move? Include technology in it so that our job becomes much more professional and then we can keep moving ahead. The tribe, they are working in 200 NGOs, 240 districts, and especially with Irulas. And these Irulas are known for urban indigenous medicines. And we were fortunate to work with them for past 10 years from 1995 to 2010. These are the lessons that we have learned from all these four of you. I need 2 more minutes. Friends, from these experiences, what I would put together is, what we need is establishing of strong, transparent, accountable systems and processes to manage and oversee partnerships. As a result, enhanced reputation, improved partnerships, reduced risk, increased efficiency, and better decision-making process, digital technology, capacity building, and documentation. If we put all these together, then the association with us, with its corporate social responsibility will enhance. The last one point, I was asking Guru, what made you to invite me for this program? I am not a Kannadiga. I just asked him. He said, sir, what are you talking? I said, please tell me, why should I come here? He said, do you remember, because of your efforts, Karnataka People's Forum for Land Rights was initiated in 2000, and that had a strong partnership with Fevourdk. What else I should have a reason for it? It is true, friends, through HEX. We were able to do lots of work in Karnataka. And Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Andhra, 3 federations we have initiated. And Fevourdk is a federation. And he was making a organic links in a professional way. That's why he is president of Fevourdk, I think. Beautifully he presented it. We were able to do, HEX was able to mobilize 205,000 acres of land to benefit 152,000 families in South India. And whenever I had any doubts, whenever I need any physical support or a push, I usually ask Karnataka team members, shall I go through it? Shall I do it? What do you think? With their improvements, with their suggestions, we did a lot in Karnataka. Probably that is the main reason why they have invited me to be here. Federation is not individual strength. Federation is a collective strength. The need of the hour is federations. Be it in Tamil Nadu, be it in Karnataka, be it in Kerala, be it in Andhra or in Pondicherry. South India needs a federation. South India needs a collective action in every aspect. Let us meet later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Silvai sir, and all the panelists. It's an enriched presentation and information. Hope all of you have enjoyed a lot of information. So it's an excellent information and excellent session. Thank you so much on behalf of Fevourdk and all the members. So now, so that I would like to invite our district presidents, especially Harish from Mangalore, to honor Shilvai sir, providing a momentum. Majid from Haveri, Ravi Kumar, Basuraj, please come. So you can honor to Dr. Haridas, providing a momentum. Bani sir, Krishna Gaudru, give it to sir. Yeah. And for Dikshita madam, yeah. Yeah. We will have a group photo. So, yeah. 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 ಹಂಗೆ ತೆಗೆದು ಬಿಡಪ್ಪ ತೆಗೆದು ಬಿಡಿ ನಿಧಾನ ಹಂಗೆ. Thank you all the panelists and thank you. Now, so we will have the lunch break now. So we have to come back. 45 minutes will be the lunch break. You have to come back at 2:45. So please cooperate and be on time. Thank you so much. Anyhow, few more participants so that we are anticipating. So probably by another 5 minutes we are going to start the program because we need to close early. So the forum is open now. Any participants from Andhra, Tamil Nadu want to utilize this stage, want to, sing, please sing. ಹೌದಾ ಬನ್ನಿ ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಯಾರಿಟಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಅವರ್ ನೈಬರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಸ್ ನೈಬರ್ ಸ್ಟೇಟ್ಸ್. ತಮ್ಮ ಹೆಸರು? ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುಶೀಲಮ್ಮ ಅವರು ಹಾವೇರಿಯಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರು ಒಂದು ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹುಡುಕಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ದೇವರ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮಣ್ಣುಗಳ ಹುಡಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಬಂಧನ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನಂದನ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಬಂಧನ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನಂದನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯೇ ನಮ್ಮೊಳಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹುಡುಕಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ದೇವರ ದೇವರ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮಣ್ಣುಗಳ ಹುಡಿಯೊಳಗೆ ಒಳಗಿನ ತಿಳಿಯನು ಕಲಕದೆ ಈತರು ಒಳಗಿನ ತಿಳಿಯನು ಕಲಕದೆ ಈತರು ಅಮೃತವು ಸವಿಯದ ನಾಲಿಗೆಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಹುಡುಕಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ದೇವರ ಕಲ್ಲು ಮಣ್ಣುಗಳ ಹುಡಿಯೊಳಗೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
Commercial break. Hello. Hi. Had your lunch? How was it? Nobody said bad, alwa? Very good. Okay. So I invite our MC Harish Babu since yesterday morning. So he was making a MC. Since he has some emergency work, he has to leave. So I request Haki to present a token of appreciation with SMA. Big clap. Anybody is there from Tamil Nadu? Overall Tamil Nadu, please raise hands. Because we have received more than 40 people here. And since yesterday, there is no, except one person, no other person has been opened their mouth. I don't know why. Anybody from Telangana and Andhra? Telangana and Andhra, ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? So, తెలంగాణ ఆంధ్ర కూడా అవును నిన్న పొద్దున్న నుంచి ఒక్కరు మాత్రమే మాట్లాడినారు. వాళ్ళు ఏం కండిషన్ చేసుకోవచ్చినారో ఏమో తెలియదు కానీ ఒక్కరు మాత్రమే మాట్లాడినారు. ఇప్పుడు ఇంకొక 1.5 hour there will be program will be there another 1.5 hour. Now 3 o'clock, 3:10. So by 4:30 or 4:40 we are going to close the program. That will be okay? Okay. You can start. You can start. So, I invite to the stage Amali Naik, who is the State Treasurer Fevourdk, to lead the session or to moderate the session. Okay. So, the session is a way forward and learnings. So, what are our learnings since yesterday morning till now? And a way forward, what we do next. So we expect most participants will participate in this session. So I hand over the mic to Amli Naik. Please, madam.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So you have seen me for past 2 days. So I think no need introduction. So they introduced me. I am a state Fevourdk treasurer. So, and I run a NGO in Bangalore Rural, which is 27 years old organization. Mainly I work for disability and women empowerment. So from past, I can talk Tamil and Kannada. So anything I can, in between also I can speak. So Telugu I can understand. So now, because now 2 days we are here, so really it is wonderful opportunity for all NGOs. Are you agreeing with me? Yeah, because we had a different discussion, morning, afternoon, during lunch and evening time. Really, I would like to say a few words about Fevourdk. See, you know, Fevourdk is a federation of urban, rural, voluntary development organization network. So in Karnataka, 800 NGOs are part of this network. Yeah, so this is a state federation. Then we also have all districts, all 30 or 31. 31 districts, we have a district federation. So in district federation, almost we have 20 to 30 NGOs, they form a district federation. So then from district federation, members, governing members are selected for state federation. And Fevourdk has a very long history. So now to organize this is the first South CSR program. So Fevourdk has organized last year also CSR meet, but this is the first program, South India program. And really we are on behalf of Fevourdk and our valuable partners of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra and MSME Startups Forum. So they all extended financial support, technical support, and supported to identify expert resource persons for this program. So because of all their efforts, all the network efforts, today really we are filled with so much knowledge, informations, and really so much contacts. So from our Fevourdk, this is a small information I wanted to share because we had a very good accommodation. So everybody has given a feedback. Maybe small, some difficulties might be faced, but that is our part of life. Because we too said, because we have expected only 160 or 180 members maximum. But you might have seen yesterday, it is 230 to 40 members attended this program. So really, because we had told our board members said, so this is, we are not able to manage this many people because one of the reason is the accommodation. The another thing is all other facilities. Then resources also. But our board members said, people have some expectations and they have got registered and they have traveled from so far away places they have come. So we should consider their participation. So everybody got registered and we had a very good program. So it's a good accommodation and excellent speakers we had. So today we are going, because you from other states, you have traveled from Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Telangana, Karnataka. So you have spent lot of resources, time, energy, so you all have come. So now we had a very good sessions in 2 days, but what we are going to do next? So that is our discussion now. So because we too felt we wanted to invite representative from other states to the stage, because this is a South India conclave. So we want to do an action plan and also just a recap of from past 2 days. So just we'll wait for 5 minutes to reach our president to come. Yeah, we have identified, sir.
Okay. So from Tamil Nadu, Dr. Siluvai, because you know him, he moderated the last session. So because he had a long experience in NGO sector and rich experience. So representing Tamil Nadu and also what further we can do as a federation partners and also some action plan as a South CSR Conclave and also for Tamil Nadu partners and for all other networks. So we invite you to share the stage, sir. Yeah, please stand. Then from Andhra, I invite Mr. Rudra Sekhara Reddy from Margadarshi Action for Social Service, Tirupati, so as a representative from state of Andhra. Welcome you, sir, for the way forward session to the stage. Then Guru sir. So Mahesh Chandra Guru is a Fevourdk president. Yeah. So because these are the because we could have done only with Karnataka with the support of anybody from Telangana, from other states, we don't know. Any representatives are there, please, you can come to the stage. From Telangana, anybody is there? Yeah, please come. Yeah, Pondicherry, Odisha, anybody is there? Odisha? Pondicherry? Yeah. If you have more participants, I think from Andhra, 12 NGOs are attending. Telangana, madam, please come. Any other states, any representatives you want? Which state, madam? Kerala? Andhra, one sir is there? Yeah. From Telangana, Madam Sakru from Jeevan Adhara Society is here. Okay. Sir. Okay. Sir, he is from South India. Can you introduce yourself because I don't know your name, this one.
Munyasamy from Satya Special. My name is Dr. Munyasamy from Satya Special School, Pondicherry. Yeah.
So, welcome to all for this session Way Forward. See, if we look back from tomorrow morning, so we had an inaugural session. So, Mr. Neeraj Kumar Lal, so he has shared so many things. So, as a CSR, CSO, CSR, so corporate social responsibility, CSR, and CSO, civil society organization or NGOs. So, these two sectors, how to collaborate, work together. So mainly he concentrated and he shared about our governance, how NGOs has to build structure the governance, and also corporate also has they have a purpose. If something coming from the society, something should go back to the society. So then capacity building of CSOs partners, then speak the language of corporates, because these are important things. See, if anybody wants to go for a job, there will be a criteria. Maybe SSLC passed, PUC passed, then only they will get the job. So as an NGO, because all the speakers reinforced that NGO should have all legal compliances. And now technology is so much forward, which NGO has to adopt. So our website, social media, data, so everybody was reinforcing and they were saying that is the criteria. So if anybody calls for interview, if they are past SSLC, then they will take for a job. If a CSR company, if they want to give a fund, first they will do the assessment, the due diligence. So if we have all the documents in place, and if we speak the language of corporates, then we will fall into their criteria. So now it is my personal experience, it is 27 years old, I am in this sector. So this federation, why it is needed? Because our members also will ask what we are going to get from the federation. Whether federation is giving fund, whether they are giving project, no. Federation is not giving the project. It is connecting, it is giving linkages, it is organizing like these workshops, capacity building, and connecting people. See, rightly they have said, Manjunath sir from Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, because we have conducted, Fevourdk have conducted different workshops with Vishwa Yuvak Kendra. So from yesterday's speak, so he was constantly saying, NGO capacity building, civil society building towards building India. It is very much needed because NGO is very much needed. During COVID time, government was searching for NGO because in their government committee, one NGO has to be a nodal agency. So they were looking for NGOs. So NGO has a particular role to play. So we are, so many years we are working in this different geographical area in different verticals, but we have to update all our work and communications and organization structure. Then because all the people, those who are talking today and yesterday, they were saying that they have so much money. Nobody was saying that they don't have money. They were saying we have money, but we don't have right partner. So now this is the right time where our civil society organization, NGOs, we have to update and come together, and somehow or other we have to be part of some federation. Then only we will get like this participation, information, knowledge and all. So then we also had, so now South India CSR Conclave Fevourdk. So all the speakers clearly said that strengthening partnership, it is very much important, and aligning goals and objectives. So because so many things, now in the morning session, Dr. Silvai was saying, all those speakers, no, they are having SDGs, so Sustainable Development Goals 1 to 17. So because we are working on this purpose only, everybody was working on that. So towards Sustainable Development Goals, our aims and objectives has to fall on this, and effective communication and also engagement. So our communication and engagement is very much important, and measuring impact and accountability, because so much they are interesting that, see, sir, just if we go and ask for project, no one will give, because there is a proposal writing, then result, impact, indicator, evaluation, monitoring, so many things are there. So all these we have to keep in mind. So then only nowadays corporate will give a fund. So keeping all these, then capacity building of NGO, then skill development. Now we have heard all this. So now what we are going to do? Because we are going back. So 2 days we were out of family, out of our NGO. So tomorrow when we go, slowly we may forget what we have learned and what we are going to do. So slowly, oh, I have to take care of my own organization. I have this work and that work. But this spirit and whatever the resources spent for this workshop, and so many speakers you have seen. And so they have spent their valuable times, and this CSR, South India CSR Conclave was supported and planned with Vishwa Yuvak Kendra and MSME and Fevourdk. So with all these federations, what we are going to do? So now I have invited different representatives and experts from different states. So we will have a discussion with them, having all the experiences, all the knowledge. So what will be our future plan? So I will invite maybe Dr. Siluvai, sir? Huh? Dr. Muniyaswamy. Okay. So because from Pondicherry, so he has because from different state and union territory we have representative. So whatever the plan, so we will have their ideas. Then finally our Fevourdk president will say how we can go forward. So 5 minutes each, sir. Okay.
So thank you. Yeah, I think that my experience having such kind of a conclave is a great, very important, particularly for a civil society organization. So past 10-15 years, we've been intensively working with the corporates now. The one important aspect of my experience working with CSR now, I think that we need to follow that some consortium approach, because right now the biggest challenge in civil society organization, because our experience, we have been working for a disability sector past few decades, but organizing that civil society organization working towards disability is a big challenge. So that is because mostly the one issue that we are working in silos. That is a big challenge when you go and approach the big corporates, even tapping the resources. So that is very, very, very important. Even if you work in South India or particular geography also, then we need to figure out how many civil society organizations have been working in the particular area, that we need to work in a concerted effort. That is very, very, very important. Then we go with different plans, strategies and all those things. That is a very, very, that is one area. That second area is, I think that the morning that Satava group has presented, data. I think that mostly that data-driven decision, because that has been lacking in civil society organization, because that is not, so that is very, very, very important. Then also that close convergence dialogue with them, whatever we do that. So these are all very, very important to strengthen your effort working with the CSR. That's our experience, yeah.
Thank you, sir. See, as you said, it is very much important that mobilization of CBOs. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು NGOs ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಲ್ಲಿ NGO இதாரே, எங்கே எத்தனை பேர் NGO இருக்காங்கன்னா அவங்கள தேடி ஒரு குரூப் பண்ணுறது பெரிய வேலை. So mobilizing CBOs in their state or districts, that will be one of the action plan. And also data collection. So many NGOs are working and we don't have data. And also convergence, collaboration. This will be the major sector which Pondicherry will thinking that is the priority to concentrate. Thank you, sir. So next, I invite Madam to share from Telangana. Sakru boy. So, Madam will share their plan. Please, Madam.
నమస్కారం అందరికీ. నమస్తే. నేను తెలుగులో మాట్లాడతాను. నేను హిందీలో మీ అందరికీ అంత అర్థం చేయించలేకపోతాను. నేను ఎక్కడైనా మిస్ అవుతానేమోనని నేను తెలుగులోనే మాట్లాడతాను. సారీ, ఏమనుకోవద్దు. ఒకవేళ ఏమన్నా డౌట్ ఉంటే అడగచ్చు, నేను హిందీలో చెప్తాను. ఓకేనా? సో నా పేరు సాక్రుబాయి, జీవనాధార్ సొసైటీలోని డైరెక్టర్గా ఉన్నాను. జీవనాధార్ సొసైటీ గత 6 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి వర్క్ చేస్తుంది తెలంగాణలో. బట్ నేను 16 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి ఎన్జిఓ సెక్టర్లో ఉన్నాను, వాలంటరీగా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాను. సో ఈ ఎన్జిఓలో దాదాపు డాక్టర్ ప్రొఫెసర్లు అందరం ఉన్నాము బోర్డు మెంబర్స్గా. సో మేము గత 6 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి మేము చేస్తున్న దాంట్లో అయితే ఓన్గా మా బడ్జెట్తోనే మేము వర్క్ చేయడం అనేది జరుగుతూ ఉంది. సో దీంట్లో మాకెవరు ఎలాంటి సపోర్ట్ చేయలేరు, కానీ మేము కెరీర్ గైడెన్స్ మీద అయితే చాలా చేస్తున్నాం సార్. ఇదైతే మంజునాథ్ గారు అయితే మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేయాలి, ఎందుకంటే కెరీర్ గైడెన్స్ మీద అయితే ట్రైబల్ పిల్లలకైతే చాలా అవసరం సార్. సో ఏ వేలో వెళ్ళాలి, ఎక్కడ వెళ్ళాలి అనేది అయితే తెలియట్లేదు. మేము అలా చెప్పగలుగుతున్నాము, కానీ నిజానికి ఇప్పటి వరకు మేము అంటే ఏదో ఫండ్ని ఆశించి చేయట్లేదు, కానీ ఇంత సిఎస్ఆర్ అవకాశం ఉన్నప్పుడు మాకు కూడా వస్తే బాగుంటుందని మేము అలా చాలా కంపెనీస్కి అప్లై కూడా చేశాము. బట్ వాళ్ళు ఇస్తామంటున్నారు. 3 టైమ్స్ 4 టైమ్స్ ప్రజెంటేషన్ అయింది, ఓకే చెప్పారు. మళ్ళీ అసలు అలా ఎందుకు జరుగుతుంది అనేది కూడా మాకు ఏమీ తెలియట్లేదు. కానీ మా ఫోకస్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మేము చేస్తున్న క్రమంలో మేము ఇప్పుడు సాధించింది ఏంటంటే అజిమ్ ప్రేమ్జీ ఫౌండేషన్తో మేము ఫార్మర్తో వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్. 75 ఎకర్స్లో మేము ఫార్మర్స్తో చిన్నగా స్టార్ట్ చేసాము. అజిమ్ ప్రేమ్జీ ఫౌండేషన్ నుంచి ఫార్మర్స్తో మిల్లెట్స్ మీద ఆర్గానిక్ ఫార్మింగ్ చేస్తున్నాము. అది మహబూబాబాద్ డిస్టిక్లో అండ్ ఆదిలాబాద్ డిస్టిక్లో మేము చేస్తున్నాం ఫార్మర్స్తో. సో దీంట్లో మేము ఫోకస్గా చేసేది మిల్లెట్స్ జహీరాబాద్ తెలంగాణలో మీకు ఎట్లయితే ఉందో పూర్వ వైభవం రావడానికి ఫోకస్గా వాళ్ళు వేసి రైతులు అవి తినేలాగా మేము బిజినెస్ మోడ్లో వెళ్ళలేము ఇప్పుడైతే ప్రస్తుతము. సో అది ఒకటి. అలాగే మేము ఉమెన్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్, జెండర్, ఓకేనా, అడల్ట్స్ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో మాత్రము సెక్సువల్ అబ్యూస్ చాలా జరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి. సో మేము కాలేజ్లలో, హాస్టల్స్లలో, స్కూళ్ళల్లో మేము అవేర్నెస్ చేయడం అనేది జరుగుతుంది. సో ఇది ముందే మేము సో నేనేమంటున్నానంటే చాలా జరుగుతున్నాయి ఇట్లాంటి వాటిలలో మనం ముందు అవేర్నెస్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం చాలా ఉంది అనే దాన్ని అయితే నేను చెప్తున్నాను. ఎందుకనంటే జరిగిన తర్వాత రాస్తారోకలు, రోడ్డు మీద వెళ్ళడము, న్యూస్లో రావడం అనే ఒక 10 days జరుగుతుంది. కానీ పిల్లలకి నేర్పించేటప్పుడు పేరెంట్స్ రోల్ ఏముంటుంది, కమ్యూనిటీ రోల్ ఏముంటుంది. సో అది మన ఎన్జిఓగా నిజానికి మనం గవర్నమెంట్కి మనం అగెనిస్ట్ కాదు, కానీ మనం ఆ విధంగా మనం పనిచేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది అన్న విషయాన్ని అయితే నేను చక్కగా చెప్పగలుగుతున్నాను. అలాగే మేము ఎన్వైర్న్మెంట్ మీద కూడా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో దాంట్లో ప్లాస్టిక్ని నిజానికి బ్యాన్ చేయాలి, ప్లాస్టిక్ వాడకూడదు అనేది. స్త్రీలు ఎక్కువ వాటర్ వాడుతూ ఉంటారు, సో అది కొంచెం కంట్రోల్లో చేయాలి అనేది. అలాగే జల్ శక్తి అభియాన్ తెలంగాణలో చాలా ఇది చేశారు. సో డిపార్ట్మెంట్ వాళ్ళు మమ్మల్ని సపోర్ట్ చేసినప్పుడు కూడా మేము గవర్నమెంట్కి చాలా సపోర్ట్ చేశాం సార్. సో మేము గవర్నమెంట్తో ప్రతి దాంతో కన్వర్జెన్స్ అయ్యి వాళ్ళతో కొలాబరేషన్ అయ్యి మేము వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాము. అలాగే మేము నేను ఆల్రెడీ మేము హెచ్ఎస్సిఎల్ వాళ్ళతో కూడా కొలాబరేషన్ అయ్యాము. అలాగే తర్వాత పాన్ ఇండియా, ప్యూర్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళతో కూడా కొలాబరేషన్ అయ్యి మేము వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాము. ప్లేస్ గెదర్, గూగుల్ వీళ్ళతో. సో నేనేం చెప్తున్నానంటే నిజానికి సిఎస్ఆర్ ఫండింగ్ ఒకవేళ మనకి వస్తే గనక ఇంకా ఎలా రావాలి అనేది మంజునాథ్ గారు మాకు కొంచెం ట్రైనింగ్స్ కానీ అట్లాంటివి ఎన్జిఓ నెట్వర్క్లో భాగంలో మా కెపాసిటీ బిల్డ్ చేయాలి. మేము ఇంకా కొత్త ఎన్జిఓలం అనేది అయితే చిన్న ఎన్జిఓ, సో కెపాసిటీ బిల్డ్ చేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది అనేది చెప్తున్నాను సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
So hope you understood everyone, because our yakandre NGOs ivaga everybody coming together and doing network is very much important. So Telangana also will organize NGOs and they will have a network and federation and they will concentrate on different sectors. Thank you, madam. So now I invite Mr. Rudra from Margadarshi representing Andhra Pradesh. Sir, please way forward and your action plan.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం అండి. నిన్న ఈరోజు మనము ఇక్కడ చాలా టైం స్పెండ్ చేసి ఇక్కడ మనం కూర్చొని డిస్కస్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో మనకు ఒక సెషన్ అంటే ఆ సెషన్కి మించి ఇంకో సెషన్, దానికి మించి ఇంకో సెషన్, అట్లా నిన్నటి ఇవాళ దాకా ఒక మోడరేటర్ అనుకుంటే ఆ మోడరేటర్కి మించి ఇంకో మోడరేటరు, సో అలాగా ఒక ప్యానలిస్ట్ అనుకుంటే ఆ ప్యానలిస్ట్ మించి ఇంకో ప్యానలిస్టు, ఇలా మనకు ఈ 2 days చాలామంది మనకు CSR CSO కాంక్లేవ్లో చాలా విషయాలు షేర్ చేయడం జరిగింది. సో దానికోసం అనేసి నేను ప్రత్యేకంగా ఈ ఫెవార్డ్కే వాళ్ళకి కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ అలాగే ధన్యవాదాలు కూడా తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాం. నెక్స్ట్ వచ్చేసి వే ఫార్వర్డ్ కింద మాట్లాడాలంటే, సో ఫెవార్డ్కే మనకందరికి తెలుసు, ఈ ఫెవార్డ్కేనే కాకన్నా ఐ థింక్ 2019-20లో మన ఆంజనేయ రెడ్డి గారు తిరుపతిలో కానివ్వండి, మదనపల్లిలో కానీ చాలా ఒక 2-3 మీటింగ్స్ అయితే ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది. సో అక్కడ ఫెవార్డ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అనేది ఏర్పాటు చేయడం జరిగింది, ఒక కమిటీ అనేది ఏర్పాటు చేశాము. సో తర్వాత ఈ కరోనా రావడము, దీంతో అసలు అది ఏమైందో కూడా ఎవరికి తెలియకుండా అయిపోయింది. సో మేము ఫస్ట్ ఫెవార్డ్కే వాళ్ళని ఈ ఫెవార్డ్ ఆంధ్ర అనేది రిజిస్టర్ చేయడానికి కానీ దాన్ని ఎలా ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళాలనే దానికి వాళ్ళని సహాయం చేయవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాము. అలాగే ఈ CSR సౌత్ ఇండియా కాంక్లేవ్ ఏదైతే మనం ఇప్పుడు ఆర్గనైజ్ చేసుకున్నాం, ఇదే మిగతా స్టేట్స్లో కూడా ఏర్పాటు చేసి ఎక్కడ ఎవరైతే అక్కడ లోకల్గా ఉన్నటువంటి CSRs ఉన్నాయో వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇలా మనం NGOs లాగా వాళ్ళని కూడా కొద్దిగా అందరినీ పిలిచి ఒక కాంక్లేవ్ ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే బాగుంటుంది. స్టేట్ లెవెల్ అనేది కూడా మేము సజెస్ట్ చేస్తున్నాం. అలాగే మా ఆంధ్రాలో కూడా ఎప్పుడైనా మీటింగ్ ఏర్పాటు చేయాలంటే మేము ఖచ్చితంగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తామని కూడా తెలియజేస్తున్నాం.
ಸರ್ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಸರ್, ಮೇನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಈಗ ಸರ್ ಹೇಳಿದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್.
It's not working. Okay. So he shared about the experience of yesterday and today, that the opportunity of Fevourdk which has been created with the collaboration of VYK was an excellent opportunity to know many things about CSR. The sessions arranged with the moderator to moderator, panelist to panelist, was an excellent learnings which we had for 2 days. So such programs need to carry down at each state to learn more. This is about learnings. About way forward, like Fevourdk, so we have also organized a network at Andhra Pradesh before COVID. Due to COVID, it has not been functioning. So we need to address and make it more active, and we need to come together to fight for few things, issues across the states, and we are always with VYK to learn and fight for common cause. This is the theme of his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I invite Dr. Siluvai so to share your plan and also regarding to today's experience. Thank you.
Friends, I will not take much time. Only one sentence I would like to talk. The sentence is just like the voice of civil society. Have you ever heard of this voice? The voice of the civil society. Have you ever heard this word, the voice of the civil society? Where is it? Where did you see that word, the voice of the civil society, that sentence? Where did you see? Hey, not bad. I only read your bylaws. Not you all. Your bylaws talks about you, this one, Federation of the Voluntary Organizations for Rural and Urban Development in Karnataka, Fevourdk, wants to be the voice of the voiceless. Whether it is in urban areas or in rural areas, semi-urban, everywhere, you want to be the voice of the voiceless. You are really not that good people because you talk only about Karnataka. Why not in Tamil Nadu? Why not in Pondicherry? Why not in Karnataka? Why not in Telangana? Why not in Andhra Pradesh? This is the invitation that I would like to offer to you. You have grown 40 years. 850 NGOs are with you. Imagine, maybe minimum 10 to 25,000 villages are covered by you. Why don't you do the same exercises in our states? You have lots of opportunities. We are there with you to walk a common walk. Let us walk together because the cause is genuine. The last 2 days, we were discussing a lot about Adivasis, livelihood employment, environment, climate change, agriculture, plus something, artificial intelligence, formation and information trainings, empowerment, trainings, documentation, digital technology, networking, and I would like to add one more. In these days, most of the places we see old age homes. It's not only in urban areas or semi-urban areas, even in rural areas, this issue is coming up. They say you throw money, they'll take care. Can we give love by just paying money? Can we take care of that particular section of the society? Nobody would have talked about it, but my heart bleeds for it. Not because I am 66 plus. It's general request. They say no, geriatric subject. Can we also look into it? Thank you for this opportunity. I wish to work with you all together always. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I want to share that because we have booked a ticket to Dr. Siluvai. We cancelled, he said he cancelled, that doesn't suit the timings. Second time we booked, third time we booked. Then I told our staff, why you are booking so many times for this person like that? But after knowing you, having you here, really it is really worth, sir, to have you here, to with us. Because our president said, no, we should have Dr. Siluvai with us because he has all the background and understand this sector and really Fevourdk can support to form favored Tamil Nadu, favored Andhra, favored Telangana. So it can work together. Thank you so much for your inspiration, sir. So now finally I invite our president, Guru sir, to share a final because this is his thought and our favorite board. So everybody decided, but he has so much vision and visionary of this program. So I invite you to share the plan and regarding the sessions.
No, it is not mine, it is ours. Thank you. Anyhow, before I am concluding this, one of our guests has to come, another 10 minutes is coming. So just I am requesting you all, someone, 1, 2, 3, if anyone of you want to give any suggestions, just next 5 to 6 minutes, it's open to you. Yeah. Only next actions, not other, your experiences of 2 days or otherwise way forward. Relating to that, you have to specifically share your experiences or suggestions.
ನಾನು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೇ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. 2018ರಿಂದ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕ್ ಜೊತೆ ನಾನು ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು. 2018ರಿಂದ ಮಧ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಸರ್ ಒಂದು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅದನ್ನೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತ. ಓಕೆ
ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ ಬೇಗ.
2018ರಿಂದ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕ್ ಜೊತೆ ನಾನು ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. 2000 ಲಾ ಓದ್ತಿರುವಂಥ ಯುವಕರನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ನಮಗೆ ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದನ್ನು ಎನ್ ಜಿ ಒಗಳಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಮೈನ್ಯೂಟ್ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು CSR ಏನನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಭಾಳ ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿತು. ಹೀಗಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಅಂತರ್ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲೂ ಮತ್ತು ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ವಿಭಾಗ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿಯೂ ಕೂಡ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ ಎನ್ ಜಿ ಒಗಳು ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಎನ್ ಜಿ ಒಗಳಿವೆ. ಆದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿಭಾಗ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಥ ಆಯಾ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳ ಮಟ್ಟದ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾಗಿ ನಂತರ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳಾದರೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಫೆಕ್ಟಿವ್ ಆಗಿ ಎನ್ ಜಿ ಒಗಳನ್ನ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕೆಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಮಿಟಿ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರ ಮಂಡಿಗಳು ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಒನ್ ಮಿನಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ದಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ 1 minute.
ಹಲೋ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ಹಾವೇರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ NS ದಿಶಾ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದೆ. ಈಗ ಈ ಒಂದು 2 ದಿನದ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ ಸಮಿಟ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರದಿಂದ ಏನಾಗಬೇಕಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಈ ಜಗತ್ತನ್ನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಧಾತ್ಮಕ ಯುಗದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೇನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಂಬಂಧಪಟ್ಟಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಗ್ರಾಮೀಣ ಮತ್ತು ನಗರ ಪ್ರದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲರನ್ನೂ ಕೂಡ ತಲುಪಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ಆ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಮೇಕರ್ ನಾವು ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ಪಾಲಿಸಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ತರುವಂತಹ ಒಂದು ನಿರ್ಣಯಗಳನ್ನು ಈ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆ ಮೂಲಕ ಅನೇಕ ರೀತಿಯ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಆಡಳಿತಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವುಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದ ಅದನ್ನು ಆಡಳಿತಾತ್ಮಕವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನಗೊಳಿಸುವಂತೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳಿಗೆ, ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ತರುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೊಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಒಂದು ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ ಇದೆ. ತುಂಬ ಅಚ್ಚುಕಟ್ಟಾಗಿ ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ವಿಭಿನ್ನ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌಶಲ್ಯಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸಮಿತಿಗೆ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಧನ್ಯವಾದ.
Just want to give 1 or 2 suggestions for way forward. This is mainly based on the grassroots, the very bottom of the reality that I want to share. One thing is that our country is rich in many things, and especially the productive age, the youth. The youth population is more when compared to other countries. But at the same time, the job opportunity is very less. The reason is the demand-driven skills are not available with the youth. So the challenge is that both for CSR and CO, how are we going to cope up this? Are we going to equip our youth with skills based on the demand of the society where our country can shine in the coming years? That's one thing. And another thing is women. Everyday women, both in rural and urban, they thrive for improving their earnings. Apart from their household chorus, they demand, how much can I earn this day? What will be my earning for my family? What are we going to do for that? So this is the reality. Can we think of together CSR as well as CSO? Can we focus on how can we address this issue? One of the suggestions that we can, from our experience, we can say is that to ensure every woman with some improved income, she has to have a small business. And that business has to promote her income as well as it has to have some kind of asset for her so that she has a credible identity. And the third one is the children. They are the future pillars of our country. How strongly we are promoting our children. We talk about governance. Yes, for present governance we are thriving. But are we really contributing in developing the children towards the perfect or the quality governance? Are we educating them? Are we disciplining them? And including safeguarding them from the sexual exploitation, which every day there are painful situations. So my humble request is that both CSR and CSO have to focus on this, and probably each state and district level the thematic workshop can be arranged both by CSR and CSO for the way forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Subramaniam representing Vikasana Gramina ಮತ್ತು ನಗರಾಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಂಡ್ಯ. So I thank Fevourdk, Vishwa Yuvak Kendra and MSME for bringing us together on the platform where we have shared so many things and other things. Just I have 2 points. I request the Fevourdk and the other partners to emphasize on how to approach the CSRs and how we can linkages. That is the one thing. Second thing, that can Fevourdk plan organize a meet towards CSR and CSOs, like how other organizations are, like job fairs, what the other organizations are conducting. If we conduct such kind of job fair like thing on one platform, the CSRs and CSOs, it will be an added advantage for these associations. And thank you.
ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ಬಹುತೇಕ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಹಿಂದುಳಿದ ಗ್ರಾಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿದವರು. ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಲವು ಹಕ್ಕೊತ್ತಾಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರ ಕಡೆ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೊದಲನೇದು, ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಹಂತದ ಕಮಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ತಾಲೂಕಾ ಹಂತದ KDP ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆ ತಾಲೂಕಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಏನು ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಖಜಾಂಚಿ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅವರನ್ನ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅದೊಂದು ಸರ್ಕ್ಯುಲರ್ನ ಹೊರಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಕಮಿಟಿಗಳನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಹಂತದ ಒಂದು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರನ್ನ, ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿ ಅಥವಾ ಖಜಾಂಚಿಗಳನ್ನು ಆ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ ಹಂತದ KDP ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸುವಂತೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಸುತ್ತೋಲೆಗಳು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮುಟ್ಟುವಂತೆ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿನಂತಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಮೂರನೇದು, ರಾಜ್ಯ ಹಂತದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಈ ಪ್ರಗತಿ ಪರಿಶೀಲನಾ ಸಭೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ Fevourdk ಇದೆ ಅವರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ತಮ್ಮ ಅಹವಾಲುಗಳನ್ನು ಆಲಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾಳೆ ನಾವು NGO ಡೇಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೆ, ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ್ತೇವೆ. ಆ ವಿಧಾನಸೌಧದಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ ಹಕ್ಕೊತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ವಿಚಾರಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅತ್ಯಮೂಲ್ಯವಾದ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ನಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಈ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳ ಪ್ರತಿನಿಧಿಗಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, 10 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಐಡೆಂಟಿಟಿ ಕಾರ್ಡನ್ನು ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹಕ್ಕೊತ್ತಾಯ ಮಂಡಿಸೋದು. ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೋ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೋ ಎರಡನೇ ಮಾತು. ಮೂರನೇದು, ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪೆನ್ಷನನ್ನು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಹಕ್ಕೊತ್ತಾಯನ ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಅದು ಆಗ್ತದೋ ಬಿಡ್ತದೋ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇದೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರೋಣ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಈ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಲೈಫ್ ಇನ್ಶೂರೆನ್ಸನ್ನು ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉಚಿತವಾಗಿ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಮುಂದಿನ ದೇವರಿಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟದ್ದು, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹೇಳಿ ನನಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದಿಷ್ಟು ನಾನು ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಾನು ಕೋಲಾರಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಏನಂದರೆ, ಕೋಲಾರ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋಕಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆನೂ ಇಂಡಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಂಪನೀಸ್ ಇದೆ. ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಹೋಂಡಾ, XCD, GST, ಈ ಥರ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಕಂಪನಿಗಳಿದೆ. ಲೋಕಲ್ ಕಂಪನಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಆಯಾ ಡಿಸ್ಟಿಕ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕನ್ವರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ನ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು CSR ಆಗಿದೆ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಪಿಚ್ ಡೆಸ್ಕ್ ಅಂತ ಅಥವಾ ಸ್ಕೇಲಪ್ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ಸ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ನಾವು ಒಂದಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಪೋಸಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ನ 2 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ ಅಥವಾ 3 ಮಿನಿಟ್ಸ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ CSR ಹೆಡ್ಸ್ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಗೆಟ್ ಟುಗೆದರ್ ಅಥವಾ ಕನ್ವರ್ಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಆದರೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
One of the way forward for Fevourdk is really sharing of information. I think that is very, very important. And as a starter, I would like to share some information with you, which is very important. I think you will find very important for all the CSOs sitting here. There is an app available where they collate and collect availability of funds, both from corporates and from foreign organizations. Okay, from foreign organizations where you can access applications to apply for funds. So the name of that organization is called, that alert, it's a WhatsApp group, is called Tamaku Combo Pack Funding. TAMUKU Compact Fund, Compact Packed Funding. Just go into into Google, net, search for it, you will get it, and every day you will get, I think there's a small registration fee, about 300 rupees or so annually. You subscribe to that, you can access any amount of funding from any number of CSRs, corporates, and any number of foreign agencies also. So this is the first part of sharing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Anyhow, now I am concluding this. I am not going to add any new things to this. Whatever you are already shared and suggested, just I have consolidated it and classified it. According to that, here our way forward, next 3 months, 6 months, or next 3 years, we have to work on the following approaches, what you are all suggested. The first thing is lobby and advocacy at different level. District, state, division, state, like that, we have to make a lobby and advocacy and different disciplines. So that is one of the core area. The second one is capacity building. Capacity building of our member organizations, sector, all together we have to organize different capacity building activities. In addition to that, we have to conduct studies, research. We have to make a lot of collaborations with many different domain experts, because since yesterday we are feeling that there are many people who are already experts and done many milestones. So those things will be with us, means it will be a value addition to our initiatives. Therefore, that also will include in this capacity building and study research, like that. The third one is strengthening the collaboration of CSR and CSO's actions. See, again, since yesterday, we are experiencing that what is their expectation, what's our expectations, what we are thinking about CSR, what CSRs are thinking about us. These are the things, gaps, potentials we have heard, understood, and analysis. So based on that, our future action is to be strengthening our collaboration with CSRs and CSOs. That too, keep in mind that more focus to grassroots organizations, small grassroots, medium level organizations. The fourth action is South India level network. You are all suggesting that each state should have their own state level network. Even though you are already have a network, means again that may be a network of network. In Karnataka it is like that. Fevourdk is there, again there is a DNA is there, CSCLK is there. There are many networks are there. Again we have initiated that Federation of Federation. Fevourdk has taken that initiatives. We have invited all those network leaders and we have discussed that we have to be in a common platform. So they are all agreed, and now we have started common actions, collective actions. Like that, even in your state, there may be a different already existing networks. All that networks has to be come together and has to make a Federation of Federation. Like that, South India level it has to come. Do's and don't do's, again we will, SOP we will prepare. It's a concept, what we are sharing here. The next is consortium approach, very valid suggestion. Since yesterday we are discussing that grassroots organizations not connected to the CSRs, how we have to get connected. Individually means they are not up to their standards. So these are the limitations, hurdles are there. How to overcome that? Is it possible to make a consortium, maybe at district level, state level, something like that? Already we have started on the experience in Karnataka. That also I would like to bring your notice that one GSA, Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, we are about 50 organizations in Karnataka, in 20 districts, 50 taluks. We have started one initiative with Ajim Premji Foundation. Gram Swaraj Abhiyan is not registered. It is non-registered body. So here the major village level program, Udyoga Khatri, all you are heard about that, MGNREGS in all the states. So it is not up to the expected execution. So therefore, there we have initiated one action that details I will share you later. Just I have given that example. Like that we may take some consortium. It's also one of the possibility. Then convergence and collaboration, coordination with different departments, agencies, academies, like that. So these are the things will build a supportive ecosystem to the our CSOs. So this will be the way forward. Based on that, again, we will prepare a detailed action plan. We will form a committee later. So according to that, we will form a committee, we will make a detailed action plan, and we will go forward. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, participation. You are all agree that this team will be the core team for this all this way forward action? Huh? Yeah. Okay. So thank you.
So thank you, sir. Now, this is a token of our gratitude. We give a mementos to all the state leaders for the agreed in core committee. So thank you for your valuable suggestions and the action plan for way forward. Thank you so much.
ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಗೋ ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಗೋ
Check, check.
ಹಲೋ
ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಗೌಡ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ. ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಗೌಡ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಏಕಪಾತ್ರಾಭಿನಯ. The youngest man in this session. Please come. Huh? Sticka. Now we are coming to the last session, a valedictory function, concluding our 2 days activities. To start with, our Umapati Gowda is the youngest man, only just 75 years. So he is going to give us the Ekapatra Abhinayam. Anyway.
ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಆತ್ಮೀಯರಿಗೆ ಸಂಜೆಯ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಾನು ಬಳ್ಳಾರಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆ ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಹಗಲು ಯೋಗಕ್ಷೇಮ ಕೇಂದ್ರ, ವೃದ್ಧಾಶ್ರಮ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಏನು ತಕರಾರು ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 20 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ನಾನು ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಂತ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಮಾಹಿತಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಏಕಾಭಿನಯ ಪಾತ್ರ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕ ಆಫೀಸಿಗೆ ಬಂದಾಗ ಅವನಿಗೆ ಯಾವ ಥರ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಅದು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತ ತಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಸರ್, ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬರ್ರಿ. ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಬರ್ರಿ. ಹಲೋ ಸಾಹೇಬ್ರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ ಐತೆ ಅಂತ ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇನಪ್ಪ? ತಮ್ಮ, ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಏನಪ್ಪ? ನೀನು ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ? ನಾನು ಏನು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗಾಗಿ ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ವರ್ಕರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಹೌದಾ ತಮ್ಮ? ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು? ಬಾಬು ಅವರೇ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಓದಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಕಣಪ್ಪ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ದಾಸ್ತಿನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಒಬ್ಬನ MBBS ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಒಬ್ಬನು ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ, ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಐತೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನನ್ನ ಆಸ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ. ಈಗ ನನ್ನ ಕೈಯಾಗ ಒಂದು ಚಿಪ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಮ್ಮ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಏನನ್ನ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯಾ? ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಈ ಥರ ಕೊಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ? ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಇದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? ಏನು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅದು ಕಾಯ್ದೆ? 2007, 2009 ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಾಯ್ದೆ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಪಾಲನೆ, ಪೋಷಣೆ, ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಮಾಡದಿದ್ದ ಪಕ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಆಸ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ವಾಪಸ್ ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಒಂದು ಅಧಿಕಾರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾರ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ತಮ್ಮ, ನನಗಿದು ಯಾರು ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನೀನೇ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ಚೆಂದಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಏನಪ್ಪ ತಮ್ಮ? ರಮಣ. ಏನು ಓದಿಯೋ ತಮ್ಮ? ಅಯ್ಯೋ ತಮ್ಮ, ನೀನು ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಕುಂತಿತ್ತಮ್ಮ. ಓದ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನೀನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲನೆ, ಪೋಷಣೆ, ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ಇದು ಇದ್ರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಕಾಯ್ದೆಗಳು ಅನುಷ್ಠಾನ ಆಗ್ತವ. ತಾವು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡೋದೇನೆಂದರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಯಾರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಮಾಡ. ಅಯ್ಯಯ್ಯೋ, ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲಲ್ಲೋ ತಮ್ಮ. ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗೊಂದು ಹಿರಿಯ ನಾಗರಿಕರ ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೈತೆ ಅಂತಮ್ಮ? ಯಜಮಾನ್ರೆ, ನಮಗೆ ಯಾರೂ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, SP ಆಫೀಸ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ತಮ್ಮ, ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲರ ನಿಮಗೆ? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಸರ್ಕಾರಿ ಯೋಜನೆಗಳು ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಜಾಗೃತಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಬೇಕು. ಅಯ್ಯಪ್ಪ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ಸುದ್ದಿ? ಒಬ್ಬರು ಹೇಳೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವ್ರು ಯಾರೋ ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಕರಂತೆ, ಊರಾಗ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿರುಗಾಡ್ತಾರಂತೆ. ಏಳರ್ನಾರಿಟ್ಟಿಗೆ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ತಮ್ಮ, ನಮ್ಮೂರ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಮ್ಮ ಮಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಬಂದು ಸಹಾಯವಾಣಿ ಐತೆ, ಡೇ ಕೇರ್ ಐತೆ, ವೃದ್ಧಾಶ್ರಮ ಐತೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳ್ದ. ಎಂತಮ್ಮ ಐತೆನಪ್ಪ ನಿಮ್ಮೂರಾಗ? ಐತಂತೆ ಇವ್ರಾಗ ಐತಂತೆ ಇವ್ರದಾಗ ಐತಂತೆ. ಹಿಂಗಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಬಿಡಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಮುಖ್ಯ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೇನಪ್ಪ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಡ್ರಪ್ಪ. ಕೈ ಮುದ್ದು ಕೇಳ್ದೆ.
ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ಅಜ್ಜ, ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಉಮಾಪತಿ ಗೌಡ. Being youngest and senior citizen, so he has acted well. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸರಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೀರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. So this is the time to conclude our 2 days efforts of various collaborations. So I invite to the dais our distinguished guest, Dr. Nagana Gowda, who is the chairperson of CWC, Karnataka Child Rights Commission. So Nagana Gowda, please come to the dais. And I request Manjunath from VYK to share the dais. And I also request our President Mahesh Chandra Guru to share the dais. Dear friends, since yesterday we spent a very valuable time with various speakers and panelists. Each one has given their own insights, their own experience on demand. So we request our State Secretary Badrish to be part of delegation. Thank you. So we learned many things related to CSOs and CSR relationship, and where a lot of concerns of CSOs and lot of concerns of CSR, where these two can come together and make a change. The CSR is the resource organization which earn from their companies, will give back to this community, and where the CSOs are with the community and the communities are being approached CSOs and CSOs approach CSR. So these 2 days, I think we understood that CSRs also have some lot of concerns, and CSOs also have lot of concerns. With these two agencies, we learned that it's not so easy. There are a lot of process. Any organization or NGO to receive resources, financial resources from CSR. And CSR also has a lot of procedure to select a right NGO which can able to reach the resources to the last destiny. Sir, since yesterday, there are many speakers, including our Honorable Speaker, U.T. Kadar, was present here to bless us and give some promises to the gathering. And many speakers have given us, enlightened us, lot of information about CSOs and CSR relationships. Today, so we are very happy to be here and with you to give your insights and give directions to these CSOs that what best that they can give to the society. So before going to that, I request Krishnamurthy, almost 2 days, he has put some effort to develop a song on networking. Especially, we are all from different states and different NGOs, and how we can become together and what we can achieve. So he has developed a song. Let us listen to him.
ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ತಾವಿರಿ. ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ಹರಿಯೋ ನೀರು, ಆ ನೀರಿಗೆ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀರು ತೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಕಸ ಹಾಕ್ತಾರೆ, ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಏನು ಸಿಗಬೇಕು ಆ ನೀರು ಕೊಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಅದು ನಾನು ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕೆನ ನಾನು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ ಕುರಿತು ಇಷ್ಟು ಇತಿಹಾಸವುಳ್ಳ ನಮ್ಮ ಫೆವಾರ್ಡ್ಕೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾಡು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಂಗಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಬರೆದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ತಪ್ಪೋ ಸರಿನೋ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಓಕೆ ಓಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಹಾಡು ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಖುಷಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಮಜಾ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಸರ್. ತಾವು ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅವ್ರು ಎದ್ದು ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನೀವು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸೇರಿ ಆಡಿ, ಓಕೆನಾ? ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಾಡು, ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಡು ಎಲ್ಲ ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಹಾಡು. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಎಂದು ಕೂಗಿ ಹೇಳುವ, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೇ ಎಂದು ಕೂಗಿ ಹೇಳುವ. ನಮ್ಮ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ದೇಶ ಕೇಳುವ, ನಮ್ಮ ಇತಿಹಾಸವನ್ನು ದೇಶ ಕೇಳುವ. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟವು, ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಕಟ್ಟಿದ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟವು. 4 ದಶಕ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು, 4 ದಶಕ ಸಾಗಿ ಬಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯು. ಆಲದ ಮರದ ನೆರಳಿನಂತೆ ನೆರವು ನೀಡೋ ಚಾಮರವೋ, ಆಲದ ಮರದ ನೆರಳಿನಂತೆ ನೆರವು ನೀಡೋ ಚಾಮರವೋ. ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಕೊಡುವ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟವು, ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಣ್ಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಭದ್ರತೆ ಕೊಡುವ ಒಕ್ಕೂಟವು. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಜಾತಿ ಮತ ವರ್ಣ ಭೇದ ತಾರತಮ್ಯ ನಮಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಜಾತಿ ವರ್ಣ ಭೇದ ತಾರತಮ್ಯ ನಮಗಿಲ್ಲ. ದೇಶ ಭಾಷೆ ನೆಲ ಜಲ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದಾಗ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ. ಶಭಾಷ ನೆಲ ಜಲ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಒಂದಾಗ್ತೀವಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ. ಚಳಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಸಿಲಿ ಮಳೆಯು ಏನೇ ಬಂದರು ಎದರೇವೋ, ಚಳಿ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಸಿಲು ಮಳೆಯು ಏನೇ ಬಂದರು ಹೆದರೇವೋ. ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸೇವೆಗಾಗಿ ಹಗಲಿರುಳು ನಾವು ದುಡಿಯುವೆವು, ಸಮುದಾಯದ ಸೇವೆಗಾಗಿ ಹಗಲಿರುಳು ನಾವು ದುಡಿಯುವೆವು. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಬನ್ನಿ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ದೇಶದ 5ನೇ ಅಂಗವು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವು, ದೇಶದ 5ನೇ ಅಂಗವು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಸೇವಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವು. ಸಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಉಳಿವಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಂಕಣ ತೊಟ್ಟು ನಿಂತಿಹೆವು, ಸಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ಉಳಿವಿಗಾಗಿ ಕಂಕಣ ತೊಟ್ಟು ನಿಂತಿಹೆವು. ರೈತ ದಲಿತ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಆದಿವಾಸಿಗಳು, ರೈತ ದಲಿತ ಮಹಿಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಬುಡಕಟ್ಟು ಆದಿವಾಸಿಗಳು ಹಕ್ಕು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹಗಲಿರುಳು ಜೊತೆಯಾಗುವೆವು. ಹಕ್ಕು ರಕ್ಷಣೆ ನ್ಯಾಯಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಹಗಲಿರುಳು ಜೊತೆಯಾಗಿಯೆವು. ಬನ್ನಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸೇರಿ ಹಾಡುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಚರಿತೆ ಸಾರುವ. ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಶಯದಂತೆ ನಡೆಯುವವರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ, ಸಂವಿಧಾನದ ಆಶಯದಂತೆ ನಡೆಯುವವರು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ. ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇತುವೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿವೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಸಮುದಾಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಸೇತುವೆಯಾಗಿ ನಿಂತಿವೆಯಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರು ಎಂದು ನಿಂತಿಲ್ಲ, ಆ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರು ಎಂದು ನಿಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೆದರದಿರಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳೋರು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ, ಈ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಎಂದು ಹೇಳೋರು ಯಾರಿಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೂ ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯೋಣ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಬೆಳೆಸೋಣ, ನಾವು ಬೆಳೆಯೋಣ, ಎಲ್ಲರ ಬೆಳೆಸೋಣ. ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಘೋಷ ಮಂತ್ರ ಮರೆಯದಿರೋಣ, ಫೇವರ್ಡ್ ಘೋಷ ಮಂತ್ರ ಮರೆಯದಿರೋಣ, ಎಂದು ಮರೆಯದಿರೋಣ, ಮರೆತು ಮರುಗದಿರೋಣ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ, ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು.
ಕೃಷ್ಣಮೂರ್ತಿ ಹಾಗೂ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಹಾಡನ್ನು ಹಾಡಿದಿರಿ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬೇರೆ ಸ್ಟೇಟವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ತಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. Extremely sorry for other states that it is in Canada. I don't know how far we have been understood, but you have been clapped. Thank you. Now, it's a time to issue certificates with the delegates. I call one by one. And there are 200 plus participants here, but we are not going to issue on the dais to all. So everybody will get the certificate. So there will be a table. So their desk, they will be issuing here as a sample. So we are giving each state probably 2-3 certificates. I call first Rudrak Shekhar, Magadashi Samastha, Tirupati. Please come over on the dais. Big claps. I request Krishnegowda, Janaraksha Samastha, Mandya. Tick, 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 tick. Ratnamma, PRDS, Chikkaballapura. Ratnamma, PRDS, Chikkaballapura. Arun Abraham, Healing Hands Trust, Tamil Nadu. Arun Abraham. Subramani, Kolara. Janmabhoomi, Kolara. Subramani, Janmabhoomi Trust, Kolara. Dr. Irene Varghese, Disha Trust, Tamil Nadu. Irene Varghese, Disha Trust, Tamil Nadu. Please come. Dr. Kaveri, Aniketana, Pragna, Mattu, Parisara, Samaste, Kodagu. Dr. Kaveri. Dr. Radha Rukmani, Alta Trust, Salem, Tamil Nadu. Mugil. Thank you. Premnath SK, Nature Welfare Society, Shumaga. Mr. Premnath, Nagraj Vikasana, Nelamangala. Sampath Katti, RLHP, Mysore. Chappale, Jor Chappale. Big claps. Sampath Katti, Mysore. Mantesh Kamble, KGMNS, Belgavi. Big claps, please. Mantesh Kamble. So all others, rest will get the certificate outside, will be distributed, each one. So please collect. Kotvala, Ibur Kotvala. Andhra Kotuvi. So thank you all the delegates. Now I request our chief guest, Dr. Nayan Goda, so chairperson of Child Right Commission, Bank, Karnataka.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, nowadays, the voluntary sector number is increasing, the values are decreasing. So this is the challenges when in front of us. But we are the volunteers, not NGOs. I have an objection. We are the volunteers, voluntary organizations, not NGOs. We have to avoid that word. Because, so we are giving the service to the society voluntarily. We are not a labor. We are not the worker for the society, government or anyone. So we are taking the grant for the service, not for us. So we have the voluntary thoughts, voluntary vision, everything, and also independence, everything we have. We are not non-governmental organization. So we have the independence because in the so many government programs, so many government officers are exploiting to the NGO, voluntary organizations. This is the problems I am seeing every day. So how to protect, how to stop this system? So collectively we have to think about those issues. We have the freedom, but we also we have the voluntarism also to the service to the society. Nowadays, so many government officers, for example, we are running so many institutional programs by the department of maybe health departments or WCD or maybe some other departments. The government officers not treating or working with friendly. They are exploiting to our staff or management. This is the main problem. Then we challengingly.
Friends, please don't go now. Please be here. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe half an hour, maybe 50 minutes, we have to sit. That's our commitment. You are not respecting our team means who will respect? You are not listening to our voice means who will hear our words? Please be here. Since yesterday you are here, we are in the final session. Just your get up and going out means what it means, what it indicates. Please be here. Once after completed, come, give a shake hands to our chairperson, speak to him, then you may go. It will be a good rapport building and respecting and responding situation. Not to go, please be here.
Okay, I know the Fevourdk activities from since 1989. 1989. 1988 I am participate in the Melkote also. When I was in Vikasana Institute for Rural Development, we are organized at Melkote only. There are so many elders was working with the in Kapat organization. It is a very historical organization. And also it was supporting so many organizations, continuously doing the supporting work to the other organizations. It is a very good organization. And then I need to tell about that we want to make the one SOP. What is the procedure to working with the government peoples? Kindly you give the recommendation. The government should prepare a one SOP. How to work with the voluntary sector. For example, one officer, he want to recommend the proposal. How many days you want to go to give the surrender to him, and also you have to do the biske. Get considered. Also there is expectation, corruption, everything. But the Fevourdk should recommend a simple SOP. What is the business in between the NGOs, VOs and the government. So this is the necessity, I think. Otherwise, definitely our values will going to decrease. The fund we are taking, okay, but not for us, not for ours, this thing. This is for the society. It is service to the poor people. So this point must be understood the government people. This is the most important things. Then other thing is, actually the Child Commission for, I am the chairperson of Commission for Protection of Child Rights. Basically, child and environment is the asset of the country. Without child and environment, we cannot develop the country. We cannot expect other things by the country. These are only two assets. But definitely we have to concentrate in the beginning about the child welfare and other environmental activities. Now we are commission also working with some CSA institutions. We are going to, commission is the monitoring agency, not for the department. Implementing agency is the department. The commission is the monitoring agency. For example, we are going to more than 10 acts we are going to monitor it. Number 1, Child Marriage Prevention Act, Child Labor Prevention Act, FOCSO Act, JJ Act, and also PCP and AT Act. Then also child trafficking, immoral trafficking, this thing. These are all so many acts for the to protect the child rights. So mainly we are going to monitor the whole acts. So nowadays, we have to take the need-based activities. This is so many, now funding agencies also very scarce. In the government, so many program is there, but government is not ready to give the scheme easily. So there is a very big gap. So it's very difficult to take the one program by the government of India or government of state government. So these types of Fevourdk federations are like this federation organizations should take some leadership to give the schemes to the other new NGOs are like that. So this is the role of the Fevourdk. And also we have to take the capacity building, training and everything. So this is the part of the Fevourdk or voluntary sector. So here, there is no time also. One thing, mainly we have to increase the status of the voluntary organization. This is more important. Then only the status will come to us. What we can do for this collectively, we must think about this. So we are not beggars, we are not laborers. That things we must understand. Then how we can survive, how we can protect our status. So in the field, that is more important. So actually really in 2-3 South India peoples are, from yesterday were so many discussion I think. Please take the grant and it is a need according to their needs. Please make the proposal according to the area needs at least. Then definitely the project will be success. And also all voluntary organizations should think about sustainable these things. If supposed to get, it's not 1 year, if not get the fund, all volunteers are going to suffer. They are going to Buddy Sala and the Buddy people will coming to every day. So these all that's why we have to think about the sustainable voluntary organization. At least 1 or 2 years, you have to maintain the minimum economical burden. So please think about this. What are the other economical activities simultaneously, if there are any possible? So these types you have to think it. Then only we will sustain. If you are going to sustain, then you can do the service. If you are not going to sustain, if you suffer, if myself suffer, I cannot do anything. So this is my suggestion. Because of so many senior volunteers and social workers also here, I hope definitely you will success in your attempt. Thank you very much. If there any time, please come to our commission office regarding the child issues. We jointly, definitely we will work together. And also in every scheme, there is a IEC activities. The IEC activities, it is made for only voluntary sectors to create the awareness. In the field of awareness, that voluntary sector role was very, very much. It is only possible by the voluntary organizations. You please you go and contact some department, any scheme. There is a 30% grant for the IEC activities, information, education and communication aspects. But so many people are not giving. So you can question it. So without awareness, nothing will implement. It will be bogus or it may be happen. So that's why, please concentrate about any scheme. Go and ask concern. It may panchayat also, Gram Panchayat, EO, Jilla Panchayat in the government of Karnataka, government of India. So IEC activities must everywhere there. Minimum 30%. So there is a norm is there. Minimum 30% they have to spend for the IEC activities. So this is there. So definitely, so collectively you have to do something. Here the NGOs network is there. There is no network in the working factor. That is the drawback, I think. We have the network though NGO wise. Organization wise we have the network. But working wise, what we are working wise there is no network of our federations. That is also needed according to the joint action, joint work like that. Okay, anyway, I hope all of your success and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your valuable suggestions, sir. One about please concentrate on the value of voluntary sector, which is declining every day. So which each one has to take as a challenge and move forward. Number two, so the voluntary sector is an essential part in delivering IEC activities of government schemes, almost more than 30%. So that definitely, sir, we will be there in that part. Number three, so the sector and the government has to go together to reach the unreached people. So definitely, sir, we will do these three, whatever suggestions you have been given. Thank you very much and valuable time given here. So with all your busy schedule. So now I will request Mr. Manjunath. We all know he is a good friend of all us and VYK program officer. So with his initiative, I think Fevourdk is continuously conducting lot of programs on lot of areas and lot of themes. So I request Mr. Manjunath to speak over.
Thank you so much, Reddy sir. Friends, good evening. Let me check the energy of the hall. Feeling like we are so tied up, we have so hecked up, and you're eagerly looking forward to go back to home and take some rest, right? Is that so? No, then let's do a short exercise. I say hi and you say hello loudly, right? So let's do it. Sometimes we have to be a child, right? Then only we could understand that the energy of the forum. Hi. Hi. Come again. No. Make it a little louder. Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. True. That's very true. Anyway, once again, on behalf of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra and on behalf of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks and sincere gratitude to our partner, Fevourdk, Federation of Voluntary Organization for Urban and Rural Development in Karnataka, as well as our co-partner, MSME and Startups Forum, Bharat, for joining hands with us for extending their kind cooperation in the endeavors of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra. So on behalf of VYK, we wholeheartedly once again thank you. Thanks to all the team members of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra for... Yeah, and I'm happy to let you know the chief guest of Valedictory session, Nagarna Gowdaji, is one of the beneficiary of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra. He has attended the program of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra very long back in our campus. And of course, we are in 1986. So we are so grateful to see you, in chairing one of the important commission in Karnataka right now. So we have got a lot of expectations from you. We need a lot of supports where not only just NGOs working in the area of child rights and women, but there are other areas as well where you could directly or indirectly extend your supports to make all these programs successful. And with that note, I once again thank all of you. Friends, as all of you are quite aware, it's nearly been a decade that CSR in India is mandatory. Working as a single entity, either as an NGO or as a corporate, yields lesser productivity when we work as a partners. Of course, this forum is a testimony for the same. We believed, as I was saying, as I was talking to lots of, the speakers today on the panel, while having the lunch, I was talking to them, I was just telling them that you can understand that how important partner NGOs could be in the implementation of any programs, not just the program that we receive or not just the support we receive from the corporate social responsibility. Besides that, the not-for-profit organization across the countries are contributing majorly, giving back to the society with by their own, with the social entrepreneurship model, as well as institutional, individual, corporate, with lots of financial supports are there, sir. All we need to do is, we need to understand the importance, the current challenges, the opportunities that lie ahead. And before that, we, all of us present here, really need to understand the landscape, the actual development landscape right now in India. And what are our role? How these NGOs, the not-profit organization in the country, can effectively play their role in the implementation of CSR and other projects as well. So as I just said, rather than working as a single entity, if we work together, we could be able to produce lots of good works on the ground. As you are quite aware, I was also saying it in the during the inaugural yesterday, that corporates comes with financial resources as well as technology. And now the best part is, you all will be happy and surprised to know, now the lots of corporates have started hiring the NGO professionals. Those who are having a good understanding of reporting, documentation and community connect. Now onwards, you cannot say it that we are having a good connect with the community, sir, whereas corporate is only having financial support. No. From now onwards, that's not true. Because lots of corporations at state level, at national level also, they have started hiring the various professionals, especially the NGO professionals who are having the good connect with the grassroots people, who are having the good connect with the community, and now they are a part of their institutions, their foundations. Of course, on the one hand, we have a challenge of sustainability and our survival. Whereas, on the other hand, I personally believe it like we have a lots of opportunities. We just need to understand and figure out like how NGOs can work hand in hand with corporations to ensure that the sustainable development goals, what we call Agenda 2030, is being achieved. And as I have always been kept on saying that, see, as a single entity, we cannot do anything. When we work hand in hand, that's why I said in the initial phase that Vishwa Yuvak Kendra particularly believes a lot in partnership and collaborations. Of course, we have got a lot just to mobilize the NGO people so that we could have a wonderful event. But as our philosophy and core philosophy also says, working hand in hand with the like-minded organization and like-minded people always helps a great productivity and always helps us to achieve the agenda or objective set by our organization. That is why we have joined the hands with Fevourdk and MSME as well. And as I said, this is the first regional program of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra. And I'm very grateful and thankful to, my Honorable Chairman and Managing Trustee, Mr. Bajaj, Sri Shishi Bajaj, who is the Bajaj Industry Patriot as well and a great philanthropist. I'm also very grateful to my dearest CEO, who you are very known friend of as well, Mr. Uday Shankar Singh, CEO of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, and all the team members for allowing me to be here with you for the whole 2 days and also giving me the opportunity to interact with more than 230 civil society and corporate representatives across South India. Before this session, in the feedback, we have had lots of discussions like what and how. If we are able to understand as a partners like VYK, Fevourdk and MSME Bharat Startup Forum, if we are able to understand the strategy of like and how, and also the strategy of 5WH, we always talk of this why, what, when, where, whom, and how. If we all of us are able to understand the 5WH of this program, of course, we will surely be able to take this forum to the next stage. It's not just the geographical expansion of the program is the next stage. It's all about, of course, we were talking to lots of corporates yesterday and today as well, like engagement of grassroots level NGOs with the corporations, engagement of grassroots level NGOs with the startups, engagement of grassroots level NGOs with the government. Of course, yesterday we had the Honorable Assembly Speaker, Shri U.T. Khadir Saab, who already promised that he will be able to make sure that the government of Karnataka is extending the whatever support is required to the voluntary sector. Of course, we personally as an organizer believe that that is one of the success for this program. He ensured that he will surely make sure that the chief guest, the chief minister and DCM will also be present for the initiative we are about to take. So it's the best part about the program. And we have also discussed lots of things with lots of corporates, like how we could take this forum forward, and also we'll make sure that how the NGOs present from Southern India can be engaged with us on daily basis. Of course, many of you, I'm believing that many of you are present on social media platforms. How many of you are there on social media platform? How many of you are using the LinkedIn? Can someone raise their hands on LinkedIn? So you are all already live on our page. Your status, your photographs, the event details have already been updated to our page. See, why I'm sharing this is we need to be digitized. To digitize, we have to understand the importance of, and yesterday there was a session that why NGOs needs to be on the digital world. So you need to understand that why it is important. When you understand why it is important, then comes how. How we are going to do it. How we are going to get that status for the organization that we have been working for. Then only, of course, we believe that this forum will be a successful. Anyway, having said that, on behalf of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra once again, I'd like to assure that, whatever sort of guidance, whatever side of support, not just in the form of financial support, see, that's a different part. Right from yesterday to till now, we have been talking of the support is not just only the financial support. If anyone comes to us directly and says that, sir, we are doing such and such things, would you come and join with us financially? No, we are not going to do that. But we will tell you where you get the fund and how to fetch it. For that, we will surely try to tell that how you as an individual and your institution can build the capacity so that you could address these social issues besides fetching the financial and digital knowledge as well. With that, having said that, I would conclude my address here. Once again, I thank all the participants present here from across the South India, and would surely like to ensure that wherever and whenever the civil societies are striving their best to address the social needs, we are always there with you. And once again, thank you so much for being the part of Vishwa Yuvak Kendra, being the part of this wonderful forum. Once again, I thank Fevourdk and our partner MSME Startup Forum for having extended their kind cooperation to us. Thank you so very much to you, all of you, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manjunath. We know Manjunath what? So he's a good friend of many, and he has a special focus on Karnataka. And he, with his leadership, I think Fevourdk is almost more than 7 years. We are getting continuous programs to as a collaborative programs in Karnataka, and now it is now we enter into South India level. So thank you very much, Manjunath. Definitely, we are always with VYK words, and especially Uday Shankar ji supposed to come over here yesterday, but due to some reasons he could not able to. But definitely, please convey our. He extended his wishes to all the participants and all the speakers. So definitely, we are there with VYK, and we will move forward. So now I request our Honorable President, Mahesh Chandra Guru, to address the, please. Okay. With the demand, so I request Badrish to speak at least 2 minutes. Say too few words. Because he is the backbone of Fevourdk, he do a lot of homework, and he will not show up to anybody, but he will do a lot of hard work, and he is very angry also.
Yes, dignitaries on dais, and here my all CSO friends from different states. This is a very last 2 days we attended so many sessions, and you learned a lot. There is a great opportunity to be together here. This is a time. Anyway, our President Mahesh Chandra Guru Chandra sir is expressed, and he talk presidential talk, closing ceremony talk. Anyway, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Next also you can positively you move forward. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks, Badrish. Thank you. All my dear ambassadors of social development sectors, you are not just social workers. You are not just social workers. You are the ambassador of social development sector. Already you are suggested us, given feedback. Still, what we have to do? We have to do a lot. Many times I am thinking that suppose my son is not regularly going to the school. He is regularly, not promoted to the next standard, means whom we are to blame? Parents. Many times we have an internal discussion that our member organizations not properly strengthened, not completely updated with their compliances, means whom we have to blame? Whom we have to blame? Because this is the developmental sector federation. The other federation means we have to blame each another. But here we have to blame ourselves. As a parental role, federation means like a parental role. We have to blame ourselves. Definitely, many times we are discussing that when our member organizations or any voluntary organizations become the member of our Fevourdk, means it is the responsibility of Fevourdk that it has to give all that input, support. They have to update all their compliances, and they have to be ready within 1 or 2 years with the competitive world. So that is the thing we have to take. That is a risk we have to take. Anyhow, we know that we are every time we are getting blamings. Of course, we want to get blames. Social workers born to get blames. We are not appreciated from anybody. Did you see that anybody is appreciated us? You see in every national festivals and all, everyone, government, central government, state government, everyone identified artisans, press reporter, these athletic, or did you see that anywhere social workers? Why? Why? 20 members list, 50 members list in the August 15th, January 26th, even district level also they are awarding that. But nowhere we are not getting appreciated, we are not recognized from anywhere. But we are working like a donkey. Don't mind, I use that word. We are working like that. We are not thinking for ourselves. We are working for, we are dedicating to the others' happiness. So with all that situation, Fevourdk is ready to take responsibility to the any extent. But ball is in your court. Ball is in your court. When we throw a ball to your side, you have to throw back to us. Many times, no response, no reactions. Many times you have to think that whether they are exist or not. Full busy, full busy. One of our friend telling that we are very busy without any business. Very busy without any business. Like that, if you are also extended your support, if you are also walked with us, definitely we will take the responsibility. That's our dream. That's our responsibility. Therefore, we are ready to take that responsibility. Next, we will work on that. Already we have prepared a action plan. According to that, we will move forward. So, almost I hope that you are all very happy and whatever facility is given, maybe up to the minimum expectation or minimum comfort. Maybe night stay, maybe a little bit uncomfort, we feel that. Because each room you are placed about 3, 4, sometimes 5 people. Sorry for that, because we are also tied up with limited resources. With all that limited resources, we try to do this program with great, quality, not only quality, dignity. Social workers means always we are sitting somewhere and getting something, eating something and going back. No. Now it is not like that. We are also have to create some quality, dignity. So therefore we are decided to organize this program such this environment. We have to be proud that we have to give a very good quality services to you. Therefore we have tried our level best. If there is any limitations, means please don't mind. Sorry for that, excuse us. But at the same time, you also have to take more responsibility. We all together will build the social sector, and as our beloved chairperson said that social sector federation has to prepare one SOP. Government has to respond according to that. I request our chairperson, Sri Nagana Gowda, we will draft that and let us start it from his office. Because hundreds of organizations, thousands of organizations are working with children's homes and child care institutions. They are running child care institutions. So Nagana Gowda is also started his work as a volunteer, weekend volunteer. During his study itself, he jumping into these social services. He has walked, daily he has walked, me and he worked together. Every day we are walking about 10 to 15 kilometers to the villages, eating in the village itself, sleeping in the village itself. And he is also a good artist. Very emotion person. When you go to the village, when they see the people, okay, now we are playing a street play, something he will announce without any information. When he announces, we have to start a street play there. Like that. He has come from the grassroots level and he have a sense of that. So we all work together and we will create a history. Thank you for supporting all our initiatives. Thank you all. And at the same time, I have to extend my gratitude to all my board members, their support, and also there are MSME. MSME is one of our close friends. Now we are holding with us. They will be with us next days. We will plan. And especially Krishnamurti, then Jaswa, our Renita, Bhasarat, Lijo, Bhima, Krishnamurti, Harish, Subramanya. There's a big list. And one has left ala. Yeah, Prakriti Narayanappa. There is a big list. Every time they try to bring new people and connect it to the new people, and as much as possible they tried their level best to make it a great success. Once again, I thanks all, and thanks to the Bangalore team. Thank you.
Thank you, respected President, giving all your views and commitments to next 3 years. And now it's the time you are saying that a line of appreciation is required. Overall worked day and night to become this program success and to reach you all and make you all happy. So I request all board members of honorable board members of Fevourdk to come on dais and take our token of appreciation. Please come, all board of directors, big claps. This is a big, very good board we have. You all know that this program has lot of limitations, especially with the financial resources. But my board of directors have taken a challenge. We will make the program success. Though there is a less resource, we will make it more fruitful. So we want to give you all with a very good facility, whatever is possible, like food, accommodation, treatment, coverage, documentation, photography, videography, everything. So this is the big board of director. We have two absents, Father Edward Thomas and Anil Kumar Beldar. Anil Kumar Beldar, of course, he lost her mother yesterday morning. So when he started journey. So thank you very much, each and every board of director. Our president, state president Mahesh Chandra Guru, state secretary Badresh, our state treasurer Amli Nayak, our vice presidents Jayashri Hiramat, our Prema, Pushpalata, Shobha Rani, Vijay Nesargi, Babu, Dr. Babu Sajjan, all the board of directors. How we had 5 subcommittees to become this program successful. There are 60 people behind this program success who had given their own time, energy, resource, knowledge. I am there. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಗರಿ, ಯಾಕ್ರಿ ಅಳ್ತೀರಪ್ಪ? Now, I request Jeswa, Lizu, and Renita to come over on the dais to receive our acknowledgement. Lizu, Ramaya, Jeswa, Fernandez, Renita, please come. Another 2 minutes. We'll have a national anthem and close the program. Where is Renita? Call Renita. She'll be outside. I call Krishnamurthy from Bangalore Urban. Though he is a district level, but he has worked as a state level. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Big claps. Big claps. I request Prakruti Narayanappa to come over on the dais. Arish. Basuraj from Mandya. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. I will close it. I request all to stand to respect our national anthem. Sorry. ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೀವು ಅದು? Oh, extremely sorry. So I request our President and Secretary and VYK Program Officer Manjunath to honor our chief guest, Nagangowda. So ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ, ಬಿಗ್ ಕ್ಲಾಪ್ಸ್. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಸಾಲದು, ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರಬೇಕು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್ ಸರ್. ಓಕೆ ಕೊಡಿ. ಸೊ ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡ್ಲಿಲ್ವಾ? ಕೊಡಿ ಕೊಡಿ, ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಡಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ತಲುಪಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಆನ್ ಬಿಹಾಫ್ ಆಫ್ ಉದಯ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಜಿ ಸರ್, ಸೊ ವಿ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಟು ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಓವರ್ ಅವರ್ ಮೊಮೆಂಟೋ ಟು ಉದಯ್ ಶಂಕರ್ ಜಿ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ. I request Nagaveni from Kolar, stall owner. Nagaveni from Kolar. Vidya from Belagavi. Nagaveni from Kolar, Vidya from Belagavi. ಇನ್ಯಾರಿದ್ದಾರೆ? ನಾಗವೇಣಿ ಕೊಡಿ. ನಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಇರಲಿ ಬಿಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ಹಾಂ, I extend my thanks to VYK, MSME, all CSR representatives, all speakers, Dhoni Foundation, Board of Directors, all CSOs from all the various states, And special thanks to Kolar District Network, which they have provided millets. So I request memento to Badrish also. And I extend my vote of thanks to Sidhu Pujari from Bijapura, all the media people, hotel team, all the subcommittees, and all the stalls which have been given extra strength to our program.
ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಶ್ರಮ ಹಾಕಿದಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರಾದಂಥ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ರೆಡ್ಡಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಅತಿಥಿಗಳಿಂದ ಸನ್ಮಾನ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ಆಲ್ ಯುವರ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್.
I request all the women who can come over here, advance Mahila Dinacharana, so Women International Women's Day. Just so we want to ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಭದ್ರೇಶ್ವರ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಕೊಡಿ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಕೊಡಿ, ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡಿಸಿ. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಬರ್ರಪ್ಪ, ಆಲ್ ವುಮೆನ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಓವರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎ ಫೋರ್ಸ್ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ವುಮೆನ್ಸ್ ಡೇ ಇಂಡಿಕೇಶನ್. Though it is on 8th of March, ಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರ್ರಿ. ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಯಾರು ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡಿ. ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರಗೀತೆ ಇದೆ, ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಥಮ್ ಇದೆ, ಅದು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಗೌರವ ಕೊಡಿ. ಇದು ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆಗೆ ಜಯವಾಗಲಿ. ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಮಹಿಳಾ ದಿನಾಚರಣೆಗೆ ಜಯವಾಗಲಿ. ಮಹಿಳೆಯರಿಗೆ ಜಯವಾಗಲಿ. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್ ಹಾಕಿ. ಈಗ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್ ಇದೆ, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ನಿಂತಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಂತು ಗೌರವ ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध
गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उच्चल वंगा तब हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ में जाहे तब शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनमन मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. बोलो भारत माता की, बोलो भारत माता की. ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿದಾವ ಹರೀಶ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರಾ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. With all your participation, no? Harish!
Hello, check. Check. Hello, check.